twins, you could turn your cameras back on and show the world your beautiful faces if you want to.
All right, now.
So
Yep,
before
that's
we
me.
even start getting serious here, Grim, when you put some ink on that skin,
Oh, it's I
No
was
one
on
says
track
that's
for the.
me.
I'm not even gonna hold you. I was on track for this year. And then Corona,
The bug, yo, Corona saved me, son. The bug finally
like
bit
the
me.
coronavirus, dude.
Corona
Like,
was like, yeah, you're not going nowhere. So I finally got to put my money towards something else. So I've been upgrading my audio equipment and shit.
like my path was clear, and then like the universe was just like, boom, coronavirus.
You wanted?
Like, I had everything all mapped out. It's like that one variable. You know, as a programmer, son, it's always that one variable, but it's just like life.
Bro, first of all, let's not even talk about what I dealt with at work today with the one variable. That's not even a joke. I spent the whole day debugging this thing to find out that a single variable was off. Okay? That's not even a
Just one.
joke. Like,
Just one. All it takes is one.
A single dependency was not injected, and that dependency holds the variable it needs to declare the other thing. Yeah. And it took a whole day and 5 engineers looking at it to finally go, wait a second, guys, shouldn't we have that thing right there? Sometimes it's the tiniest thing, that one semicolon you didn't see.
Oh, man. All right, guys, so we're going to kick it off. We got some really interesting stuff to talk about tonight. Cass is going to sit and Cass and like being as stressed out as he is. There's a lot of these topics he's going to be very passionate about. You know, it's all right. I feel for you, brother. Like, may the force be with you, and all that. But first, the Avatar is finally on Netflix.
Yo, I can't. I'm so excited. So excited.
How much of it did we get?
We got all 3 seasons.
We got all of them. We got all of them.
All of it.
America's
really?
the last one to the party, man.
So I believe I'm one of the few people around that hasn't actually seen all of the Avatar. I've seen like a couple episodes here and there. So I'm gonna be taking
up.
So now that
Well, I mean, I'm gonna take my time now that it's on Netflix. I'm gonna enjoy it during this
For
Rona.
not seeing it, it's gone.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
it's right there.
You have all 3
Now-
seasons in your face, like, and you have a child that you must.
I know. I gotta bring her up
That you must
properly.
educate.
Like,
Exactly.
literally, listen,
You can't make the
like,
same
she's
mistakes
on
you
nap
made.
time. You throw on your laptop. You put your headphones on like that, and you just go nuts.
That time, nah. She loves cartoons, so we're gonna watch it together.
Well, there you go.
Oh no,
There
Angels,
go,
you
right there.
know you're gonna be down, bro. We got a boy Angels in the chat. How you doing, Angels, man? But
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Was Netflix coming up with a new Avatar concept? Like, is it kind of like that springboard for that? I thought. Or did
I
just
heard
hear something?
that.
yeah, I heard, but pandemic, so like all of that is probably like
Yeah, that is-
on pause for a minute.
dude,
I mean, it's
everything's on
cartoon
pause
work, right?
because of
You
that.
can do a lot of that stuff from home. I mean, if they're missing.
No,
voice work,
it's a live action.
Oh, yuck.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
done.
I'm still stung by the first one, so.
So the first
We
one
don't
was
talk.
so-
No.
I didn't-
Don't even comment. Don't even comment. We don't talk about the first one. It doesn't exist in this plane of reality. Like
I
reality.
We have to
Reality.
my
acknowledge
little
it
comment
exists,
for that
it's
movie.
It's like X-Men Origins Wolverine. Like, you have to acknowledge it still exists.
It's
a
there.
terrible movie, but it
Does
exists.
it? I kind of think we did Days of Future Past and erased all the bad movies and then made
Yeah,
more bad
but
movies.
you're-
But
You're right.
we erased
you're
all
right.
the bad movies. Like,
We
stop
erased.
that.
Yep. we
Nah,
Thanos
see,
snapped
the
it out of existence, dog.
We
We've
erased all
already
the bad movies.
we've already learned through time travel that we don't erase that timeline though. It's just
That's
like
true. We're just
moved.
splitting
No,
off.
you
to a
don't know
different
that.
timeline.
You don't know that multiverse theory works like that. All right, that's just a projection. You don't know how it works like that, bro.
Oh man,
Oh,
I will say
man.
Ryan overhyped that movie when it was coming out and made us all
Yeah,
buy
I did
tickets.
because I was
and
excited
sit
because I
through it.
watched the animated series. And I got really excited
Yup.
about a live action movie.
And the worst
I'm gonna
part
go
is the
see it.
trailers were good.
Yeah, the
Really
trailers were
good.
Fantastic.
And we found
trailers-
out the trailers were
really
the
good.
best, like 3 parts of the movie.
Exactly.
It was so terrible. It was just terrible.
But I mean, that's what they did with Fantastic Four too.
Yeah.
Another terrible movie.
Another terrible.
That could have been so good.
All right. You know how excited I
But
was
it's
as a
just keep
child
on
for Silver
coming.
Surfer, and like how my hype as a child like distracted me from the fact that that shit was a terrible motherfucking movie. Like, why did we
Even
let?
though, can we talk about? Hold on. Before we go any further, Fantastic Four, Jessica Alba is peak Jessica Alba. I just
Peak
want
Jessica
that to be
Alba,
on the
bro.
record.
Yeah,
On the record, as a fact, that none shall be disputed. All right,
Man,
keep it
did
on
she
going.
even do anything after
mark my
Fantastic
skirt,
Four?
man.
Who cares?
Homie,
Honestly,
welcome to
who
the
gives a
chat.
fuck?
But I just feel like
No, but
it took way too long for us to get like, you know, like most of the classic things that we got on Netflix, like Avatar being one of them. And like for whatever reason, like the movie is just in like, you know, the must see, like for whatever reason it's like in the must see tab. And I just literally want to slap whoever thought that was okay. Like, if that's like,
part of me wonders if the, like the animated series coming to Netflix, like I'm sure they were probably fighting for it for forever.
that's like
Part of
me
me
inviting
wonders
all
if
my friends to
they
movie
start
night.
fighting harder. But
And
with all like what you got, like all the shows that Fox pulled off, that Disney pulled off, I wonder if they fought a little bit harder. Like, hey, we need to up some viewership, not just our own original stuff, which is it's still good, by the way. But
I'm glad that you brought that up because like if you look at Disney Plus, like so like they had most of their movies up, like most of the most of the all like the Marvel movies up, and they took some of them down because Netflix was losing business because Infinity War was on Disney Plus and Netflix, but if it was on Disney Plus and everybody wants to watch The Mandalorian, it's like, oh, I can just watch. I'm just gonna cancel Netflix.
And you can even double down on that because on Disney Plus you could watch the 4K version.
Exactly.
Netflix only had 1080p. So if you had Disney Plus, you would.
I mean, I don't know who was really clamoring to like try the hardest they could to see. I don't know. I still think 4K is a pipe dream. Call me in 6 years. But
but all those people with the 4K TV, you know, they're gonna see. Oh my god!
Yeah,
it's the 4K
no.
one. They're gonna click it and it's like I'm watching that one because it's 4K. Like they're not.
Oh, I did that.
Yeah.
If I saw something in 4K, I bought a 4K TV and I bought in all that hype.
Like,
I bought into all the hype.
I literally have a 4K TV because when I went to buy a new TV, everything was 4K already. Like you just couldn't go down, and it just didn't make sense not to have one at that point.
So I bought my 4K TV only because I got a PS4 Pro. It's like, you know what, this is supposed to be able to go up 4K, so I might as well get a TV that can match it.
Makes sense.
No, speaking of the streaming apps and sites, what is going on with DC's whole attempt at streaming? I saw HBO buying out a whole bunch of different stuff, and they're now throwing on their own movies.
So
Is
the
DC
last
Universe
thing I read
still?
on that, the DC Universe app is still putting out stuff, but it's not putting out stuff like immediately, like I think they originally planned to.
Like they used to.
Yeah, HBO.
I was looking for Apocalypse, but I couldn't find it.
So the Apocalypse War just came out. It's not on the app. You're probably not going to see it for a month or two. Because the same thing with the last movie that came out. Hush.
Which fucking sucks. Like.
So what it comes down to is because DC, I'm not sure if it was the whole company or just the animated portion, but HBO owns that part of DC, as far as I know. Like, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat.
You are correct. I'm pretty sure they're trying to roll. Everything is gonna die and become HBO Max. Like all the HBO owned properties, DC, all those things are gonna die, and HBO Go, all of it is gonna die and become HBO Max.
So, like, when DC first came out, when the DC Universe app first came out, Justice League War, the first Justice League animated movie that came out, that was on the app, that was center right there. It is not on the app anymore because they took it off and it's on the HBO app now. Well, they're slowly, literally, they'll put new stuff up to just kind of keep people interested because it's still kind of making them a little money, but
they're preparing for the end game at this point.
Oh yeah, because they DC, I think, if the article I read, I think was talking about Castle a little bit, was they put out this app right before they got bought, and HBO kind of looked at them like, why the fuck did you do that? We're about to just do all this. All right, well, since you already people subscribed already, we'll try and make some money off it. So we'll put some stuff out there for a little bit, and then we'll get them on the hook. And if they want to keep watching more, or they want to go back, oh well, you gotta get our stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, you can't piss off all the people who already paid, so you have to give them something.
Speaking of pissing off the people we already paid. Speaking of pissing off the people we already paid.
Oh, I already know where this is going.
You do? What about Titans?
Yeah. Titans
Dude,
is the
like
biggest
watching
train wreck. I can't believe I sat through 2 seasons of that shit.
So I watched it right along with you. So I was like, this is so bad, it's good.
this
This is the most terrible fun I've ever had.
Hey, you wanna know what kills me? You wanna know what really kills me about Titans? There are people out there who think that's a decent show.
Oh god.
I was watching a YouTube commentator. He was complaining about something else. But it was about Teen Titans, and Titans the show came up in the peripheral. He's like, yeah, and that's a pretty good show in DC. I almost spat my juice over my screen, son. I almost mouth beamed my fucking computer screen. Like, I was like, never have I ever heard such lies in my life.
I'm gonna say spoilers right now because I'm gonna go into the season finale of season 2 for a little bit.
Go ahead. Like I've seen everything.
Like,
listen,
I really hope they
like,
turned it around, but it's so we spent the entire season building up to how he's gonna be Nightwing, and this big showdown with Deathstroke and Dick Grayson, and we're gonna have it last 2 minutes, 2 minutes of the season finale. On top of that, you kill off Wonder Girl. When
Wait, let's talk about how Wonder Girl died.
Superboy's right there. Superboy is right there.
In the dumbest way possible, son. We call that poor writing.
So first of all, you had a Kryptonian right there. Why is the Amazon running to pick up heavy shit? I don't understand. Like, who wrote this in? Like, where was your antennas?
Hold on, wait.
Who
so in
is
that same
coming
vein,
back after all this gunplay and superhero this just coming back to clap for these people for saving the day? I have to be home watching the recap on the news. I'm not going back. Why would I go back?
Oh my god, man.
So I'm at home tweeting, son. Tweeting, like, shout out to the fucking Titans for doing all that shit that they did today. I wasn't there. I didn't stick around to watch it happen, but I know it happened.
I know it happened, and I'm proud of. He said, "I'm proud of him for doing it." Oh my god!
The idea is there. They have potential,
I feel like
but there's too many plot holes.
I feel like they couldn't really identify what they were, either to lean into their campy side or to lean into their dark, angsty side, and it just came across very disconnected. And whatever the heck they wanted to do with Old Man Bruce, like, what the heck was up with Bruce Wayne?
Worst, fucking worst.
I don't even want to talk about how Batman was portrayed.
I'm so upset. I'm so upset.
At least in season 1, he was better as this myth, this boogeyman.
That we just never saw.
We never saw him, but now he's like a ghost pedophile just in the background somewhere.
Right.
Some characters
just this tea drinking dandy man, just chilling and letting the kids do all the work.
Right, son. Like, and every time, like, you guys people like how every time he's talking, like, not that even it matters, but it's like I just find it weird that Bruce Wayne just is talking like sipping tea with his legs crossed, like everything is like shit is sweet. Right. Like, there's not things going on.
He's a blonde bowling man, and it doesn't make sense.
I don't think I've ever seen that Bruce Wayne before, and
it's a very poor accent.
Thank you for telling me not to watch
that.
Like, he's so comfortable throughout the entire show. Like, why are you so comfortable? And like, and why can only Dick Grayson see you?
Sweatpants, Bruce Wayne.
Hallucinations.
Like, hallucinations, man.
Son.
Oh my god! All right. So moving along, which one of us not smart people didn't download Anthem when it came out?
Oh god.
Oh, are we really beating this dead horse?
Oh, we're beating the shit out of this dead horse.
They sent an update out, so we have to.
Listen, all I gotta say is,
and I hope this reaches the end because I never want to be sponsored by them, and I hope they get that.
Damn.
I need to put this on record.
If you give me a bunch of money, if you want to give me a bunch of money, that is a different. I can stop talking shit for a fee.
For a fee.
I can stop talking shit for a fee. Like, you can buy a 6-month no bonus pass. You know, I give you 20% off the next time you want to re-up, but only one time, and then we good, sir.
I do have to say, I got to put this on record. All right. Ryan, you just absolutely steered me down the wrong direction with this game.
Oh,
and I'm going to put it on you because I was saying, oh,
and you're the older brother.
I'm good. Yeah, you're the older one. You're supposed to know.
So listen, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say
4, 5,
this.
6, 7 months.
First off, everybody that bought the game is stupid. Second off, this is for Watch Dogs. All right, you talked me into buying Watch Dogs, and I played that for like a day. That was terrible. So,
yeah, it was pretty bad.
That was pretty bad.
Oh my
Ghost
God.
Recon.
Wait, which one? Which one? On Wildlands or the recent one?
The recent one.
The recent one.
I
played the demo.
I played with them for like 2 days, and then like we just stopped playing the game.
We just stopped playing.
we just stopped playing the game. It just wasn't worth it. I was like, I'm glad this is a beta. I'm glad I got this for free.
No, not even the beta. I bought the full game because that other one that looks like me talked me into buying it.
Oh, see,
you should know better.
so y'all both just set something up for. They both just set each other up for failure.
After 20 plus years of this nonsense, you should know to not take these recommendations just off the cuff.
You
like
can't say that, but at the same time, it's like getting a recommendation from myself. I have to listen.
No. That should be the first red flag.
Yeah. That stings, but it's true.
There's
That's
two
true.
siblings setting each other up for failure for a lifetime.
You of all people can't trust yourself. I mean that literally, metaphysically, like in every sense and shape of that word, you cannot trust yourself. So I don't know why you be thinking, was your reflection, whether he's down the block, whether he calls you, whether he's in your head.
It's the mirrorverse.
Yeah,
the
like,
reverse.
just know.
Okay, he's saying it's all right. It's gotta be good.
Not good. Well,
hindsight is 2020.
You're probably phoning a friend.
It's gonna happen.
I've recommended some duds. I'll be honest.
Am I the only
Steve,
person that enjoyed Watch Dogs?
I have a problem with that game, actually.
I finished Watch Dogs. I liked it.
Watch Dogs wasn't a bad game. Watch Dogs 2 was terrible.
I finished. No. Okay, I finished Watch Dogs while I was on vacation for a week and a half in Atlanta. Right, I kind of like slept backwards through that game. Huh? You hacked the thing? Oh, okay. Oh, you hit the guy with the stick? Oh, yeah. Okay. This is like a lame GTA where I can't just shoot people.
He says in GTA where I just hack everything.
Yeah, I can't shoot people. Just gotta use my computer. Gotta use my phone. Okay, nerd.
You said nerd.
My biggest issue
it was definitely one of those games too. Where it was cool at the beginning, and then you got tired of hacking
the
thing the time.
I attempted Assassin's Creed, the first one, several times. Like, I didn't play that till after it came out, like maybe a year or so.
That's
funny. I attempted it several times, rented the game, but it was so repetitive. And when I got Watch Dogs, I was like, "This is Assassin's Creed all over again." I'm not doing
That's
it.
hilarious.
I just deleted
because
it. It was
I love the original Assassin's Creed when it came out. I remember playing that.
It was good, but it was too much of the same thing.
He said, "Yes, you are
right,
weirdo." You know what?
You say that, but I remember.
Compound, kill the guy.
You're right. And by Assassin's Creed 2, I kind of felt like, Assassin's Creed 1 just helped me doing the same things over and over. But in the moment, I was like, yo, this is the most groundbreaking game I've ever played.
It was great. In the moment, it was great.
Groundbreaking.
At the end of that game, you were like, okay, I got to do the same goddamn thing again.
Who remembers original Assassin's Creed where the game would just switch camera angles for no reason?
No.
Does anyone remember that?
Got me killed so many times where I'd be like
on a ledge and it would just turn and fall.
I remember when we tried to turn Assassin's Creed into Mario Party.
Oh no.
I'm gonna assassinate this guy and then the camera angle will just turn and I jump to my death.
Yep. I watched my brother die a million times in that game.
No.
Camera angle flips.
You know what? So upset.
You know what game did that the worst? Prince of Persia.
Oh God.
Yeah. Running across the walls. Or you gotta run across this wall. You gotta jump to that pillar. Can you do it? Yes, you can. But will the camera let you? Absolutely not.
Yourself jump sideways.
Absolutely not.
So you can just miss the ledge just by a little bit.
I love all the camera shifts that transition during the wall run. So you'll be running and you jump to one side and the camera switches position from behind you to in front of you. And it's like, oh, here's the mix. Which side were you on? Which side did you just jump to, bro?
Where
I
were
don't know. Yeah, where were you?
Where were you?
Wasting stand, rewinding just to be like, okay, whoa, okay, I was good. I was good. I didn't need to do that. But better safe than sorry. Better safe than sorry. All right.
That's how I knew that game was a long time ago. I had it for PC.
All right, but back to beating this damn horse, man, because I just find it funny that not even the devs or the writers don't know what to do at this point. Like they literally they basically released a statement saying like
we don't know. I get
we don't know. We're figuring it out.
EA,
figuring it out.
If you're listening, hire me, bro. I can fix Anthem. It is not hard, bro. Trust me. Like honestly, what you have to lose, right? Right.
So
you have nothing to lose.
Everything.
We've had this conversation too. You can say that about almost anything that goes badly. Like it's easy fixes, and I don't understand why they aren't done.
EA,
Like,
also, if you're listening,
we already talking about the Justice League movie.
Like I kind of just don't want BioWare to touch anything else sacred at this point. Like I've been asking for a Knights of the Old Republic. Just leave it alone.
You got to be specific. New BioWare, not old BioWare.
Oh, old BioWare. Yeah, you're right.
This is new BioWare.
You're right. You're absolutely right. It's just damn. Like
new BioWare.
You really released the same. Say we don't know what the fuck we're gonna do with this game. Like it's up in the wind. Do you guys have
just apologize for spending your money?
It would have been better if they just not said anything. Why even? Because you're just ripping the band-aid off and the wound's still bleeding.
Yeah, it's one of those we should have just kept saying we're working on things.
But they can't. They really can't because they spent 6 months trying that while the game was alive, and that didn't work out. So like doing it now is kind of like.
I feel like
the game's dead now. Like
I
100%. Next,
I
feel like Division 1.
I 100% forgot that. That's fine, but I completely forgot that Anthem was a fucking property until this thing came out. Like, I was over it.
I thought it was dead in the water.
I had accepted the fact.
Until they did this, and now it's gonna be right back front and center, and everybody's gonna be making YouTube memes.
I'm glad you put it that way. I was totally accepted. Like, yeah, that game doesn't exist anymore. It's gone.
Yeah,
the
game is over.
Something. I'm like, now I gotta think about it.
I was just so happy.
Yeah, it was the Avatar movie.
Oh, stop
the Avatar movie.
Because I was so hyped at the concept, and then something. I was so hyped at the concept, but something in my soul was like, "Don't do it. Just don't do it."
I wish I had listened to that part of my soul.
Franklin was like, "Yo, guys, you need to get this game, bro." I'm just like,
yes.
I hear you. I hear you.
He's the one who hyped me up, and I turned hype Steve up.
Yo, here's another reason why you
anyway.
Yo, don't listen to Franklin's, and that's rule number 2.
Dude, I learned that now. Franklin. How many times he's what? I can't remember what game he just tried to get by.
Oh,
he's like a little kid in Toys R Us. Like every time he goes on an aisle, it's lit. And then he goes to another aisle, it's lit again. And it just never ends. Like every time we hit a new aisle, it resets. He's more lit. It's just just don't even engage. You came here to get one thing, and you get that one thing, and you get out. Don't even engage.
It's like I feel like Anthem was in a place to deliver a completely new experience, and then they was like, you know what, we fucked up, so we're gonna try again and deliver a completely new experience. And then fast forward to today, like, nah, the
game that
just
came out, that is Anthem, felt like somebody got lazy mid-development. Like they were designing missions, they got to the third one, they designed that one, they were on mission design 4, and someone was like, 3's enough, to worry about it.
It doesn't feel like that. It kind of feels like they had 3 ideas, and only 3 ideas.
And only the 3 ideas?
That's it.
We're gonna put you in a padded Iron Man suit and just let you do whatever
suit. It flies.
And that's what got most people. That's what got most people.
Yeah, which is amazing.
Bought into that.
I kind of bought into the fucking the lie that they showed me at E3 all those years ago. I thought it was gonna be like a monster fighting, like you wear your armor, you go onto the wilderness.
Dude, I bought into that same lie. I thought it was gonna be like flying Iron Man Monster Hunter.
Yeah,
flying Iron Man Monster Hunter, like that's.
You go to the walkers in the middle of the forest to resupply and change your gear and shit, because what the fuck else would they be there for?
Mm-hmm.
And
the biggest lie I bought into was this was gonna be the hardcore Destiny competitor, the Destiny killer. Every fucking thing that Destiny did wrong and do it right because they could learn from them, and they did nothing. They did none of
that. No, it's hilarious.
The exact same thing.
No, it's
Oh
not
my
that,
God.
it's not even that they did the exact same thing. It's not that they made the same mistakes. They found all new mistakes to make. Like, I find it baffling because what you don't have a problem with in Destiny is, oh my God, all these guns look the same. No, your exotics don't. All your exotics are completely different than the guns in the game.
True.
Anthem, I couldn't tell an exotic gun from a standard gun. Like, if you stripped away the colored background.
Which I will say with their other
the same
update they
template
had
of gun
a couple
all the way up to
into the
gold.
year,
I didn't get past the
it's
beta.
started. The update. I did play their whatever that new update was that happened in like February, January, where they actually
There was an update?
Yeah, there was.
See, like that's how
They-
uninformed you
that
are.
one-
Like,
Yeah,
That one
I had no
actually,
idea.
like the guns felt different. They had different gun archetypes. It was actually
Yeah,
a difference
I saw
between
that update,
Masterwork
but
and Legendary.
too little, too
It
late.
was- No,
Too
I
little, too
completely
late.
agree. I completely agree. For me, it was like I bought the game. It's a free update. I might as well see what's different.
And the most thorough kick in the pants, right?
Mhm.
And I already knew what their plan was for this. But the fact you only had 4 javelins, right? The only interesting thing in this game are the javelins.
Yeah,
The enemies aren't interesting. The guns aren't interesting.
They have no.
The story isn't interesting.
at all.
You have all these
It
girls
was-
keep flirting with you
it
you
was
can't talk
until
to.
it took a
No, it
left turn.
wasn't. No, it
It
wasn't.
started, it was
I
a little
was not
It
interesting.
started out okay, and then
I didn't understand the story when I was playing it, so
The start, it was a little interesting, and then it just took a left turn.
Like, but
So the game was bad. Next. Oh my
digress.
God.
I digress. Right. The
Like,
most interesting
we-
part of the game was the fucking mech suits, and I 100% guarantee you that if this game was successful, they've been selling you the mech suits at like $50 a pop.
Exactly.
Like, you would get the first 4 for free, and every one after that would have been a $50 pop per mech suit. And that would have been like that. And if that happened, I would have uninstalled it at that point. That's when I would have uninstalled.
Mm.
Well, also,
Like,
I'm pretty sure that's when like monetization was getting out of control around the time Anthem came out. Anyway,
I mean, which is super hilarious that there were so little things in that game that even the cash shop didn't have anything in it worth buying.
Yo,
So
do you
kind of-
remember?
Yes.
Do you remember?
My
being
soul
there
rejected
at
it too,
week
dog.
one, Seeing everything in the shop, and you're like, "Cool. I wonder what's here for week 2." And you come back week 2, it's the same thing.
same thing.
Yeah,
Same.
just nothing
same
in this
thing.
shop.
Items
So
didn't rotate. They switched
and,
slots.
and that's how you know the game was half-assed, because EA money grubbing bitch ass didn't even
Didn't
have the
come up
time
with enough stuff to make you buy.
to money grub. Like, they didn't even do the thing they were supposed to do.
At all.
Like, listen, it was like a good idea, and then somewhere along the way, somebody who shouldn't have been in charge got in charge, or I guess someone who should have been in charge wasn't in charge. So much more.
It's
Yeah,
like
it's one of
accurate.
those, it feels like one of those games like it was someone in the company's baby, so
And-
they had to see it through, but it
I
just
don't even feel like it's coming. It was like it was like a good idea that they all kind of like half-assedly had, and then
it's like
was, yeah,
it's
we'll-
like
we'll-
somebody
we'll
dropped.
do tomorrow.
It's like somebody
Yeah,
dropped
we'll
the
do it.
script in
Yeah.
the toilet and just tried to read the smeared ink.
I think it was.
And
it
that's
was
what we
more
got.
Of they promised too much. Like, it was, oh, we're gonna do this. Oh, you want that? Yeah, we're gonna do that. Oh, you want that? Yeah, we're gonna do
Nah,
that.
because they
Oh, you
didn't
don't
know
have
what
any
they
idea
were.
how to do that?
They
Okay,
didn't
we
even know
can't
what
do
they
that.
were doing until the E3, like 3 weeks before the E3 demo that they
Even
put
the
together.
E3
It was,
demo, like looking back, like it looked cool at the same. Like you still had that sense of, oh, we're gonna fight these big ass monsters. But even then, it
they
was
can make
like
anything cool.
it just.
Are you on Discord for mobile?
no, I was
Alright, so the
sitting
sound should
down
be back.
in,
Yeah, there we go.
in my machine on my phone with Tyrone. I didn't bother.
Chill.
I'm still technically sitting in it.
Twitch, we're back.
Yeah, there we go.
Back.
We're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Back.
All right, so let's. Yeah, we. It was bad. Anthem was
Question
really
is,
bad.
where did we even cut out at? Like, when did we cut out?
Oh,
Yeah,
it was towards the end, like where we were beating the horse into like to the skull cracked, and like we were beating it into particles, and that was the end of that conversation.
Okay.
Board.
Yeah, just pulverizing like
Big-
the skull of the
Big
horse.
particle jutsu.
Yep.
This is the embers we put out after the house fire.
Big
Like, oh,
particle
Exactly.
jutsu.
Just gonna
Alright.
put this out now.
So yeah, next on the list,
It's gonna
Anthem,
stop.
bad game, bad from conception all the way to birth. This is
Mhm.
what happens when you don't plan ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Don't be like EA.
Don't be
Do
like
better.
EA at all.
Just be better, bro. Like
Gonna be
if
better.
you wake up every day and you're better than EA, then
All right.
you're doing it, kid. Like,
All right.
that's-
Speaking of redemption arcs, has anyone read the This Week at Bungie, aka the TWAB?
So I was looking to do a little bit of that.
I'm
on my
super
way
disconnected from
home.
Bungie right now.
I understand
I-
completely. I have no choice
I'm
but to
kinda
ride this out.
Against camp right now because I've been very. I have. I don't even know how to say this.
Take your
I
time.
hate the we're gonna fucking all right. Here's the bounty. Do the bounty. Turn in the bounty.
Oh, my baby dragon is in the
Okay,
chat.
no,
What's
no.
up?
Like
I
the
hate-
Saint 13 story was very compelling. Like I like that shit. It was good. The start of the year with Cade's death or what's that? Was that even this
I
year?
just have to
Was that
say
last year?
one
I'll-
thing.
I'll-
One
I'll-
thing
I'll let you.
is, as a hunter, son, it should have been Zavala. And
Yeah.
I'm just leave it at that. it should have been Zavala. That's how I feel. Like
I mean,
it would have
it
been.
was never ever gonna be Zavala.
It was
so-
never gonna be Zavala. Merc by a skirt. Thanks for the subscribe. I appreciate you.
Love, like if you they had to add like some kind of emotional push. They needed that push to form together as a team. Otherwise, they would have never made it. Cade
Listen,
had to
like,
get
listen,
pushed
let,
together.
Ryan got it right. It's very simple. Since no one cares about Zavala, so he can't die. Ikor would never die, so the only option
Yeah.
you really have.
First of all,
left,
I respect Ikora. Like
Ikor,
I feel
Ikora
like-
genuinely scares me as a human being.
Big
Like,
G, son.
How many
Like,
more
that
times have
is-
you read where, like everybody
Cade's
was
also
like,
the
"Yeah,
character you feel the most feels for, honestly.
Yeah.
When you think about characters,
Steve
like
with the follow.
he's the most feel. Because if Zavala died, we'd be like, I guess.
Yeah,
It would
it,
definitely not be
we
the way
killed
everyone
Cade
felt about
because
Cade
Cade was Cade, and I just can't
Cade
get
was our
over it.
guy. He helped us get to the Dreadnought. Like he was a very involved part of the story as far as the Vanguard was concerned. The rest of them were like, all right, don't mess with it.
And for those on the chat who aren't Destiny savvy, Cade is the best
Was
of Destiny. Was the best of
Yes.
Destiny. Shut up. Shut up. Like we don't need to do that right now. All right.
If you haven't gotten it by now, he's dead.
Yeah, so he's dead now, guys. Like,
Yeah.
let
What's
it go.
It's been a long
Uh-oh.
Hey, without you, my
No,
friend.
no. I will leave this podcast right now.
Oh my god. Man, but
I will fucking end you.
our fucking
So-
Angie, but they're trying to.
I think I feel like there is a huge disconnect right now. Like I know Grim, you're primarily a PvP player. Like you're very
Yes.
good at it. I've seen the streams. For me, like I'm not. I can keep up with you guys, but I am not a hardcore PvP player. Like I'm the one that's like, okay, guys, I got to kill in trials. Now I'm gonna go hide.
You said why?
Come back and fucking kill 3 people by myself. It's just not gonna happen. I just don't play PvP like that. So to not have a story that's gripping, like Saint 14 coming in, that was a gripping story. I loved him as a character and his lore entries, like that was good.
Mhm.
Story with Rasputin coming in and the dark approaching, it didn't grip me enough. So to have that kind of like, it feel like kind of half-assed in my opinion.
I'll put it to you like this. I kind of feel like you feel that way because when we had the Saint 14 shit, it felt like episodes. Every week you logged in, you did the Saint 14
I
mission,
agree with that.
and you felt like you accomplished something, like you did
Yeah,
something.
I
You
agree
ran the
with
mission, and you
Incremental
fought the boss with him.
progressions.
Yeah, this feels like chores. You come in every day, do your bounties, clear the bunker, do that. All right,
The-
clear your bunker, farm the
the
tokens,
same
farm the bounties,
bunker
hand it in.
every
From the-
day. Every day you have to clear the
Like-
same bunker, same enemies in the same way. Like it was like I know other games
As a
like, other- like,
PvP
there's-
player in general, son, this
boring.
shit is
It's
just
boring.
stale as
It's boring.
hell to me.
It's boring.
Son.
It's hella boring. And,
And
this is Bungie's problem. Every time they figure out something good, they
They do it too
overuse
much.
it, and then it becomes something that we don't want anymore. Like every fucking
Oh
time.
yeah, all of Destiny 1 was the Halo 2 door.
Yeah, and
because
as
it was so good in Halo 2, they used it everywhere.
Forget that. No.
Every day.
Forget Destiny 1. Like, look back 6 months. What was the thing that we kept doing nonstop before this? Horde mode. Every set had a different version of a horde mode.
Oh yeah, we just kept
rehashing.
Horde mode. Now, farm your bounties. Go kill 10 enemies. Go to IO and scratch your nose. Go to barbecue. 4 bounties. Hand them in. Do this. Do that. Hand in those bounties. I'm just like, why?
Spend your money on the season pass. More bounties.
Why?
More bounties.
Why?
Thanks for getting yourself more access to more bounties.
More bounties. There's more stuff for you to farm for bounties.
At least every now and then they decide to give us the stupid, like the quest missions, like what we have right. Even though this one kind of sucks. The winter was I have a reason to log in because I want to chase the good guns. You know, that's why I play this game. I chase the good guns to go in and use the good guns. And then they go in PvP and use the good guns. But we ain't got no good guns, guys.
And that's one of the core things that they touched on in the this week at Bungie. So apparently, in an answer to our spare rations revoker problem, what we're gonna do is we're going to give weapons a 4-season power cap. Meaning that
that's how long it is? 4 seasons?
4 seasons.
Yeah,
so we get
what each one?
Yeah, we get like about a year and some change. So what they said they were gonna do is they're gonna I guess we have a reason. I guess come September we're gonna have a reason to jump back into the old raids because the old raids are gonna have they're gonna get a power again like a buff and power. So they're gonna be like a higher drop.
I feel like we tried that already. Didn't we do that already?
Yeah, we did that in D1.
Okay, I thought I was tripping for a second.
No, it's exactly what we did in D1. Whereas we up to a certain point, things were real strong, and then once new content dropped, it's like okay, we're refreshing the loot pool.
Destiny 2, Electric Boogaloo, son, do it all again. And I've been saying. That was one thing I noticed a long time ago. All the things that we did in Destiny 1, from the way things get in, fucking what was our favorite heavy sniper rifle, the Black Spindle, whatever. The exact same thing that happened in D1 happened in this game. No shit.
It's too strong. Oh, we nerfed the shit out of this.
They had to nerf White Nail. Obviously. Literally, they had to do the exact same thing. Why would they think that things would be different? But
someone managed to convince them that it'd be somehow different.
But this yearly lifespan thing is interesting. It does force you to use new guns.
Yeah, it unfortunately kills people like me who are relics who come in after 2 years and have old stuff but can still clap you because I still have stuff that works.
Exactly. I mean,
it kind of kills people like me who I just want to come in and play every once in a while. It's well, you don't have stuff that works anymore.
And I just have my one.
This doesn't solve the problem.
And I was saying my one deep issue. My one deep issue, before we move on, is as a PvP player, is that everybody, almost everybody and their grandmother has the revoker now, right? We can say that without a doubt that almost everybody and their grandmother has a revoker. It is by far the easiest sniper to use in the game. Absolutely the easiest sniper to use in the game. My reticle could be
yeah. So wait, so what's the punchline?
The punchline is that it rewards you for being a terrible sniper.
Oh, absolutely. It's a poorly designed weapon, but it's designed to reward bad people because bad people feel like they don't get rewarded.
So it's you made me work so hard for this just so I could reward you made me suffer using crappy snipers just so I could use a sniper that would reward me for being a crappy sniper.
Listen, son, I'm not upset that it exists. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I kind of feel like I don't believe in totally like shutting out players with like get good, get better, eat it or die. Like, I don't. So them having a gun that you're bad. So this gun protects you from being yourself. I don't mind that. I feel like that is a good gameplay mechanic because it makes you feel good. Like, I can be more confident picking up a sniper and even practicing with it because I don't have that pressure on me. Like, damn, I only get 3 rounds or I get 4 rounds and I miss, and then it feels bad,
it's
man.
Like a little reward. You put in all this work with those snipers, and now
the dickhead in me does care because I feel like
I can understand that.
I feel like if you're trash with a sniper rifle, then you just shouldn't be sniping at all.
Well, what if I want to be not trash with a sniper rifle?
Yeah, what if you want to practice, bro? Like that's kind of like the thing. Like people.
That's what quick play is for. If we just let quick play be quick play, instead of just trying to mash everyone together.
I mean, I don't think it's about quick play. Like I get it. It's annoying getting into a competitive game where people who not playing with their most powerful stuff or testing things out or don't understand that they're not good with something or other. But you just kind of just gotta deal with that, bro. Like that's not the problem. Like that is not a problem that Destiny or Bungie has to solve for. Like I have bigger issues. Like this whole yearly lifespan thing is cool because it forces you to use new stuff, which is fine.
But the power cap will only be applying to game modes like Iron Banner and Trials.
Only applies to Iron Banner and Trials?
Yeah.
Alright, okay, cool.
It's gonna turn quick play into a sweaty sweat fest like it was
Alright, okay. Allow me to amend my statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
If this fix is to like address people using old weapons, like abusing the Revoker for 16,000 years in Trials forever or whatever, like if this is to address that, I think there's a better way to do that.
Okay.
Which is a ban list.
A ban list.
You would just make a ban list for competitive. Like
Call of Duty.
In my thought bubble, like you would just have like you can make game modes of it. Like if Bungie wants to test it for a week, you could have a game mode where you can't use exotics, or or a game where you can't use you can only use blue stuff or below, or you can use legendary stuff or below, like game modes like that. Just to like
give legendary and lower, bare bones Destiny, no exotics.
Yeah, give them a taste of that.
Yeah, we have Mayhem coming down.
Yeah. And then after we go through that, after you see the usage rates, you make a ban list for competitive. Like if Revoker has a 67% usage rate and an 89% win rate, then that bitch is getting fucking on. That shit's on the ban list for the next 3 months or however often you decide to refresh it, And that would just solve all the problems without you having to constantly do these fucking cartwheels and backflips to do balances for PvE and PvP. Like, no, Revoker's a problem. Can't play it in Trials, bro. Luna's Howl or the other thing is a problem. Can't play it in Trials, bro. Astral Horizon is
Hawk Moon 2020
is nerfed. Like the people who I want to use this thing, but now it's banned. Those people are still gonna complain, especially in a game.
Well, then that's just life, bro. You can't have it both ways because there's a problem, right? The problem is that people keep using the old stuff in competitive modes, not trying new guns, whatever. Like, and if that's a problem that the community is going to complain about, here is the answer. All right, you can't complain about the thing and then not complain about the other side. Like, there are only 2 ways for this, because people don't. I assume people are not gonna like the whole after a year or however you just can't.
Oh no! Like
period.
Like the Twitter's already split. Like that argument is already being had. Like,
right.
The people are like.
So I'm not advocating for a total annihilation forever. I'm advocating for a slight suspension for misbehavior. All right.
Oh no! Like from the way they were wording it, and this is going on by the way that they were wording it. It sounds like that some weapons are gonna be reintroduced at a certain point. So it's almost similar to like vaulting weapons. So like, we're gonna put this in the vault for a little bit.
I understand that, but I can already see that not working out because you putting the gun in the closet for 6 months to a year, and then you taking it out of the closet 6 months to a year later, the gun didn't change in the closet. If you were getting 3 tapped by the Luna's house 6 months ago and it didn't get changed and it comes back out, you're still gonna get 3 tapped by the Luna's howl now that it's back.
So like our incentive would have to be to make just better guns.
Right, but that's another problem because eventually you hit the limit.
How much better can we make it?
How
Yeah,
much better
like
can
there's
we
a
make
limit
this
to
gun?
which
limit.
gun till we had 1 tap.
Listen to Obi, listen to Zeph, and Grim, Cass, all the guys that play PvP regularly.
Mhm.
There is a specific, when you get that archetype, there's a specific set of perks you're looking for. Doesn't matter what the gun is, doesn't matter what it looks like, you're always looking for that.
Yeah, like Hero the
Yeah,
only
yeah,
Hero the
yeah,
16
yeah,
is
yeah,
really good,
yeah.
and there's only good
And
things.
like most of that solely depends on the archetype too. Most of that solely
Yeah,
depends on the
that's what he
archetype.
said. That's what he said.
There's only so many archetypes too, but like it's there. I guess I get vaulting some stuff, but at some point you're gonna vault it and you're gonna come out with another gun that's the exact same thing. It's just gonna have a different skin on it.
Yes, exactly. That's another thing. I'm upset that I almost missed the best point. Right? There are not enough. The disparity between good perks and bad perks, and then the archetypes that contain them. There's something off there. It's very miscued.
It's extremely skewed.
It's very because we're getting to the point where they're saying, "Oh, we know that you want opening tap the trigger and opening shot on a gun. Well, you just can't. Those things just can't roll together anymore." Oh, okay.
I'm just
So what
overall
am I supposed to
tired
use
of this
now?
stale meta that we have right now. Like,
So wait,
I mean,
how's it
it's
stale? What's stale
meta
about
is
it?
gonna be
Huh?
changing left and right because we've gone from
What's so stale about it?
because like
Right now.
just off of experimenting alone, like I found like like there are combinations that work, but the combinations that people solely like lean on or crutch on right now is either Aaron Tell, because fusion rifle.
because it's still.
Cheers, bro. I'm playing S tier.
Yeah,
I'm playing S tier.
Bastion, which
Fusion
is
rifle.
Bastion, just for whatever reason, is just a shotgun, but we pass it along as a fusion rifle, but it's a fucking shotgun. But
Alright, so okay, what else? Talk to me.
all right, so
What else? Because
shotguns,
because
I'm really not like shotguns. I really don't have an issue with because it's like one, you gotta get in. But it's like everybody's like on this slide tip, and this is like like everybody's just like going brain dead with the slide shotgun shit. I literally can't take it because it's like, yo, bro, like I'm literally jumping over you, and you're still trying to do the same shit. Like you haven't learned the first time.
Alright, so okay. The separate thing I want to address here. Like, first thing we have to understand about Destiny is that this isn't like a real. I shouldn't say this isn't a real shooter, but this isn't like your traditional. It's not a tactical shooter.
Oh, it's not. This is a game designed to make you feel good.
And it's not even Call of Duty where it's like that really visceral drop 30 bomb. Grrr, I feel it. I'm the best. Cut my ass. Twitter her. It's not even that.
Mm-hmm.
The way you play competitive, the way you play PvP in Destiny, it's about who can one-shot the other person.
Right.
All the things that you mentioned it's about one-shotting the person and getting to your
making your life easier, not harder. Like that's essentially the name of the game.
That's the game, right? And I don't want to say that's by design. I kind of feel we just kind of like that's just by happenstance and the choices we made. That's just where we live now.
Mm-hmm.
But it's really come down to being one-shotting. So yeah, once you understand the name of the game, outside of you playing long peaks with hand cannon or something. It's about one-shotting. It's about Titus hitting around the corner, sliding into position with your sniper out, bing, hit him around the corner, scoot back, bing, hit the guy in the corner, scoot, shoulder charge that third guy who was coming around the corner, and then you win. Like, that's one shots. That's what the name of the game is. So all the guns that annoy you are gonna be the guns that are one shot, and all the guns that are one shot are the guns that will be popular, because the name of this game is one shotting, because you can do it so simply, so easy.
I want that gunfight to be over as fast as possible.
I want the gunfight to be over. I don't honestly, I don't want to have a gunfight. That's why I used to love the Lord of Wolves. Like, they turned the corner.
Oh yeah, it was curtains. Like
you just delete them. You just delete them
like straight into the ether. Like there's.
So when people complain about balance in Destiny, I kind of laugh a little bit, because like there is no balance, right? We can only just make this game as enjoyable for as many people at the same time as possible, because there's nothing else for us. Because if you want balance, all those one-shotting fun things, all your hunter rolls that take away people's radar and fuzz the screen and disconnect from the grenade tracking, all that's gone. Rip all that out. Like that has to disappear. Like all the tight skating around the corner, getting your shoulder charged.
Backing up to when Destiny 2 first launched, and you had shoulder charge Titans that couldn't one shot. How many people, and I was one of them, how many people complained?
Oh snap.
There were so many people that were just like, how many Titans switched off and went to Hunters? Because they couldn't one shot with the shoulder charge. They had to change the whole archetype.
That was a beautiful time in Destiny for me, to be quite honest. I'm not even gonna lie about it.
It's how they got.
I enjoyed that thoroughly.
Right? It's so good. That's just how.
Yeah. I'm sure you did enjoy it, because it was a wonderful time to be alive for you.
Yes,
like,
it was.
Oh. And then Titans complained loud enough, and I was one of them. I complained so much.
Yeah.
I know I jumped around for different classes, but I played Titan for a while, and I complained.
You got to be a hunter for a little bit.
There's just some classes you didn't use in PvP because there's no point. Shoulder charge did not kill in one hit, and by the time you actually recover from the frames of
I shotgunned you, dead.
We're dead. You're dead. They'll melee you.
I turned and I shotgunned you. Like
a hunter will melee you twice in the time it takes you to shoulder charge and recover to try and punch.
Wait, I'm gonna stop you there, because it took 3 melees back in the day to kill somebody.
You're right. You're right.
It took 3 melees, bro.
No,
but shotgun was power ammo.
Don't get too far into that, because that's a whole nother story for another thing that you're gonna talk about later. So, but yeah, man, it is what it is. I mean, it was what it was.
And like,
the game is for casual players.
And since we're talking about casual players, like I want to bring up something else. Yeah. Yeah. I know. Cass wants to talk about this so bad. Accessibility in gaming, bro. Are we making shit too easy?
Yep.
Dude, we got
no.
Okay. Elaborate.
I feel like I pumped this shit in wrong. All right. There's a difference between ease and accessibility, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's a stark difference between these two things, and we get these two things. Humans get these two things confused very often.
Okay.
Right? I got this big argument with somebody else about a couple days ago, so this is like a little fresh in my mind.
Okay.
But I will admit, games have become more accessible, right? Games are a product designed to make money.
Okay.
And you want to make as much money as possible.
Okay.
You know, of course, you want to respect the integrity of your craft and all the things that are important to you as a person. However, at the end of the day, you got to pay your bills. You want to make the game
as possible.
As many people playing the game as possible. You want the game to be accessible, right? You know, we always want the perfect form is that the game is easy to play, difficult to master, right? That's the golden path, right?
Mm-hmm.
That is a very difficult thing to find, okay? And a lot of people land on different sides of the scale when it comes to that, right?
Right.
So I'm not gonna say games are too easy. I'm saying games have become more accessible, and to people like us who are very hardcore gamers, right? We see accessibility, like, because we're fossils. We're fossils. So we see this change. We see accessibility. We see things like that as, oh, you're just making the game easy. Because back in my day, you had to fucking put the thing in with your teeth and hold it with your toes and kick the TV 3 times and then unplug it and plug it into the player 2 slot, then put in the code, plug it back in the player 1 slot. Like, yeah, so like
I'll
that.
both places winner.
And switch just between loading screens.
Yeah, that's not accessibility. Like that is the opposite of accessibility. Right?
I will say I want to weigh in on this topic because I am one of those filthy casuals that comes in every now and then and plays. And I used to be, granted, not as hardcore, for the last almost decade, but prior to that, I was as hardcore as anybody could be in a game. And one of my big pet peeves, I would say a decade ago, it started with DC Universe and stuff, was I got, just for whatever life reasons, choices I made with my time, I got busy. And the accessibility of getting back into DC and feeling comfortable with the game was just not there, and I voiced that. I voiced that over and over and over again. And Ryan was the big one who kept saying, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? And it's like, this game's not fun anymore for me. Even when everybody's on and I could get on, it's not fun anymore for me. Because if I miss one weekend of raiding, I am so far behind on everything. And it's just, you're done. Nowadays, I'm playing I'm playing a lot more casual just because of different stuff going on in my life. But I played Final Fantasy 14. I played all 3 patches of the game when I bought it in a summer, and was able to catch up. And I'm enjoying the game. There's definitely a level between mastering that game and somebody who's just around for the kick of it. And I'd like to think of that's one of those games where I can come in and remember the old stuff, learn the new stuff relatively quickly, and still not master it, because I would say Ryan and Herson are probably masters at that game, but I still know enough to fit in where I want. You know what I mean?
Right.
Even DBZ, I get my ass handed to me in DBZ every single time, but I feel accessibility to that game because characters aren't locked behind screens of stuff. There's a season pass for stuff if I really want to get into it. So I think games are definitely a lot more accessible, and it's definitely a lot easier for somebody who's casually coming into the gaming to the game to be able to feel like they're accomplishing something, feel like they can play with their friends that might be more hardcore and still keep up.
All right, so I'm gonna chime in. Oh, go ahead, say something. I'm gonna let y'all get y'all say that.
It's something kind of to build off of Steven's point was. So I'm kind of getting into that point where he is right now. Like I'm going in my 2nd year of marriage, so my time is starting to dwindle down where I'm not as hardcore. And it's nice to have that we'll call it accessibility where like Steve, I don't think he's been on Final Fantasy in like 2 weeks or so, but he's cleared the hardest level content in the game so far. He's still got the highest level gear so far, and he's not like super far behind. And it's kind of nice with all these grindy games coming out right now. Like before I was playing Destiny, I was playing Final Fantasy. I'm getting back into DC. The DC's not as bad as it was, but I'm playing a lot of hard grindy ass games where I don't have to throw 100% of my attention in. Like Final Fantasy is my favorite game, Final Fantasy 14. So that gets the majority of my attention, but I can still put it down, pick up COD, and just go right into it. Or I can put it down, pick up Destiny, and I can go right into it. Or I can, I'm not too far behind the 8 ball just because I focused all my time in one game.
Okay. I have issues. I have deep-rooted issues.
Deep-rooted.
All right, so speak your piece, bro.
Deep-rooted issues. It's not that I don't want. It's not that I don't want gaming to be accessible to everybody. But I just feel like we're tipping the scales of balance too far in one direction.
Like too close to that participation trophy kind of feeling?
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
exactly. And I feel why I feel that way is that I feel like there's a way that we can do it without, in a sense, like, pushing, like, the participation trophy, like, hey, like, you mashed this, you did it.
Okay, so what do you consider like what game would you consider having participation trophies? And if you're gonna say season 1 of Destiny 2, hold that in a bubble because we're gonna get into that. But and give me another option because that's a story.
No, I'm Destiny. The Destiny franchise in a whole is like it's something that I don't really see as competitive. Like like at one point, like when the game first like D1, like those dreams were.
I mean, okay. I'll ask you a question again because like when I say something's too easy, like or something's been participation trophy, it doesn't just mean in the PvP aspect, right? Because if you remember, I'm gonna use the Destiny 2 Season 1. Do you remember how casually streamlined Destiny 1 is? Destiny 2 Season 1 was?
Dear God.
Like,
that required no effort. No effort.
You didn't do I had everything in a week because
we felt like we had no content to do because we cleared everything so
because
quick.
We had everything so fast.
The super hardcore bros looked at that super accessible casual stuff like
dude, how many people reached max level in like a weekend? How many?
All of us. We all did it at the same time.
We all
3 Titans just traded gear around.
Yeah, and to us that was like weak sauce, right? That was the easiest set of things we ever had to do to get things done. But somebody like my girlfriend who doesn't really play this game, she's not good like us. She plays casually with her friends.
She's not gonna get it done in 4 days like we do.
Yeah. That pace is kind of like good for her because then she can actually get shit done and don't feel like damn. Blah,
like, yeah,
blah,
that's
blah.
me.
I didn't play for the last 3 days. I have to do my hair, so now I can't play for the next 6 months because I'm behind.
Yeah, you're behind. I gotta wait for the next season.
Okay.
Yeah, that I'll say is a hard balance. It's hard to make it enough stuff for people like us to do, and not so much stuff that if you want to.
I kind of feel like you're right. It is a hard balance, and the answer is that there can be no balance. When you make a game, you have to make the decision.
What I mean by balance, this is what I mean by balance. What I mean by balance is I feel like in any game that has like like competitive, whether it be competitive end game or competitive like player content, whether it be fighting game shooters, like anything that'll require you to put time and effort to like really dig into the game. I feel like there has to be winners and losers. Point blank. Period.
I mean, all right. They should. I agree. They should always be winners and losers. Don't leave it so vague like that. What games like would you say?
So losers feel like they're playing.
What games like? Give me an example.
They're playing the game.
So I'm not gonna say Destiny, but what's a good example? I'm trying to think of a good example without using Destiny. All right, so I'm gonna use a fighting game, and this is like just principle, like okay, so I'm gonna bring up a really old game. Matter of fact, from a game that first introduced to me accessibility. Remember when Marvel 3 first dropped?
Oh shit. I already know.
Remember simple mode?
Yeah.
Oh god, let's not talk about simple mode.
Yeah.
So,
right. So what was your problem with simple mode?
My problem with simple mode was that you could take Hulk and Sentinel online and mash one button.
DBZ auto combo?
No,
like,
it's worse.
No. Stop. Don't get into that. All right, I get that. So wait. So wait. I never used simple mode. Was simple mode? What did you like?
It was DBZ auto combo, but in a game like Marvel, you gotta remember how fast that game was. So something like that was just redonkulous in that game.
So and Sentinel was ridiculous when the game first came out.
You gotta remember, original Sentinel 13, like 1.3 mil health, super brolic Sentinel was redonkulous, killing you in like a combo and a half back then, with no effort. Like simple combos, combo and a half death. Like not even trying.
I kind of like that's more like a design.
But my thing with Marvel though,
but it's still introduced.
If you played advanced mode,
mm-hmm.
you kind of unlock the game. Like you kind of unlock so much more.
Exactly.
Like it wasn't as integrated as something like Dragon Ball, where it's part of it, but it's not the only thing.
simple.
And another problem that I have with simple mode is like me and Stretch used to go to the GameStop downtown in downtown Newark like a lot because for whatever reason, like New Jersey's FGC. There's a lot going on in your background right now. No, it's okay. No, it's all right. But me and Stretch used to go down there and we used to like mingle with the the community because I want to say the manager at the time was really cool with all of us, so he would just like have Marvel 3 on the setup at all times, so we just all be sitting there playing Marvel 3 on pad, like sweaty as hell on pad.
Yeah. So what's up?
So my thing was there was this one kid, I'll never forget him, son. Like this smug asshole, bro. Smug asshole, bro. Had a team. I'll never forget, bro. Like so I'm just gonna walk you through the day I met this motherfucker, bro. me and Stretch pull up to GameStop. It's a little bit more crowded than usual. Like, so we get in there, we see our usual homies, we dap everybody up. He's like, yo man, this new kid, and he walked up in here, he's been busting everybody's ass, man. Y'all gotta get him off the sticks. And me and Stretch is like, yo, we got this, and we good. Like, so we see who he's playing. Like, he's playing Morgan, Hulk, and Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody else is like, trying to dig into the game. Like, everybody else is like, like trying to figure shit out. My boy is on simple mode.
No. He came here to win.
With Morgan, Hulk, and Sentinel mashing one button. Think he's hot shit, son. Beating people, shrugging his shoulders and shit. Like,
but he was.
I'm about this life, like.
But he was winning, bro. What's up?
He felt good.
He was winning, bro. What's up?
Yeah,
he was winning. What's up?
If you can't beat his simple mode nonsense, he feel good about himself.
Yeah, that's kind of on you, bro.
No, we was busting that ass, bro, when we figured it out.
All right, so then what's good? So then,
but my thing is that it's like things like that take away from you actually learning how to play a game at its deepest level.
The MH.
This is true, but exactly.
He didn't think the time to. He doesn't want to. He's acceptable. You keep busting that ass, right?
It's not like simple mode is something you choose to do, and then you can never not pick it to learn more about the game, right? Like he's not simple mode for life. Everything he picks up a stick and auto picks simple mode, and that's just how he has to live his life for the rest of his days. Like, no, if he wanted to know more about the game,
but you're not gonna walk up in my GameStop thinking you hot shit.
So what you're telling me is that you have a bad memory. You have a bad memory about simple mode, so now all the accessibility has to go.
No. That's not the point I'm trying to make at all.
No, that's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like. Okay, so moving past him walking up to my GameStop, he said, "Bring up COD." COD to me, like I feel like COD is always just like.
They decided to make Call of Duty harder, and people complained, and then they dialed it back and made it easy again.
Yeah,
that's a hard one though.
I mean, Call of Duty's never been.
Call of Duty is meant for the casual
exactly.
Player.
Yeah,
that's
what Call of Duty was never
Yeah.
your competitive game. It was the game you picked up because you felt.
I mean, you could play competitively, but
we're in college. We got some time off. We got a weekend. Let's everybody get together. We're gonna play.
Everyone get on Call of Duty and play.
Everybody get on Call of Duty like us bust ass. Like we were.
That's one of those shooters that you can play that I have played. You just.
Son, when I think about,
it doesn't matter what happens.
Yeah, I will say, like, as far as the accessibility, like leveling the playing field, like you still get into some of those sweaty ass lobbies against people that really know how to play the game, and they wipe you all over the floor, and you're just like, what happened? And you're like, oh yeah, look at all 5 of them in a clan. Like, obviously they know they know what they're doing.
You check that KD, and then they're like plus what 3.25. You're like, okay, yeah, he knows what he's doing.
I have a very intimate reason why it's hard for me to put like to loop like Modern Warfare into that, because it's like, like I didn't really like try to like go hard in Call of Duty. I just enjoyed Call of Duty for what it was, especially Modern Warfare 2. Like I have really intimate memories of Modern Warfare 2.
Like a lot of people did. They just liked to come online after work or after school or after whatever and play till 3 o'clock in the morning, screaming on Xbox Live or whatever.
Yes, son. Like,
everyone,
it was
everyone had
I
the
was one of those
exact
guys that
so
actually-
toxic, and I loved it.
experience. Everyone had the same experience. Like,
It
it was the
was
same no matter what.
so toxic.
So
The
that's just what it
toxicity,
was.
Like,
All of the toxic.
And think
beautiful
about well,
toxicity.
It was great.
let me use that point. Let me use Call of Duty to prove the opposite point. It's kind of against the whole accessibility being a bad thing. You know, think about how many memories you have from that game. You know, whether it's raging or hearing a friend rage, Ryan, or you know, like you know, seeing the different levels and the nostalgia you have now playing Modern Warfare. When some of those Modern Warfare 2 levels come back, you're like, oh, I remember that game. And people are buying those games because of those memories, because of the accessibility, the time you're just goofing around with your boys. Right. So I think the accessibility from a marketing standpoint is essential. In
absolutely. Very
essential. You're always going to want more people to play your game.
Yeah, because if your game is super hard or super not fun, people will not play it.
Right.
Once people not play it, they will rag on you on the internet. They will rag on you on the internet about it. Like,
yeah, you'll get that little cult following that has mastered the game. But if you want a popular franchise, then it has to be accessible. It has to.
It has to be easy to. It has to be like League of Legends. Like it's super easy to play, but being good at League is super hard.
Yeah, it's super hard. Heroes of the Storm.
Alright, Solo
is people play so much Heroes of the Storm because it's an easier league, and League's already easy.
So Solo's in the chat.
No, I mean, see, and that's the thing. League is easy to play. Like, it's easy to run out there in your lane. Like, it's like the basic mechanics of a League game aren't too complicated. But the moment but it gets hard when you start thinking about, what should my runes be? What should I be buying and building?
It reminds me kind of like
Overwatch. Heroes of the Storm, they bring that ceiling all the way down. Like they don't let it peak like it used to.
I feel like Overwatch is one of those games where there's a little bit of accessibility, but then like there's a lot more skill mastery in my opinion.
Overwatch is a game that's almost too accessible to a fault. Like it's
yeah, I can.
I kind of wish Overwatch was like a more intimidating game. Because anyone in there on Susie gets on and thinks they can play this game, and this game does not teach you how to play.
See, like how you said, "Oh shit, it's Solo."
You still do.
Oh, look who!
Look who decided to join us.
In the Twitch chat.
Like all of this, like I sent you hella invites. You could have been in here already. Like, go ahead, talk your shit, bro.
Hold on. Before we continue, were you simping? Were you simping?
No, I wasn't. Cause I was eating stuff and I didn't want to.
Nah, I was about to get Tim fused. I had to check.
All right, so
what was I saying?
Yeah, let me finish.
What are you doing? Eating Chick-fil-A?
It's some stir fry, man. Going shopping, you know, stir fry. Just to throw everything together.
That's crazy. I did groceries today, and I did the same. I do everything in the locker earlier. I was just like, fuck it.
Hold on, let Cass get it out, cause I'm about to.
Nah, it's gone.
He said it's gone.
So I'm about to drop some knowledge, right?
If this is about the PC, I don't want to talk about it right now, bro. You can hit my.
No, that's later on. We'll talk about PC later on.
No. So, what you guys are right? What you guys are saying is right. I don't think that we shouldn't have accessibility video games. My issue is that when games try to do both, and the fact that because, like you guys said, accessibility games are more marketable and make more money, it's killing competitive hardcore games, right? You mentioned like League and stuff like that. Those games are hella old. The last new competitive game we had is Valorant. I can't think of a successful competitive game because it's not. And in that sense, that's what I don't like. I don't think we shouldn't have it. Obviously, there should be a game out there for everyone. You know, it'd be selfish of me to think, but you only have competitive games. Most majority of players are not competitive, but because it's so popular and it's so successful and so profitable, it's killing competitive games. Where the reason why I brought up COD, because COD is a game that try to pretend to be like competitive in the sense that
COD has always been an arcade game to me.
Yeah,
it is an arcade game.
It's an arcade game. Honestly, if you want to go way back and you look at like
COD was an arcade game.
Yeah, you look at like Quake and Counter-Strike and like COD 1 and 2, and you look at like how COD 4 came out. you could tell that they add a lot of stuff, a lot of handicaps that people look back and say, right? And that was fine at the time because like I don't think anyone had the foresight to know that, this was gonna kill casual games. Like casual shooters is now far and in between. Like you can bring up Counter-Strike, but how old is Counter-Strike? When was the last time we had a new Counter-Strike, right? Rainbow Six wasn't successful when it came out and caught this wave like crazy later on. But less of that's going to happen. And then for that casual crowd, for that competitive crowd, that's just going to die. And that's what I don't like. I wish we could have games that split the two. That's why I want Valorant to be successful, because then it might show developers that, hey, you can make a competitive game and you're going to find support. People are going to like it, and you don't have to try and cater. Yeah, you don't have to like make competitive game. Competitive game is not selling as much as a successful game. And then now we're going to like add stuff. And in the chat, I brought Halo 3 to Halo 4, where Halo 3 saw that COD was doing better, so then they tried it. They added sprint and abilities, and it just killed the game.
No. Let me stop you right here. Like, the Halo 4 was supposed to be just like a spiritual successor to Reach. We saw most of the abilities, and this is something
that Reach that Reach that had. My bad. That's what I meant. Reach started with this. It was a sprint and abilities, right?
Yeah, Reach started with sprint and abilities.
Okay, that's what I meant. Yeah.
That's
what this is a personal opinion.
And German suplexing people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Those,
Yes. When you like to do start.
The assassination was all crazy.
Exactly.
Yeah, it wasn't a simple. And like that's casual because like my assassination now takes 3 seconds versus it was quick. Like why? I don't need that. Like let me just tap him and keep it moving.
Yeah, like that's the thing I kind of disliked about like assassination. Like you had to like kind of like train yourself not to hold the button,
dude.
So you wouldn't get the whole. So you wouldn't get you wouldn't get stuck in the frame of the assassination. Like somehow some way get shot in the neck,
In a game where like Call of Duty, where if I shoot you, I could kill you in 0.3 of a second. The assassination taking those 3 seconds takes just takes forever. Like. All the times where you think about going for it, and you're like, no, I'm just gonna shoot him twice in the back of his neck and just keep moving because it's just gonna take too long. I don't want to sit there.
Because not only does it have a startup, it has a frame of recovery too. It's just like, why would I do this? So like, why would I willingly do this? It's like just to style on people, like just for the casual play. Like, I want to style on you.
Feature. Yeah, it's a casual feature.
But like, I still say this to Reach about this day. Like, Reach was the soft alpha for Destiny. And that's how I feel about it. Reach was a soft alpha.
It was probably made by all the people who didn't leave Halo at the time when Bungie and whatever happened.
No, most of the team that made Reach hopped over to Destiny. Hopped over to Destiny.
Ah, so it's all those guys.
Yeah, because it's like
we're gonna transform Halo into this thing, and everyone's like, nah, bro.
Yeah, because it's like when you. Like there's like some videos out like when you like if you kind of like run back through Reach, like they're like soft nods to like Destiny, like this is happening.
There's a fucking Destiny poster in one of the Reach games.
Yeah, it's literally on the wall.
It's literally on the wall.
Yeah.
Like
we're like this is us like testing things out, like if you like this or not. Like we're leaving Microsoft, so they really have a say in it. And we made a deal with the devil, Activision. So
they got out of that deal though. They kept their soul, kind of.
I mean, but is it like
okay?
We could say this too, but I'm not gonna get into that right
now. I feel like we're getting off topic.
That's the topic for
we've run off topic.
Yeah, we run off topic back. So like when I think about accessibility, like one of the games that kind of pops up in my head is like Super Street Fighter 4, because I feel like that was a game that you could jump into, but you really couldn't jump into because there were so many layers to the game, and it's just like you couldn't just walk into Street Fighter and mash buttons, and that's why I respected Street Fighter 4.
Yep, 110%.
Like
so you couldn't just walk in and press buttons.
You could walk in and press buttons, not against a good player.
I 100% understand that, and it's. That is true.
It took me 4 hours just to learn how to like combo into Ultra in Super Street Fighter 4.
All right. Okay, this is true, but you saying that is like it's kind of like a moot point, right? Mm-hmm. Like the earnest of being better is always on the better player, like the person who doesn't know anything doesn't owe the better player anything. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm a better player, it doesn't matter what you do. You should be able to walk and push buttons. I don't care who you are or what you know, right? If I'm the better player, you can't just walk and press buttons on me, regardless if you know how to play the game or not. I'm the better player.
Okay.
Like, and I kind of
exactly true.
like
we've seen several instances of my character so good that even if you're
Yeah,
a better player,
B trigger is so strong, you know.
right.
this
But
mechanic
no.
doesn't take skill.
I'm talking about a better player. Like I don't care. Like none of us are gonna go up and start pressing buttons and like do real damage to Tokido. Like
Absolutely
like,
not.
No, that's because the skill gap is so far. But you look at like Street Fighter.
yeah, that's
4,
what I'm saying. Like
the comeback factor in Street Fighter 4 was hype. Comeback factor in Street Fighter 5 is not hype because it's like, oh, he has B trigger. This is still a match.
I get that, but that's not the question, right? The question is about accessibility and a player's ability to like do something to a more advanced person, right? It's not about comeback factor. It's about whether or not me, Timmy No Thumbs, can pick Ryu and walk across that screen up to some person, whether it be Tokido or the guy at my locals who are better than me, and like if a person is better than you, like legitimately, not just a little bit stronger, or he has his anti-airs and or you know he has like one or two things, but no, the person is better than you. Full stop. It's not close. We don't play, and sometimes I get a win. No, he's better than you. You generally won't be able to walk up and just press buttons, regardless of who you are, like or what you know. Like,
yeah, but okay, so in a competitive scene, it's not true.
I kind of.
Like
no,
the skill gap is closer to what I'm trying to say. Like it's not as as drastic as you're making it seem.
Right, but if the skill gap is closer, then the person won't go up. Like, okay, let me ask this question: which side of the spectrum is the skill gap close to? Do we both suck, or are we both really good?
Both really good.
If we're both really good, then no one is going to be walking up and just pressing buttons on nobody else like that, because that's not really how you play this game.
That happens in Street Fighter all the time. That's the main complaint about Street Fighter 5. That's what B trigger allows you to do.
No, V trigger does not let you just walk up and press buttons whatever you want to do, right? Unless your V trigger specifically lets you do that, right? That is the exception, not the rule, all right? There are a lot of people's V trigger, you can't just go up, start pressing buttons on block, V trigger. All right, time to start doing shit. Nah, it doesn't work that way.
Most of the top tier cats can though. I can name like 5 characters who can with their V trigger, and you have to sit there and eat that.
Right.
But
I get that. But I get that. Right. But that is a mechanic of the game that you have to master.
No. I think we're straying away from the point. In Street Fighter 4, right? Because you didn't have that mechanic and it relied more on footsies, right? It came down to more of those individual moments of what I'm gonna call it raw skill, right? In Street Fighter 5, because you have the V trigger and the way it's designed, right? It allowed someone who's not, like I said, I guess wrong these first exchange, but now I got my V trigger, right? And now it doesn't come down to me guessing right or necessarily outskilling you, right? It's me mastering a gimmick, right? A gimmick and closing that gap. And
I kind of feel like it's not. I feel like it's not a gimmick. Like if V trigger is a gimmick, right? Like if
I deleted that game immediately because I was a scrub.
If a move that you have access to is a gimmick, then all moves you have access to are gimmicks. Like
no, footsies is not a gimmick. Okay,
right. I get what you're saying, right? All right. So what do you mean when you say gimmick?
Oh yeah.
Because
So let's set a foundation. Let's say, for example, gimmick, right? Like in Marvel, right? When I do like my crossover and incoming, when me as the offensive player don't know what side you have to block, that is then a gimmick because it's not any true necessary like gamble or skill or me like outthinking you. Is I'm gonna put this thing on screen, and exactly. I'm gonna put this thing on screen and you guess like that's a gimmick factor. You know
I kind of feel like I don't see that as a gimmick, right? Like me.
Oh, so it's like subject. Subject.
Yeah, me putting you in a situation where you have to guess left or right or up or down or whatever, regardless if I know the answer or not. It's not a gimmick. Like that's a technique that I employ in the game. Like it's I hate I hate to be really generic like this, but
No,
that's
it's
like
fine. I mean, it's not the
that's
popular
like
opinion. It's an issue that people
that's
have.
like
in general.
that's like me playing tic-tac-toe, and I do it with you, and I set you up where it's a double lock. No matter where you go, I win. Like, it's not a gimmick. That was a technique that I employed to get the victory. Like,
Wait,
all right, so I just want to inject something real
That
quick.
example doesn't apply.
Yeah, I just want to inject something real quick because like it's something that matters, but also doesn't matter at the same time. But like it matters for the people who think, you know, for things that you guys are talking about, like, you know, discerning the better player from the weaker player. But you know, they're just like this variable in itself just kind of creates that sense where the player, like one player may think they're better than they actually are, but they're not. And
yeah, but
I feel like
you thinking that you're better than you are, or whatever. That's like no one can control that but you. You know, like you can think whatever you want. You know,
right?
Like reality could be whatever it is, but you can still think whatever you want. Like
exactly. Like we're always gonna have online warriors, but I feel like you know, online being what it is, like in games, like in popular games themselves having like such terrible netcode, and then on top of that adding,
I mean that's a whole nother thing.
It
but
is.
Yeah, go on.
Like games having such terrible netcode, and on top of that, like adding like, you know, that extra accessibility, like kind of like, you know, like ego boosts a little bit.
Yeah, so but you kind of just gotta eat that and live with it, bro. Because anyone can like get an ego boost over anything. I had a like when I lived back in the day when me and the rest of the kids who lived in the apartment. Like I had a little friend named Ricky, like who would get a 2-point lead on me. Get a 2-point lead on me in 2K. And suddenly, he is the god of fucking gods. No other has ever graced the sticks like he has. Like, every time he plays, heavens part open and shine upon him the grace of victory. Like, that's what he was like. And it didn't matter. And by the end of the game, I smacked him by 40. He will always say, you got lucky, and ask me to play again. Like, you can't fight what people think. Like, so they're going to think what they want.
But you were losing for those 2 seconds.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Those are in the past. It doesn't matter. Those are in the past, and this is the future, bro.
Yeah,
Let's not talk about something bullshit.
But
Something bullshit.
But for the 2 seconds, he had
oh shit. That's old shit. Exactly.
But
so
back
like
to the original point though, like, and when you think this.
Okay, yeah. I got distracted.
It all applies. What I'm saying is that, like, this is why I think, like, if you have a game,
I will give you this. I will give you this though before you go on. Like, you're right. If the move is stronger, the stronger the stuff is, the easier it is to blur the line between good players and bad players. Because if my EX move is plus 50 and I make you block, and you have to hold plus 50, you kind of have to hold plus 50. You know, right?
No matter how good a player you are, plus 50.
You got to hold plus 50 now. Like, that's just plus 50.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You're in EX.
So far. Yeah, my shit is negative too, bro. You
EX tackle.
It's negative 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. In Street Fighter, can I do anything about that?
I don't know. I just can't press the button after we're back to neutral.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you got in for free. That's another point.
It's technically your turn. It's your turn because I can't do anything. It's your turn. I have a 4-frame. I can't believe we're to do this right now. I have a 4-frame normal, bro. Continue. But yeah, if you have to hold negative 50, then you have to hold negative 50. It's nothing you can do about it. So I will admit that it is easier to close the skill gap a little bit with moves that are really strong because strong moves are strong. But I don't think that happens more at the lower levels of the spectrum rather than the high levels. When you get up there, you kind of have to know, like, bro, like, I got up here because I understand how this game works. And if they have V-trigger, they're not dead. And if I get hit, I can die. Like,
I do have an example of that not being so true, though. Do you remember Marn with Armika bodying?
Oh, Jesus.
Because
but
the character was just
kind of feel like no one understood that
stuff.
But it's just no one really understood the matchup.
No, I'm talking about original Mika, where all her stuff was maximum plus.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Like I said, that the skill gap was irrelevant.
Good things I mean, I wouldn't say the skill gap because you wasn't seeing like Army can win every single tournament. Like it wasn't just like carrying kids to victory. Like you kind of have to know how to play that character a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I will admit she was a fucking menace, just because of the frequency at which she had to make you guess.
Okay.
But I don't. That's more of a game design thing rather than because that was her problem. Like it was just the frequency of the times that she had to make you guess. Like every was like a 50-50, and not a lot of characters can make every fucking button a 50-50.
But
I can do that, but I got to spend meter and V trigger and shit like that. Like
Yeah, which is a new mechanic to like Street Fighter before. And like to go back to like Steve's point, I'm not saying that these mechanics shouldn't be in these type of video games. Like, oh, we should take it out. My thing is that there's a reason why among not casual players, but among the competitive players, why they still talk about the glory days of Street Fighter 4 is because.
But I don't want to hear that because we always do that. That is just.
Well, let me finish. Hold on.
Hey guys, I'm sorry. I have to just sign off real quick. I gotta finish putting the baby to sleep. All that noise you heard in the background earlier was her.
Oh snap! Oh no, the baby.
Go be a dad.
Go be a dad. Go be a super dad.
Get out of there.
Go over there and be a family man.
The fitness
dad.
Go be a dad.
Speaking of casual.
We don't want you here. Go be a dad.
All right, take it easy, guys.
All right, man. All right, well.
But yeah. What I'm saying, I'm not saying that we shouldn't have these mechanics. And the reason why we kind of like bring up the glory of Street Fighter, not saying that Street Fighter 4 is the better game, but when it comes to the competitive player, it is the better game for competitive players. Overall profitability, I'm not talking about those things. But when it comes to competitive games, it's the better game for the competitive players. Now, if they would have came out with Street Fighter 5, like, listen, casual Fridays is every day now, we'd understand that. But don't ship the product. No, this is the classic Street Fighter that you know and love, and it's like, you guys are watering it down, you know?
I mean, I wouldn't say all of that. Like it's Street Fighter. This is just the new game. Because I'll put it like this: like everyone hated Third Strike when it first came out, right? That's the lore.
Yeah, everyone hates new.
Everyone fucking hated Third Strike when it came out. All right, it was like parry is dumb. It breaks the game. Yada yada yada. Blah 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 blah. We look back at Third Strike like it's like one of the best games.
It's one of the best games ever made.
I think Alpha might be better, but yeah.
Listen, I said one of the best. I'm not here to like fight you over number one. All right, I'm not here for that.
All right, but guys, just like to like bring it, just like to like subtly bring this to a close, so we can move on to our next topic. When I think about accessibility, and like this is probably like the worst. It's probably like the worst example to use, but it's the only example I have right now. Just to like touch back on like D2, like D2's precision weapons to be more specific. I just feel like
what's wrong with them?
I feel like magnetism, like bullet magnetism, like for things like especially bows. The
headshots I was getting on bows sometimes is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
We can argue about where the aim assist slider should be forever, but I kind of feel like
I feel like bows should be the hardest thing to use in the game, personally. And that's personal.
You get the least amount of value. But you still even as they are right now, like.
But what happened to like reward?
You still get the least amount of value out of successfully using one anyway. Like, so making it harder to use doesn't really like change anything. 110% of the time, you're gonna be better off using a sniper in any position that you would have been with the bow. Like, you're just better off with a sniper. Like,
looking at it, if you're 1v1ing and you have a bow and you get that headshot, you're still probably fucked with, even with the fastest shot time you can get.
Exactly, because
you're
like if you and me are both one tapping gods, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you both headshot me and I sniper headshot you,
you're dead.
I'm gonna live and you're gonna die.
Yeah.
Well, even when scout rifles were the meta, man, bows were getting shit on because you're hitting at the same ranges. But a scout rifle could just poof, 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 you're dead.
You just don't get any reward out of using the bow. Yeah. You don't get any reward out of
yeah. All right. So another weapon I would say is no risk, all the reward of fusion rifles.
Yeah, they're like a slightly longer range shotguns, and
and it's like I've been
gotta live with it.
I've been Ethan, but it make like we have to agree that it makes no sense. that
What do you mean it makes no sense?
It's a thing.
It's how the gun is designed. The gun is designed to melt people.
But my thing is like I shouldn't be on my way around the corner, get hit by 2 bolts, and then the remaining bolts just curve around that corner and hit and ether me.
But see, that's not actually what happens, though.
The secret needle is assassin. I'm sorry.
That's
The game is not for us. So it comes
but you know that's not what's really happening. Like if I could strip away all the paint and the particles and show you the
you never made it around that corner. Bro.
You never made it around the corner. You got annihilated at the tip. Like you just think you made it around the corner because of how the game is.
Grim, you played enough Call of Duty to know that.
Like, you
didn't
make it around the corner.
Destiny's a slower game, so you definitely didn't make it around the corner.
But besides from that, I think 100%. Destiny's not for like. I agree with you that mechanics like that is like blah, but then like go back to what you guys were talking about earlier, and this was in the chat. I just think Destiny's not for people like me and you. People who want like balance is not for me and you. So that's like me. I can't stop those together because I know that I love the lore. It sucks that it wasn't what I thought I wanted it to be, which would be like selfish of me. But it's like it's not for people like me and you. Like I understand like you've been playing it. It's kind of like damn, I'm here. I kind of don't want to stop.
Right.
But getting that competitive feel and like fighting uphill battles against fusion rifles and all these mechanics who are like majority of the people they kind of like it, so they complain like we do, but at the end they're using it too and they kind of like it because that's how they drop their 30 bombs and 40 bombs and shit like that. It's
not about balance. It's not about. This is if you wanted like no, I take it back. This game is not a competitive like tactical like CS:GO kind of like League of Legends kind of esport. No, that's not it. That's not what this is. This is a casual game.
Say Valorant.
All right, so let's
this is a casual game.
All right, so like so just to like step out of like games like like just overall like like multiplayer games, like what about like single player games, like like the games like Dark Souls, Sekiro, The Fallen Order, like like where would you feel like those games sit at in terms of accessibility, like because like I know a lot of people who play Dark Souls because it's hard because they love how difficult it is.
Accessibility wise, I've got a buddy of mine he's not a gamer per se. Like he's not a gamer at all. He has a PS4. He likes to play video games, but he's not a gamer. He goes out, he goes fishing, does all kinds of stuff. He got Fallen Order and he was playing on normal mode. His exact words were, "I'm not a bitch. I'm gonna play it on normal at least." And he got washed by some of these harder bosses just because this is the way the game is. I kept telling him, like, yeah, you might have to bump down the difficulty. No, I'm not a little bitch. I'm going to do this.
Or learn, exactly.
It's either learn or go down to easy. It literally in the description of majority of single-player games I've seen.
Easy mode is for you to just enjoy the
exactly. Enjoy the story.
You don't really care to min-max nothing. You don't want to learn nothing. You just want to enjoy the story for the story of what it is. Play this
game on
normal, then you play this. And I feel like that's where the accessibility is. Like if you don't want to be a little bitch, you got to put in the time for the game.
A lot of games don't have that accessibility, right? They don't have that easy mode. Like, and the reason I bring this up because you see online like, a lot of journalists complain that games are too hard that they can't beat it to do their.
That's a personal problem.
Like, you're right. You're 100% correct. I agree with you, and I wish everyone did, but you see that.
Yeah.
You see that. Like people will complain that something is too hard. Like a game like Dark Souls that's designed, or any Dark Souls, any like Dark Souls equivalent, right? Because that's more of a genre and less of a fucking title now.
Like just to give you a perfect example, like. I'm glad these games. I've got games out there that like exist, like games that just make you figure it out. Like, cause like I'm not gonna hold you. I downloaded Bloodborne, son. I was like, all right, so what's the point? I got washed and I deleted. I was like, I can't do it. It's not for me.
I respect back when it first released, the first couple Uncharted games on PS3. I can't tell you how many people in college alone were like, not people that game, just puzzle theory in general. They're like, I'm gonna look online and figure out how to do it. They didn't want to take the time to sit down and do it themselves.
I mean, but I kind of just feel like that's more of a professional thing and less of a. We just do that because we can, Like, if there was no internet, we wouldn't.
Yeah, but there's.
I know like Sekiro.
Maybe I'm playing the game with a
hardcore player has a sense of pride, where they're gonna sit there and they're gonna struggle for a week to try and solve.
And it's one of those games that people didn't beat to this day. Some people didn't beat to this day. Oh no, I'm just talking to
It
his back.
is what it is.
Yeah.
That Sekiro, yeah, that's one of those games I unfortunately never got to play.
Yeah, I haven't played it yet.
No, hard games should be hard sometimes. I'm not saying that.
Separate the two.
Like-
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
I'm not saying that everything has to
But-
be this fucking try hard fest.
Story
You can't
mode
have
games
But the
fun.
issue is
really
casual
well.
games are killing hardcore games, especially on the multiplayer scale. I think,
Yes.
of course, we should have casual games, but I think that what me and Grim, what we're kind of we're upset about, I guess you would say, or bothers us, is that because, like you guys say, like, you know, these casual games are more marketable, they're more profitable, and catering to, you know, these players, it's in the better interest of these sharavers and investors.
while
It's
some of us
games
out here
like-
just want to be challenged.
Yeah, games like Dark Souls, and it's a single player game. It's starting to come less and far and in between because it's just not gonna be more. Especially the multiplayer is kind of gone. Like, I'm surprised Valorant is even a thing. But you know, it's gonna start to like fade away, and like that sucks. Like that in that way it sucks. Yes, give people.
Hold on, you got to be careful with Valorant though. Valorant did it the smart way. They put
Yeah.
pretty paint on their game.
Well,
And that pretty paint will get a lot of people to play it, and
Look at it.
before a lot of those people know it, they'll start getting good. They'll never get, you know, I'm trying to be good, but they'll
Yeah.
get, you know, Call of Duty unrated good.
Yeah.
And for a lot of those people, they're still gonna enjoy the game just fine. And that's those people. Valorant wants those people because they know competitive, just like Overwatch, competitive. That's where most of the strong
okay.
people are eventually gonna
I'll
end
put it
up
to you like this.
and play the game there.
So, and then this is because you're a fossil, right?
Mm.
So, as a fossil, you remember the days when the community was much smaller, right?
Mhm.
When everyone wasn't a gamer, like everyone's a gamer today. Like everyone wasn't a gamer back in the day, and since that community was so much smaller, it was easier to see. Oh, somebody's speeding on my block. Hold on, I'm sorry.
Oh
Trying to
my
die.
god.
It's the highway to hell, son.
He said the highway to hell, son.
Son, I've totaled 13 accidents this year.
Oh my god, that's
You
crazy.
keep
13.
it count.
Of course I keep count. Like it's
That's
like
sick.
it's like
He has
part
a
of one of my
board on his
hobbies,
room.
bro.
Every
The
crash
fact-
just goes in as
The
another
fact
stroke.
that it happens often
Yeah.
enough
All right, so
for you to
Cass.
Cass.
It happens
actively
so
hit the
often.
rolling count is great.
Oh my god. All right,
But
so
yeah.
Cass, close this out with the
Yeah. Fucking damn, lost my whole train of thought. God
yeah.
damn.
I'm a fossil. Continue.
Yeah. Okay. Boom. Yeah. You're a fossil. Boom. You remember
Mhm.
the days when the community was smaller, right? So it was easier to see like the people who are here for single player stuff and the people here for competitive stuff. Like, if there's only 20,000 people, and like we all know each other, you know, by association, not like literally know 20,000 people. Like we're all the section of us that plays fucking competitive PvP, toxic, in your face games
Mhm.
was a much bigger subsection. 1,000, like that number hasn't changed. Let's say that was like 5,000 of us. That number has not changed. What has changed is the number of general audience people who are like, yeah, I'm a gamer, I'm a mom, I'm a gamer, I'm a baby, I'm a gamer, I'm a dad, I'm a gamer. Like everyone's a fucking gamer now, and
I
they're
play
all
Candy
casuals.
Crush.
Yeah, exactly. I play
All
Candy Crush,
filthy
so I'm a
casuals.
gamer. And
Games.
they're all casuals. So that's what you're seeing. Like
Yeah.
the population has.
We're living in a
shifted.
time now where we're outnumbered by them.
Yeah, the population has
That's
just
how
shifted.
it
Like
is.
And when we put it like that, it just makes so much sense.
man, when you only have to cater to 5,000 people out of 20,000, that's a pretty decent percentage.
Mhm.
But 5,000 out of like 100,000 or 5,000 out of a million is kind of like
Majority's gonna win.
Yeah.
Yeah, majority is gonna win.
It's like, hey, if I lose that whole 5,000 out of 100K,
No,
doing really good.
yeah.
Hardcore players gonna
You
start getting
start
paid.
scratching your shareholder beard and like, starting to smell some money out here. Should be mine. Yeah,
Gangs,
so
I
that
smell money.
smells the monies.
You guys are
You know
willing
what
to stop
I'm
giving
saying?
money, but people are willing to more. But the margin of the people who
So
do
yeah,
buy my shit.
The demographic has just shifted, bro. Like it's not like, and the tide is just gonna, the focus is just gonna shift with it. Like back in the day, we were all they had, so they had no choice but to cater to us. Now it's kind of like, yeah, fuck you, bro. I'm not trying to deal with your complaining bullshit about patch notes and balance.
Yeah, we're gonna cater to the people who won't
I'll
complain.
make the
game as is.
100th Mario or the 100th fucking Need for Speed,
Oh my god.
and just rake it in.
Hey, I still play Need for Speed games.
Listen, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that, but I'm just saying like if they have to choose.
Need for Speed was a big complaint. Need for Speed 2015 when they didn't have the manual shift mode, and there's a small community that kind of was complaining, oh, it's only automatics.
Yeah, like why can't I play the hard way?
No, he's right though.
Wow.
It's like because it wasn't proper. When we sat in our board meting, we didn't think about you guys because we think about the 50 other thousand people who's gonna buy the game just cause, you know. No, he's right.
Yep.
Like I just wanted, like, on the closing point, we need casual games, but just I don't know, find a way to where we can have both. Where we can have like a game come up, hey, this is for casual players and this game is for competitive players, and like let's not try to mix. When you mix, the competitive players lose out.
All right, speaking
and like Destiny is a good example.
Yeah, and speaking of mixing, we're gonna be moving on to our next. I know this is something else that like Cass is saying, things are different, so we're seeing a lot of like more different things, and there's one game in particular that we can thank for this, for being a thing, which is like Fortnite. I have nothing against it, but I can't play it. It's just not for me.
I feel Fortnite.
Yeah, I know how you feel about Fortnite. Like the people love it, the kids love it.
But Graham, look at the paint. Look at the paint on
the
that
paint.
game.
Yeah, the paint. It's a beautiful coat of paint. I can't front. Like
we
Fortnite,
knew who that game was designed for when
to
it
be
came
fair,
out.
it has a unique mechanic.
it has a unique mechanic. Has unique events. Like
They took Minecraft and blew it up. Somebody was smart behind that.
It's solid, and but another thing that came out of Fortnite, besides battle royale, was crossplay.
Fucking crossplay.
Oh man, crossplay was a mistake.
I was waiting for that.
So we decided to
crossplay was a mistake.
We decided to put consoles
PC
together
players?
with PC
Wait,
players.
hold. Because I wanna be a little safe about it, right?
Okay.
Crossplay in PvE content, I think, is 100% fine. I don't care how hard you cheat in my PvE content. Thanks for getting me stuff. I appreciate you. That's fine.
I was even considering the cheat angle, but I was considering like the dynamic. But yeah.
No, I'm just saying, like, in general, like, if you wanna have all the hacks, or you're super twitchy and I can't be super twitchy, that's cool. You're making my life easy. I'm not gonna complain about that.
Yeah.
Now, when we get
I think
when it's me versus you now, that's where the problem starts.
Because we haven't figured it out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the real problem.
We say crossplay between like PC and console. I think Xbox, Nintendo, PlayStation, that crossplay is fine. People wanted it.
Yeah, that's fine.
And only problem with PC and consoles we
But
haven't figured out.
Yeah, it is console and PC. Then that's the real divide that matters, because really, what are consoles but just branded fucking PCs?
Exactly.
What
is my 60
unmodifiable
FPS?
Branded PCs?
What is my 60 FPS
anyway.
to your 240 like limit, like uncapped frame? Your weighted mouse.
We get something like
Your weighted mouse.
console players complain about PC players. Yeah, console players will complain about PC players. PC players will complain about console players. We don't want each other. We don't like each other. We should have never been together. Like the stupid fucking console wars aren't based on actual consoles. We just don't like each other as people. Like the consoles don't matter. That's not why we're here.
Yeah, we just don't like each other as people.
What it is.
Like Xbox players can't stand PlayStation players for whatever reason. Like it's just Meanwhile, Nintendo players are just having their best time, like building whole communities in Animal Crossing, like selling island visits for like 1,000.
Playing Animal Crossing for the last 3 hours.
I got a question for Kat. Now that consoles are kind of catching up, right? Like with the new console about to be like very spec heavy.
Yeah.
And it's gonna close the gap between hardware. And Call of Duty showed that hey, you can have support for controller and mouse and keyboard.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a door now for crossplay? Or you think it's gonna go ahead?
I kind of think crossplay isn't a mechanical, like a specs problem. Well, it kind of is, but it's not that. Crossplay is I don't want to call it a marketing problem, but it's like a personality problem, right? We have a long storied history of gamer lore of PC versus console, right? And I'm not trying to take that too literally, but we like to complain about things that we feel are quote unquote unfair to us, right? As rigged as that statement is, right? And that difference between mediums of mouse and keyboard versus controller, aim assist versus no aim assist, like flicking versus tracing or whatever, like that's always going to be like I never see that ever being a thing that we just like don't care about, right? At least in the foreseeable future, like. So I kind of feel like, and you know what? This is why crossplay. This is why people do crossplay and not cross save, right? You want to see here's the gimmick, right? And this is why the corporate bros all decided that crossplay is gonna be cool, right? Crossplay is promoted over cross save, and cross save would be a better system, right? It would eliminate all the problems that we complain about. But crossplay is preferred over cross because crossplay promotes brand loyalty, right?
Yep.
If I have crossplay, I don't need another thing. I can just play on my console. I can just play on my PC, my PlayStation, my Xbox, and I don't have to go to another market.
The chat is like PlayStation is like iPhone users.
Cross save. Yeah, PlayStation's smart. PlayStation knows what it is. It knows what it's doing. Like, we want that money, bro. You don't get to leave. Bro. It belongs to me now. Yeah.
Oh my god.
And cross save does the opposite. Cross save promotes you. Like, yeah, you should have an Xbox and a PC and a PlayStation, and it splits that brand loyalty. And all the brands decided, like, nah, we all agree as evil corporations that we don't want to fucking share. So what we're gonna do is scheme and do crossplay. So we promote them to not share, right? They think they get something
I appreciated that about the console wars.
In games like DC, you can't use your save in both places. They want you to stay on whatever hardware you're using. So, because the money goes to two different places, and they want to keep you there.
I feel like okay, PlayStation's population's down, PC's population's down. We can't be losing player base off of this because nobody can get into a raid. So let's just put them together.
Well, we'll put them in the same server because there's no reason why they can't play together. For PvE stuff, I love it. It's great. I have no problem with it.
There will always be like reasons around it or like exceptions to the rule. You know, some people who dare to be different.
Right.
You know, but it is what it is, bro.
Like my thing is...
we spent a lot of time writing on Destiny, but they did cross save and not cross play for everyone's safety.
For everybody's safety, because that could have been real bad.
Could you imagine what trials would have been like?
Boy.
Let's not even talk
about like Destiny and Trials, like what it could have looked like if crossplay was available. Holy shit.
Have been the Call of Duty thing where like, oh, you guys got out of it.
No, it would have worse.
It would have been way worse.
Because at least on Call of Duty you're at 60 frames. Like
in Destiny we're
all at 30 frames.
30.
But, you know, PC heads are rocking at like uncapped frames, bro.
Like if I have Valorant on my PC and Destiny on my monitor, and if I look from Destiny to Valorant, my head hurts because like, wait, bro, you're changing speeds, and I was not prepared for this shit.
So, you remember all the times I complained about going from Destiny to Call of Duty, and it was just like, I feel like I'm stuck in the mud all of a sudden. Like, why am I stuck in the mud? Like, let me move.
Underwater battles.
Bringing back the classics.
The classics, man. I mean, it's that's another thing. Like we gotta get past this 30 frames per second shit. Like it's you know, especially on consoles. Like let's done. Let's leave it in the dirt.
It's coming. PS5 is around the corner.
Yeah, it just needs to cease and desist. Like we are in 2020, unfortunately. It just has to go. Like nothing from September forward should be in 30 FPS. It's either 60 FPS or above. Like we as the people just need to collectively put our foot down. Like, yo, if y'all are not delivering 30 FPS over 30 FPS content, a solid 60 FPS, that's the lowest we'll take. 60 FPS. I don't want to play.
But listen,
hold on. When you say 60, I want a real 60, not 58.
Exactly, not 58, not 45.
Hold on.
When there's particles on my screen.
And you know what? If this was like 10 or 20 years ago, right? When the population is only 2,000, 20,000 of us, and a message like that had weight,
They were supposed to be
it would have worked. But not because every Joe, Schmo, Tom, Dick, and Harry, Auntie, Tito, and Susan can call themselves a gamer and do this. It's not gonna matter. What the fuck do they know about 30 frames per second? What? FPS? What's that? First person shooter? Huh?
Nah, we just need to make this really pretty for the 4K TV that you have sitting in your living room, because that's what we made it for. Visual effect.
So
future.
It hurts. But I keep saying, like, we're kind of gonna be stuck in this weird rut until like a game that I just haven't thought of yet comes out and like revolutionize mechanics, or the platforms that we play on get to like, I don't want to call it Sword Art Online, but what they had right before they got fucked up with the nerve gear, like that, like right before it's dangerous, like that's gonna be great. Like with the headset, when VR is like super good, and your console is just like a helmet or like a faceplate or whatever.
Please,
that's gonna revolutionize VR porn, bro.
Can I have Call of Duty 26?
That's gonna revolutionize VR porn.
On a floating treadmill thing and just like running.
Well, yeah, so like something like that would like change the game, and then everything gets reinvigorized. Like all the things, MMOs, competitive shooters, all the things that kind of fell off get new life.
Yeah, that's the one, Ryan. Yeah, gamer. Yeah, I want that console. I want that game.
See, I want that. I want that immersion, son. I want to stick my arms through like the
Ready Player One. Look at that.
Ready Player One. That one too.
Yeah, I'll take Ready Player One game, and
which is funny because you could tell the difference, like when people have the cheap stuff in Ready Player One versus the really good stuff. Like,
exactly.
It's like, wait, you can feel the shots? Like, yeah, like, oh no, mine doesn't do that. I got the crappy one.
I got last year's version, bro. My shit don't do that.
I got last year's.
It's gonna be the difference of like the regular controller versus scuff controller.
Exactly.
That was worse than a regular controller versus a scuff controller. Like,
that's definitely worse than controller. I don't want that one.
Yeah, because you can actually make the argument scuff controllers are.
Wait, say again?
You can actually make the point that scuff controllers are not as good as the OEM controllers, especially now that we have the back pouch like PlayStation controllers.
Yeah.
And scuff controllers with their
lack
of support.
Scuff controllers lifespan
been opened up and
God knows. Yeah, lifespan, right? Exactly.
The lifespan is not that great, and it's for a reason.
I had a Battle Beaver, and it was the greatest thing for a year.
And PlayStation 2 set that bar so high up for liability.
You gotta keep spending the money, man. You gotta keep spending the money.
And the whole PlayStation 2 system was a fucking bar standard for tank building. Like,
yo,
I spilled an entire glass of Nutriment on my PlayStation 2 as a child. It's still for years.
Do you remember the controllers that we destroyed from like rolling in Tenkaichi? And they still work.
Wow, they still work.
Yeah. So what?
Beam struggle?
So quality, bro.
Yeah.
Quality.
That you have blisters on your hands.
Yes.
Quality.
And the rubber
Peeling.
completely peeled off of the controller.
Peeling the rubber off.
And the controller still works.
The beam struggles in that game?
The beam struggles. If you try to do that to a PlayStation 3, a PlayStation 4 controller now, you'll destroy that controller.
Forget about it.
Free game.
And all type of noise, like.
And I guess
you had to hold a bunch of stuff, Ken. On DC. I destroyed the circle button on my brand new PS4 controller in 6 months.
In 6 minutes?
6 months. 6 months.
Oh, 6 months. I would say, huh? Like, why are you that strong?
Just holding a button. Just holding a button to interact with stuff.
Yeah, in DC, you hold that circle button all the time. I mean, I squeezed one of those controllers and broke it. Like, it's...
What?
Yeah, because you have cement blocks. He has cement blocks for hands. Like, imagine cement blocks, and his fingers are like bricks.
So
like, imagine that. Like, yeah.
But I definitely got... we must have been playing Call of Duty or Overwatch or something, and somebody did something stupid, and I just squeezed the controller, and then...
Get it on the shirt. That's a fact. Damon has
not working.
Wow. I don't know. The PS5 controllers might be a little bit more expensive, so you might want to work on that.
Oh, I already hate those controls already because I have a MacBook Pro, and I have a MacBook Pro that has that haptic feedback, and I absolutely hate it.
Oh, haptic feedback.
Forget the haptic feedback, right? I feel like it's fat enough to fit your fucking dumpster truck hands now, like bro, like.
Yeah,
feel like
and then
this-
they didn't
this-
give
this-
me real buttons,
Damn.
which doesn't work for big hands. Like it's so silly. Like we finally
But
gave
don't
you
worry
big
about it,
control,
son.
but
It's
no
gonna
physical
come
buttons.
out.
Like,
We're gonna hate it, and then they'll be like, yeah,
they're gonna
you
release the
hate it.
physical control.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, we already
Don't
know
worry
that.
about it.
Yeah.
You know about it. Don't worry. We know these things go.
Yeah.
Well, man,
So
so
big hands. How many people? Like, this
How do you
accessibility-
button mash on a haptic feedback controller, guys? Please explain. I need to
I'm
know.
turning the shit off as soon as I figure out how. To be quite honest,
Even
with
double
you.
clicking on the Mac is annoying. Like,
Hey,
but see,
welcome,
if you
brother,
turn the
welcome.
feedback off, then you don't know if you pressed anything.
Yeah, certain things should just be analog, guys. Like I love the future, bro. Sign me up for giant robots and space and all that other good shit.
Like
But-
I've told my
Treat them
family
like
countless
garbage.
times, bro.
Gundam right now.
But certain things just gotta be
Always Leo.
analog, so
Yes, I've told my family countless times, like, you know, if they have a Gundam program at some point in the future, I'm just gonna sign up. Like, take me to space. Like, Space Force, sign me up.
Space Force. Space Force.
Yo.
Yeah.
Sign
Voltron
me up.
Coalition, I'm in there.
I'm in there, bro.
Sign
Like,
me up. As long as I don't get the red one, sign me up.
I'm customizing the shit out of my Gundam. What? Just like I'm a rising rank. Just like customize the shit out of my. Yeah, I want this. Yeah, the beam sword.
Yup,
Yeah.
yup. I'm gonna be so expensive, son. Running the military budget.
What if
Like,
it's-
Yeah, so like, I'm gonna try to be the
One
best
in the
pilot. So
military
every time they see
budget.
me, I was like, blank check, bro. Just give it
Blank
here.
check.
Just give it here.
That's a sidetrack, right? But here goes an interesting school of thought, right? You know how like people say that like, yo, if Pokemon's real, I'll be the best Pokemon trainer, blah blah blah, this, that, and third, right?
Mhm.
I always thought about the reverse, right? Let's say there was a world where we didn't have arms, but people made shows about people having arms, and like, yo, if I had arms, I'll be doing this, I'll be doing that, I'll be the best at this. Do you think that applies to us? Do you think Gundams would be out and we'd be like,
Oh
we'll be sitting there, like, it'll be a norm, and we're watching the show that has Gundam add X of this, like, yeah, if Gundams had this, I'll be the best at this. You think,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, can you imagine having a
There-
Gundam just become so
there-
mundane?
Oh my god.
there are obviously levels to this shit. So like, there's only another level. So you can only see one floor above, bro. Like you just gotta live with what you got.
You gotta live with what you exactly. You gotta live with what you got, fam.
Oh wait, would I
You only
fly my
see one
Gundam
floor
to work instead of
above.
driving my car? Is that how that would work?
I mean, I feel like it'd be way more expensive to fly your Gundam like any distance that you can go with your car.
I
I
still
feel
want
like
the
any
car. I mean, it
component that
depends.
takes to make a Gundam would probably be in the millions somewhere.
Yeah, it'd be more expensive than the car. You're
But-
better
but
off just
Grim,
taking the car.
When
It's a
I'm the one
component.
getting paid to program the things that make your Gundam work.
Oh yeah, you definitely
I
getting paid,
think
bro.
I'll be
Like,
okay.
yeah, you gonna be living you living large, bro. Like yeah,
I
your
don't know.
military contracts.
I kind of feel like they just bring you in and you be on military salary the whole way through, bro. They just like
Bruh.
well,
Nah.
yeah.
You
They
don't
just-
you don't ever go in and be the
No.
military. You
No,
go
no,
in
no.
as a contractor so that they have to pay
Oh,
you
I
more
know,
money.
but
Yeah.
but they're gonna take that whole thing. I was like, yeah, we can't let you privatize this. Nah, this is America's secret now, bro. You gotta come with us and get in the bag.
Hell yeah,
These are
bro.
the
Like
choices.
you know, you work for us now, son. You live
That's the other
here.
thing, right?
Yes.
If
You
I'm
live
not getting
here.
that baller money as someone in this program, as long as I have a Gundam waiting for me, I have no problems. Like,
Son, but you gotta
When I
live where they
come
tell you
back-
to live, bro. So if you gotta live on an island where they make the Gundams out of, bro, that's your life, bro. Like you get your own little penthouse with a sea view.
but
But you-
Grim, am I
Don't-
flying my Gundam every day and you can't fly a Gundam every day? I'm still flying
That's
a
fine,
Gundam
bro.
every day.
Bro, don't worry. Don't you worry, bro. I'm gonna break in just like we do in Gundam. I'm stealing one and the white base, just like we do in Gundam, and that's gonna be that. Don't you worry. You don't have to stay there for long, bro. I'm gonna make sure you get
Yeah.
the lead, bro.
Yeah,
I
and
got
I'm
you.
going to. I'm
Oh,
going
don't
to
get these two
pretend to
started
chase you
on
away
EV and
every
IV training
escape.
and Pokemon, son, because they just won't stop. Somebody in the chat brought up EV and IV training and Pokemon. Since
What
we
they
brought
say?
up- Huh?
I can appreciate them making, as someone who used to breed Pokemon the hard way, I can appreciate them making it easier only because you can't have one of everything. There's builds. You need multis.
Mhm.
So like if you do it
Yeah.
the hard way, it was just too much effort.
I appreciate in the beginning it was like the secret mechanic that changed you between it made the difference to you between like you being a good player or a mediocre player, like you knowing EV and IVs. But we have the internet.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
all that mysteriousness has gone out the window, bro. At this point, it's just a pain in the ass that you make us jump through so many hoops up to this point.
Yeah, because
do
now
the
we know
thing.
it's there. It's not a secret.
That's a
That's a good
mechanic in the
question.
game. Like, why? So I appreciate them like waking. Like, yeah, man, we all know what it is. We all know how to do it.
Mhm.
stop making it difficult.
All right, so one more chat, like one more topic from the chat before we move on. Somebody said Gundam, Big O, or Evangelion from a pilot perspective.
Okay, see, if we're talking about having fun, I'm gonna pick Gundam, right? Because all those other two options, no one has fun in those shows, right?
Everybody dies. Gruesome deaths.
There are no good times to be having Evangelion. So if we can avoid that path at all costs,
wait, why was Code Geass mobile suit not an option? I'll take one of those.
Yeah, Code Geass, the nightmare frames.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like Gundams are bigger. I feel like there's like a height limit that we have to.
Nightmare frames were a certain size, and I feel like Gundams were just like much more like had much more like impact.
Like if you showed up in your nightmare frame, you're not, and I showed up in my Gundam. I don't think we're gonna have a very productive conversation. Yeah, I don't think that's going in your favor. Like, I don't.
Does it then become a I hope I'm faster than him? I can get away kind of deal. Like, can I?
Yeah. Oh, this is about you running away. I mean, sure. I mean, if I'm not playing something broken like the Quantum Teleporting 00 Gundam or turn your shit to Stone Moonlight Butterfly Gundam, like, if I'm not cheating.
I got time skip keys. I'm totally cheating.
Any Gundam, you're putting in zero system. That's it.
Oh my god. All right, so moving on to our next topic. So E3 is officially canceled for the summer. Yeah, we saw that coming. It was
E3 is dead forever, guys.
It's dead. Like E3 is out. Right. Like there's no like, we're not going back.
No need for it.
So here's my probably unpopular opinion, but honestly, E3 is one of those work meetings that could have been an email. And I feel like we could do that whole thing on a stream on Twitch and not have to have a big crowd and everything.
See, I disagree. I enjoy the whole going out to E3, like the novelty of it. Like I enjoy the novelty because it's nice to have these things. I don't want it to become a point where we don't have nice things like conferences and events like that. I don't want them to go extinct, right? You know, I feel like E3 has lost its way in these last 5 or 6 years, and it's lost a lot of its like importance as far as being in the main conference. Like, because I guess at some point they stopped being fun to do, right? They when the console wars were like really big back in Xbox PS3 days and into the beginning of PS4 days, like then it mattered. Like
games that have come out versus your games. Like let's see who's winning.
But I miss those days. Like those days were because like the trailers were like
developers were.
I kind of feel like Xbox has thrown in the towel as far as something like that is concerned, and like
even that the nail in the coffin for that was last year Sony pulling out of E3 saying we're not doing it anymore. I feel like that was huge. Like it was already going downhill.
Because Nintendo had already done it. Yeah.
It's at that point. It's PC versus Nintendo. Like we have cell phone games.
No, Nintendo did it first. Nintendo was out like before PlayStation. Like
we're just gonna do direct. Like we're just gonna
we're just gonna do our direct thing, and it'll just be a super special one, and we're done. That's it. We got this.
Yeah, we'll get to edit it. We don't have any of those on-stage snafus where things don't work, or people suck at the game, or it glitches out in the middle of the conference. We don't gotta do any of that.
Yeah,
but
I'll be right back because I just looked at what the next topic is, and I don't want to miss that.
All right, cool.
So yeah, I'm sad to see E3 go. You know, I will shed tears and pour ones out for the homies. But I kind of think it's dead forever after this. Like especially after it being such a weak place, I don't see it really coming back. And if it does come back, I don't see it coming back with any sort of like
any life or like any hype.
Yeah, we would have to go back to like 2000s era where everyone's like, yeah, fuck it, we're doing E3 again. Everyone's doing it. We're all getting in. Like then maybe, but I don't.
I feel like those were like the glory days of E3, like because like not only was like the viewership different because we didn't really have streaming platforms like we have now. Like you had G4 and we had YouTube. And like tuning into G4 like E3
and IGN.
Yeah, and IGN and tuning into like or like what was it? It was in Machina. Machina was a thing, right? Machinima. Was Machinima?
It's Machinima.
Machinima, yeah. So like
Machinima's still around, I think.
Ooh, shout out Taylor Swift.
G4 whole thing. What was G4?
G4 was the
Huh?
video game channel, bro. Like Attack of the
With the gamer
Show.
channel, yeah.
Yeah, it was like Attack of the
Was it-
Show. Like all the
That channel was godlike.
so
X-Play.
good.
Do you remember
X-Play.
when
X-Play.
that was the way to watch all
Yeah.
the gaming stuff? Like that's where you
yeah,
just went.
so cheat.
You just had a channel to the point like you would just put your TV on that channel and know like I'm gonna see something.
And you know what? What's fun? And it was only a matter of time before that medium died out because gaming moves way too fast for us to have a recorded. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
it just
Yeah.
it was only a matter of time. Like it held a good spot for while it was alive. It did what it needed to do,
and
but
nail in
the time just
coffin
caught
there.
up. Like yeah.
Nail in the coffin there. YouTube. man.
YouTube was
People just
definitely
doing-
the nail in
people
the coffin.
doing people just being able to put out those videos on YouTube when the new thing comes out. I could put the video out same day. I don't have to wait,
Yeah.
6
I don't
months
have to wait
down
for
the
this
line where I can put
episode.
it on
Yeah,
TV.
I don't have to wait for this
The
episode to drop. Like I just
episode
go
of
right
that
on
coming out
YouTube.
is
So it's kind of like
I have to
a
worry about it.
necessary evil, necessary death, then, huh?
I want to say it's like a necessary evil. I kind of feel that's just like the way of like the nature of life. You know, things are things live.
That's what you're saying. I
They're
wouldn't trade
born, they
YouTube
live,
for
and they
G4.
die.
Mhm.
Yeah, I wouldn't either.
Watch on my own time.
Dying anyway because of the streaming on demand stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have YouTube TV.
So yeah, it was just
I've heard nothing.
it was good for a while
the good things.
while it existed, and it's sad to see it go. Just like E3, it was good while it existed. Sad to see it go. I really don't want this to be like a sign that conferences like this are gonna come to
I
an
feel
end.
like
You know, we
with,
still
so
GamesCon and things like that.
I really,
Yeah,
I definitely want
but
them to
how
continue.
long before it got diluted though? Like with
I
like
understand where Cat's coming from about as far as like having that one location. Like, okay, this is where we're gonna go. We're gonna have this one place set aside. We're gonna go do this. But I feel like with everything going on in the world with COVID and all that stuff, it's already proven, especially with the last tech demo with the Unreal Engine 5, that we can do all this stuff online.
It was never in question that we couldn't do it online. We knew that.
Yeah, this
kinda
is just like yeah, we were trying to.
It just kind of sucks.
you lose the social value of it though.
Yeah, it kind of
Mhm.
sucks that we
Intimacy.
can't go to the party. It's a party. Like I kind of feel like we can't go to the party anymore. Like
Right.
now we just get on
Yeah.
Uber every night or Skype or whatever it is. Like back in the day, like the party's over. Like that's what
Like,
it feels like. And
how
I
about
hate
this?
that. Son.
What about what's that movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger where he went to the future? Is it Demolition Man? And him and the chick is about to, do the do.
Yes.
It's like,
Yeah.
we don't.
Yeah, use a stupid helmet. Yeah.
Oh, they
yeah,
put on the
yeah.
helmet.
Yeah.
I remember
I
that.
think-
Yeah.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, we don't do
guys
things physically no
100%.
more. Yeah.
I think. Like,
He was so
and it could be a-
confused.
It could be a nod to accessibility, but the fact that we're losing out on these personal, intimate things, like, it's true. Like, I think I was talking to him about like playing card games online, and he's like, "No, like,
Oh,
I want
Stallone.
to go to
Fuck
the stinky, smelly card shop.
Yeah,
where
exactly.
People don't
Uh-huh.
use deodorant and play because that
That's fun
feeling and that,
experience.
yeah,
that's just part of the
And
experience, bro.
actually, I agree 110%. Like, you're right. Like, that is fun. Like that and like look at Comic-Con. Comic-Con used to be for like the nerds, like for us. And when they started throwing like Twilight stuff in there, I don't know how you guys feel about
Oh
that.
dear God, don't.
It kind of
don't
like
Twilight.
diluted the experience. Like now the want to go to Comic-Con is not even there because like it's now it should be called PopCon or Pop Culture Con. It's like how long before it happens to video games, before it happens to
They
like,
are?
E3 when
Sequel
you had like
Demolition Man?
Candy Crush and all type of mobile games and
Holy
all type
shit.
of like quote unquote
Listen,
gamers. that are, like...
don't all you guys have phones?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what,
Like like so yeah.
Blizzard tried that. That didn't work
It's
out.
already that cell phone gaming presentation.
Cell phone
Yeah,
gaming
so
presentations.
listen.
Diablo
and, like,
Mobile.
It would have sucked. Like,
Yeah, that was a good
exactly.
one.
Diablo, that's what I was like.
That
Like,
announcement.
that meme
That
is cemented.
announcement.
Don't you guys all have phones? Like,
yeah.
forever.
He said, "Wait, what's
cemented
wrong with
somehow,
Twilight?"
like, yeah, so this is not BlizzardCon anymore. This is just like whatever's convenient and popular con heard. Like,
Just to answer your question,
it
Chingly,
sucks, man.
like when they're done, just to answer your question, my gripe with Twilight is it's like as a person who read the books, it was just completely offset from like the things that were described and the things that were on screen.
Listen.
And Twilight does not belong at Comic-Con. You don't have to beat around the bush. Get your Twilight Con. Get your book con. Get your terrible book to movie adaptation cons. But at Comic-Con,
don't bring it
comic
to
stuff.
my
I want
comic
Twilight.
thing.
I'm sorry.
And that happens a lot, Grim, because I read Harry Potter and then I saw the movies and I was disappointed. And people were like, the movies are so good. Why are you disappointed? I'm like, because the book was still better than that.
Yeah, and I feel like that's always going to be the case. Like, because I feel like when it comes to like movie adaptations.
Wait. Before you go into, you know what that is? Accessibility.
I'm gonna bite us in the butt. I'm telling you, bro. You're gonna see, like it's good, but too much of it, like anything else, is not. Is gonna suck, bro. It's gonna suck.
Like, it hurts even more in movies when they miss a super important detail in the book.
Yes.
Like the Giver is a good example. Like his eye color is like the most important detail in the thing, and his
because it's not the same medium. It's not the same medium, bro. Like the answer to that is always gonna be, if you want that, go read the book. Go read the book.
If you want a competitive game, go play Counter-Strike. Go play Valorant. That's always gonna be, and because they have that cop out, it's just gonna slowly dilute and like minimize those things, and it doesn't evaluate our feelings, like or like that fan base. And it's gonna be one of those things that when it's totally gone, then people are gonna miss it. You know, then it's gonna be one of those like, damn, like, and then we're gonna follow the cycle, and then it's gonna come back, and there's gonna be too much of this one thing, and you know, cycle continues.
Son, it's born, it lives, it dies, it lives again, son.
Yeah, the books, like, long story short, the books will always be better than movies because we have the scenes in our heads, like this perfect scene, and then as soon as it's on screen, it's not what we it's not what we thought it. Like, yeah.
Especially
imagination is
a really good author. When that author is really good at describing that scene to you.
We are not talking about Game of Thrones. I'm sorry. No.
That's a whole
nother episode.
Yeah.
Wait. What did it ask?
Game of Thrones movie / shows. I was like, yeah, tune into episode 2.
Episode 2. We'll say that for next week.
The author has their own idea, like they have their
own.
Oh,
DK, do not get me started on I Am Legend.
Boy, yeah, like episode 2, we'll definitely talk about like movies and shows because, man, Game of Thrones, man. I don't know how we went from here.
My brother bought a set of books, and I started reading them. And then once I saw the diverge in the show, I was like, man, I'm so stuck. I want to enjoy this, but I can't the same way. And then the ending was just bad.
Oh my god.
Let's not get into it. We're getting into it.
No, we're not talking about that. Like that's episode 2.
Don't open the box.
Don't open the box. All right. So back to like. All right, I'll probably be next week episode, Mark. So getting back to like E3 and like the Unreal Tech demo.
The Unreal Godlike demo. Oh my god, the fucking triangles.
All the triangles.
I don't know if anyone in the audience out there has any sort of like computer science graphics background.
Holy shit.
If you do, you understand
how hard that
so many fucking triangles. That's all I'm gonna say about it. Like that's all I need to say. Like that's I'm out.
He said I'm out.
I am a mouth fireman. We know this. I have no tech background whatsoever, and I was impressed.
Man,
dude,
the future of gaming is very bright.
I was just thinking about my computer overheating. It was just crazy.
To play devil's
advocate, it's a very.
Right? How many times have these E3 demos been glorious? And the real game was like.
Well, he said it's not. He said it's not a game.
But it's not a game.
It wasn't. It was just a demo, DK.
Just showing what the
my point is that they showed something great in the demo aspect, and the game was like
But it's not the game.
No. It's not even a game. It's a tech demo. It's something they
to display the technology. That's what it is. I'm saying like they did.
So. It's not up to them to do something with it.
The developers,
the developers what they do.
What you're saying right now, Solo, is like saying, man, he's not playing Hulk right. Like, shit, he don't know how to play Hulk right. Like, he just don't.
Well, I hope when he does play right, because I don't want that.
That point still stands. I hear you, bro.
Awesome graphics and all
that's how it happens, right? One person gets it right, and then it trickles down to everyone else. That's just.
I understand where you're coming from, because it's very often that these E3 tech demos, like fucking E3, not a sin. These tech demos that you see, game demos I should say that you see are fake. Anthem is one of them. Prime example, but 100% fake demo that they just slopped together like a week before the fucking conference. Like, yeah, this is our game, sort of, maybe. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, yeah. So, I understand that. But this is a tech demo. Like, this is not a game. This is literally, like, we built something. Like, we thought of a new engine design for a car, and we put the engine together. And we don't have it in the car or anything. We just literally put the engine together, and we plugged it up, and we see the bitch run. And the bitches run. What happens after this?
But remember
On
who's
our
really
hands,
for,
right?
though. Remember who's really for that. At the end of the day, like you said with cars, like it's for the investors. Like if you look at cars, right?
Mhm.
The whole prototype always looks crazy. It's sick. Like, oh my god, this you guys are gonna really make this affordable, nice, sick looking car, and then we get the real thing as the shelf form itself. Well, you know, it's for the investors. It's for investors and like, hey, look at the potential.
Yeah, the one that looked super pretty was like the maxed out model. You know, you're not
again. You know,
this
even
this would be true, but this isn't really for invest. Like, it is for an investor, but this isn't really for them as like a means to like get an investment. The thing is already done. It's made. Like they passed the they passed the point.
No, they license out the engine. So the thing is like, come use Unreal 5 because look how great it is. So me as me sitting there on my board team, like, hey, you know, I want the developers to use Unreal 5. I seen the whatever, blah blah blah, this, that, and third, put money in it, and I just hope that, like you said, like I hope they play Hope right.
It's gonna take time. It's gonna take time for them to learn the characters, right?
Yeah,
you have to learn all your moves. Shit.
Not the first game to be spectacular, but 5 games down the line, you know what I'm saying? I want to look.
I kind of feel like you put the cart a little bit before the horse. Like, I understand but for what this is just
see.
We ran the test, and these are the specs.
Yeah,
this is the best. We have nothing past this.
This is them showing you the best
specs.
Yeah,
all we got. I can't make you any promises about the future, but these are the specs. See the numbers.
My thing is,
it's gonna take a couple years before we get games that are like.
Exactly.
My thing is like, how many fucking solid state drives am I gonna have to buy per game for these graphics?
They're giving you what, 1.65 terabytes.
Cloud gaming was supposed to be the thing, but you know,
no.
Wait, the higher end, the quote unquote, like the rumors are the high end. Like there's gonna be like different models. So the high end model.
Okay, so here's
take my money. Take my money.
Yeah, you can take my money. I'm gonna need all the terabytes I can get.
Immediately rip that drive out and put one of the better drives on my computer in there.
Absolutely.
If it's better, sure.
Isn't the rumor that like they're getting some custom like drives for the PlayStation 5 or something like that?
Okay.
Yeah, but
we're not getting like available like stock base.
If it's not gonna exceed SATA 6, it doesn't matter because it'll still be below NVMe. So it has to at least match NVMe for them to go, it's the best thing out there.
And for the people that don't speak computer, I need you to explain that. For the people in the chat that are like, for some of the people in the chat that don't speak computer in French fry.
Breathing fireman.
But are we just talking like load times? Or are we talking like processing?
So
both, everything, read-write speeds in general.
It comes down to read-write speed, right? And what you really want is read speeds. Like how quick this game downloads, you know, our internet is whatever. You really want the read speed, and that is like how quick am I going to do this transition, or how quick is this going to load?
Your write speed is going to be capped by your internet anyway.
Yeah,
They did explain it though, right? No, you remember like a couple months, or like maybe a month ago, they had that really weird showcase that everyone thought would be like a PlayStation 5 reveal.
Nope.
But it was really just explaining how they optimize the saving and the read-write data for PS5. Like, I don't really remember that too clearly. I should have probably did my research before we fucking came in. But that is something to look into because I'm pretty sure they addressed that.
What me and Ken is saying is that what I was asking Ken is that when it comes to upgrading, you know, like PS4, you just kind of just buy this like SSD and slap it in there. When you want more space, will my more space be at the sacrifice of those speeds? You know,
am I sacrificing your better drive?
Yeah.
Do I now have to buy a proprietary drive every time I want an upgrade?
Mm-hmm. And I'm saying the answer may lie in that press conference that they did before this.
Okay.
I can't remember clearly.
I see what you mean. Like they might have given us this answer.
Yeah, they might have explained this shit already. Yeah.
Now, 5 terabyte system is not far fetched. Like it's not. Like it's not.
It's not.
You said that 10 years ago and people would laugh at you, right? But 5 terabyte system.
Solo. How much space is on my machine right now?
What do you?
Dear God.
10 terabytes.
I'm pretty sure I'm at 4 terabytes of
4
space on this
terabytes?
computer right now. I have, first of all, one of my drives is a terabyte by itself, and then every 2 drives is 500. Yeah, and I'm at 6 drives, so.
Yeah, dude, we're at that day and age.
I mean, watch, like, in 2 years, you can be like 2 drives and triple that.
But see, here's the thing, right? Games are definitely getting bigger because one of my drives, one of my drives is already near max. It already has.
I 100% agree. Like proportionally, it won't matter, but more space is more space, bro. Like you just want to look at the numbers and feel good.
So, like,
feel good.
The fact that the base system or like the highest version of their intro system, like day 1 system, is 1.65 terabytes, lets me know the games are already going to be massive.
Yep. Like,
and we knew that day 1, and we know 4 terabyte and bigger drives exist already.
Exactly.
That's their big drive. Yeah, we already know.
And we knew from jump, like, especially multiplayer games are gonna, like, the way things are looking right now, because like from Halo 5 all the way up to Call of Duty, like Halo 5 to this day is like 98 gigs.
Wow. 98
gigs.
That's
Probably like
base game, no DLC.
There wasn't really anything to DLC for the game except for the maps and the rec weapons.
You know that Call of Duty installs itself in pieces now, right?
Yep, because it's just too damn big.
So my Call of Duty, which only has Warzone on my machine, is 89.5 gigabytes, and I do not have multiplayer installed. Because once you install multiplayer, you go up to like 110 or something like that. It's massive. It's really, really massive. I do not have campaign mode. I do not have multiplayer installed. This is all Warzone.
You don't even have the Spec Ops or whatever it is, right?
That's I don't have any of that.
I didn't download Spec Ops either.
And I'm sure there's some base amount of the game that it has to download no matter which portion you have. That's
I'm gonna need data structure guys to help us accelerate this jump where we don't have 2 copies of things because it's easier for the game or smoother for the game to run. Like, you guys have to
part of the PlayStation 5 press conference that Cass is talking about. They talked about how they optimize all those things so it doesn't do that anymore. So we'll see. Because it definitely like, you want to install something? Well, you need twice as much space as that thing on your drive because we need to copy it into some weird temp place and then install it. It's like, why did you need to do all the extra steps, guys?
Yeah, because does PC work? I don't think PC downloads even work or updates really work like that, do they? So I gotta see. I never had like at the limit space.
Your computer's kind of smart about how it does it. It uses swap space, so it kind of like puts things in this
temporary box,
puts the real thing where it needs to, and then takes it out of the temporary box.
Exactly. Yeah. Like
my thing is like
it looks like the PlayStation operating system wasn't designed for that. It was just like, I'm gonna copy everything as one big brick.
My thing is like, is the launch catalog alone for both the Xbox Series X and the PS5 gonna take up eat up every amount of space that I have?
It depends how many of my old games are you giving me back on PS5.
Oh, we're getting like 4,000 plus PS4 games on launch.
So they made it compatible enough that I could just get most of my games boosted straight up. Smart on them. Because if I can't, still play games like, and this is my staple games, Dragon Ball FighterZ, DC Universe, things like that. Like, I'm gonna be peeved immediately. Like, day 1 system, cool. So I have no games.
Yeah, because think about it. Operating system and necessary updates already gonna probably be like.
I kind of feel like that might be. I'm not sure who's more on who's this more, but that might be on like a developer thing that they would have to ask for.
Yeah. So as a developer, so here's what happens, and because software, fucking the company on top, PlayStation, Xbox, whatever it is, they pretty much give you a template on how to migrate your game forward if you want to migrate it forward. If there's some weird engine switch or upgrade you need to do, they kind of give you some base instructions on how to do it and then tell you from there, figure it out. So it really comes down to the developer if they want to press the buttons. A lot of times it's mostly automated. If your game uses a very popular engine, it's kind of automated. But it still requires somebody to sit down and retest everything, make sure it converted everything.
Right, make sure it didn't break.
Make sure it didn't destroy everything.
Yeah.
For the most part, those systems are kind of like, okay, we need to migrate this. Someone needs to hit the button, make sure it migrates all the things. Now we're gonna spend the next 3 months retesting everything we tested the first time, make sure it's not crazy broken. We don't want to migrate all the bad things about the game forward as we go forward, right? Because some games came to PlayStation 4 with their crap netcode. I won't name any games in particular, but Grim knows what I'm talking about because we tried.
Yeah.
Come on, we're gonna get to that in a second. So.
Oh yeah, that's my not so smooth segue.
Yeah, my thing is because I know Xbox they're talking about like they're bringing the entire damn catalog in, like everything from
I kind of feel like that's cool. Who gives a fuck? Like I'm not here to play old games. I played those games already. Like
that's mostly because Microsoft is not stupid. They kind of built a lot of they pretty much held people to that standard. Like, hey, if you're gonna build your stuff, build it in a way so that when you need to migrate, it's not a pain in your ass because we want to migrate.
Like it's nice. I think it's nice to have the old stuff. But...
Yeah. And if Microsoft says, hey, do the thing, a lot of those companies like, hey, we make a lot of money there. We're going to do the thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel like backwards compatibility is a nice luxury to have. But at the end of the day, it's a luxury. It's not going to make or break my system. Like, I'm not really here.
I think
it's
really mostly nice
play...
to have for games that you know are not going to, I guess...
nostalgia value,
I don't want to say advanced. Not even nostalgia value. Games like... DC that are DC or like Warframe, like this is the game and it's just gonna keep growing, but this is the game. It's good for
but I feel
that.
like but those games
hard to move your game forward.
Yeah, but those games are, I feel like are obviously gonna get PS5 extensions
forward.
Like,
yeah. And then the other thing I was really thinking about were like fighting games, right? A lot of those games you don't get a new version very often.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to still play my game and not have to.
But I wouldn't say that because the more popular fighting games usually get a new version when you get a new console.
That's true.
Yeah,
so just screw over the unpopular fighting games.
No, so that's what I'm saying. For all the games that don't get that high support, it's nice to have that compatibility where I could still play that game and not just be completely crashing.
The only reason it didn't happen in the past is because it wasn't marketable. We wanted you to buy a new thing, stop living in the past.
But even before we get to the market, before we get to the marketability thing,
people rioted too much the last time, so I think that's why a lot of people are doing it now.
Yeah, DLC's a thing now, so yeah, I'm gonna give you that old game because the DLC's still on sale. Look at those old games.
DLC is still on sale.
Even Call of Duty's still selling their DLC. You want to play Call of Duty Advanced Warfare?
I get it. Like I understand it from like a corporate point of view, but I'm not thinking about it like that. Like they can always do whatever makes them the most.
Shout out to Call of Duty for not shooting themselves in the foot because had they dropped,
I don't really care about that.
Yeah, like I just want to shout them out because they didn't shoot themselves in the foot because had they dropped Modern Warfare 2 multiplayer.
So
remastered.
It's exactly why we didn't get it. They did it on purpose. They already knew, like, hey, we don't want to strip all of our players away.
Players from the thing,
from the thing that works. So
we're not dumb.
Yeah, we're not.
Why would we cannibalize ourselves?
Now, let's be real. I'm pretty sure if the game was doing horribly, like it was doing really, really bad,
Yeah.
Somebody would have pushed the button by now.
We would have got it. Absolutely, we would have got it. Hit the button.
No, there's no point in making fun of that or laughing at that. That's just smart plays, bro.
Yeah,
like,
it is real smart.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's just smart plays.
And we know somebody would have pressed that button. And they know they would have got all the people playing. If they did all the upgrades they did for the last time, they did a remaster. Like, yeah, they would have got all of us back. We would have been there for the nostalgia.
Yeah.
We would at least pay, whatever $20 they wanted for it or something. They didn't get us to pay.
At least to me, I don't really feel like the whole backwards compatibility is a big thing for me. Like, old games are gonna stop getting supported anyway when we move to a new system. Like, like we're gonna move on eventually. Like, I'm not so attached to like the old stuff. Like, I get it. Like, certain games just don't get like
it's one of those things
sequels, and I get that, but
I feel like it's mostly for when the console comes out, like that first year or so where there's
when it's dry.
When it's dry as hell. Like
it's kind of nice to have it there so that you don't have to deal with the shit. There's nothing to play on the console.
But we usually have launch titles. If you have a good launch title, you don't have something.
Which kind of happened with PS4 and Xbox One when it first came out.
Oh.
Xbox One, like that was
literally when PlayStation 4 came out. I had Warframe and Call of Duty Ghosts.
Exactly. That's
all
I had.
My only two games for months until I started playing DC because I needed something else to play.
Yeah, like that was just the bread and butter. Warframe, Call of Duty Ghosts, and whatever free game was out for the month on PS Plus.
Yeah, on PS Plus. It's weird. Did they like catch developers by surprise or something? Like, did they not know?
No. I kind of think there was a lot of focus. I kind of think there was a lot of focus on the system itself and not like
getting
especially
after
especially after the whole PS3 like fiasco on launch. So I kind of feel like they're kind of like, yeah, we're gonna launch the PS4, we're gonna launch the price point,
both had shaky
and
launches.
They fucking annihilated the game market henceforth. Like it was a little dry at the beginning, but
and then
then it picked up real fast.
History has shown
and games like that
like
dropping
bombs
they started
after
dropping
bomb
bombs.
after bomb. Exclusive after exclusive after exclusive, and Xbox tried to compete.
So
they brought out Tomb Raider, tried to fight Uncharted, didn't work.
110%.
Bomb after bomb after bomb. Like,
even if looking at it objectively, 360 PS3 era, Xbox might be able to say they won.
They did win.
I'm not gonna argue.
No,
they did.
They
did objectively, and
I can't really argue that point.
Yeah,
I didn't know enough about both sides of the war to really say anything about it.
Yeah, Xbox.
I can 100% say that this gen, PlayStation bodied Xbox.
Yes, absolutely for free.
Xbox, which is so
for
bad.
free.
That match is like 7-3 right now.
So here's how bad it was. It was really bad. I had money for an Xbox, and it was so bad that when I looked through the list of games, there was nothing I wanted to play. That
was always my joke. Like all my old war bodies from the console era, eras, and talk about Xbox is like, alright, but what do you even play on that? Silence.
I'm gonna tell you exactly how.
Breaking silence.
I'm gonna tell you exactly how that summer went for me, bro. Like I'm gonna tell you exactly how that summer went for me. I watched like the E3 press conference for that year. Saw PlayStation's press conference, so Xbox's press conference. I was like, yeah, we might as well just buy a PlayStation. I walked in my uncle's room. I was like, yeah, we just might as well buy a PlayStation. Like, and everybody was just in unison. Like, yeah, we just gonna get a PlayStation this year. It's not looking too good.
Charlie Murphy laugh.
yeah, big Charlie Murphy laugh. Like having the time of my life. So looking at it, like, ha ha.
Because like they started bodying that because Xbox like for whatever reason, so they were trying to sell like the console
and everything.
Yeah, the console PC aspect. Like, yeah, we're gonna give you like keys.
It was
like
supposed to be like your secret home theater system or something.
Your secret home theater.
They stopped trying to like make games and tried to make it like this
super
part of your home item, and
it's
not gonna work.
Part of your setup.
As a Halo player, what the hell is a DVR gonna do for me? Like, I understand what you want to do for me.
They even wanted you to route your cable through it. Like,
exactly.
The main thing you turned on when you walked into the room.
Xbox 360 had the lead. You know why Xbox 360 was better? Because they understood that people are gonna pay for quality when there's a big gap.
And they had exclusive content.
Better than PSN. Yeah, and you had Call of Duty was rushing there. They had all the popular games. When Xbox One came out, they didn't capitalize on their lead. You know what I'm saying? Because
they didn't have one to begin with.
I'm talking about Xbox 360, like from the previous era.
They
didn't capitalize on that lead because PSN caught up. PSN started charging people, and we got an overall better quality online, service.
Yeah, they could dump more money on it.
Yeah,
now.
And like I said, they started trying to solve problems that weren't there. They're trying to do things that people didn't ask for. No, I don't want this Connect on all the time. Watch me when I sleep.
Exactly.
And PlayStation like, no, we're gonna double down on what we know what people like. We got our online together. We heard your cries. You didn't want crappy free PSN, and it bridged the gap and blew my league. I think now Xbox is in trouble because. Halo's dead in the water. All the exclusive they quote unquote took from PlayStation doesn't really matter because we realized it just wasn't simply just about the exclusive games, and they're really banking on we're gonna make the stronger system.
I wouldn't say that. It was 100% about the exclusive games because if you look at the PlayStation's catalog versus the Xbox catalog, because games that are on both systems don't count. Like Call of Duty's, we don't count those. Fighting games, we don't really count.
We're talking about like the Horizon Zero Dawns, the God of Wars.
Yup.
We're talking about the Spider-Mans.
But don't forget, Xbox had Killer Instinct.
Yeah, and
I kind of feel like.
I forgot about that. No, what I'm saying is that those small victories matter. What I'm talking about in the grand scheme of things, the reason why you want blockbuster Call of Duty to, prioritize your system is because when it comes to these little kids who are the majority of the market, right? Because us adults, we don't have the luxury. Okay.
And it was also the hidden esports market at the time.
I don't really think that was so much of Xbox not doing something. I really feel like that was Sony no, we're just gonna make Call of Duty show them a better fucking product, and they're gonna go with us. And I feel like that's what happened. I feel that was like a big Japanese Sony head honcho came through and said, "Yo, this is the plan. This is what we're doing. Yo, Bonsai, let's go."
Yeah, man.
It was no. I'm saying like when it came to the Switch, right? Xbox wanted to fight, PlayStation on the oh, you see, you guys got all the exclusive titles. We want to take some of those, right? And they took that fight. If they would have kept the support to the mainstream games, Call of Duty, NBA 2K, blah blah blah, Street Fighter.
Yeah, but no. But I get that, but they don't get to choose to support those things, right? It's like they have to make. Yeah, but they have to make the deal.
They weren't putting out the stronger bid. PlayStation knew what they were doing. That's why they put on the stronger
bid.
Yeah,
no, I'm saying
Activision had the exclusive stuff.
You guys want to know what really killed the Xbox?
It's hard to say they weren't putting up the stronger bid. Like obviously they didn't put up the stronger bid. PlayStation got. That's
Microsoft's a bigger company. I'm sure they could have maxed the dollars.
Yeah, but you don't know exactly what the opponent puts on the table for like their deal. Like it's not.
I know how much Microsoft's worth. I know how much Sony's worth. I'm pretty sure anything Sony could have offered, Microsoft could have.
I don't. But you don't know what it, and you don't know what else goes into that besides the monetary value. Even if you could guess the number, like if it's a six-figure number and you can guess it, and you're like, yeah, I'll double that right now. You don't know what else went into this deal. Besides,
those are unknown.
Right, so
we can't talk
so
about
that's what I'm saying. It's unfair to say.
But see, even if you double the money, right? And I'm throwing in a lot of like good add-ons. That's not money. You might like my add-ons more than more money.
What can at that time?
No.
Microsoft can offer add-ons wise.
Wait, to capitalize on what?
I don't know. I don't get. I don't want to get into it. But I'm just saying, like, it's unfair to say that just offhand, Microsoft didn't make a good enough offer. Like they did something deficiently, right?
They did something very deficiently. And that's
but
in the world where cash is king, explain that point.
No. They could be things in the agreement that go beyond just how much money you're gonna pay for the
hold on. But we don't know about that. That's unknown. I could counter that.
Right, I agree. I understand. I understand that they are unknowns, bro. But what I'm saying to you is that it's because there are things. Hold on. Let me say this right. Because we know that there are things that we don't know, right?
That's
right. Because we know, it is unfair to just offhandedly say that the reason why such lost that I would say it's unfair to say that the reason why a person didn't get whatever exclusivity contracts with the games. It's unfair to say that offhand just based on like they didn't pay enough money, right? There could be a lot of things that we don't know that went on that influenced that decision, And yes, you're gonna say money is king, and because we don't know the things, we should just go off. Yes, but I feel like that we're turning a blind eye to obvious facts, right? Like,
I think you're simplifying it, but continue.
I'm not simplifying. I just feel like there are things that we don't understand about the situation, right? And to just make a blanket statement that they got outbid monetarily, like even if that's just like a generalization, like they just put more on the table, like, I feel like that's a little brash to say. Like I don't want you to paint it like Xbox didn't do enough, right? I'm sure they did as much as they possibly could to secure the deal.
They tried to do too much, and that's they tried to do too much, and that's what shot themselves in the foot.
That I agree. Like they try to be a home system.
Yeah, and they tried to lock used games behind like a Microsoft paywall. Like they tried to do a lot.
They prioritize, and that's what I'm saying. They prioritize doing those. That's what I'm saying. They prioritize doing those stuff. I'm pretty sure when it came to stuff like, no, we know that whatever we're projecting that this is gonna be more successful. So let's kind of like ignore that, so forth. And
they tried to completely eliminate the used games market on your ability to share games with people.
Well, yeah, that was a lot.
That was hilarious.
Okay, we'll put it like this: they made a series of bad decisions during that generation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Big and small, that led them to lose that era of the console wars to Sony, right? Mm-hmm. When we can sit here all day and debate on how much or how little any section of that played a role in it.
Mm-hmm.
But the facts stand as they are. Sony obviously made good decisions, and Xbox obviously made poor decisions. and they have paid the fucking price for it. Tenfold.
They paid dearly,
right?
like
tenfold. And I understand what you were saying before, that they like it could hurt them even now, right? Like they still kind of have to dig themselves out of the hole that they put themselves in these last couple generations, or this last generation. And I don't know if they can do that, you know.
I mean, I feel like they took a step in the right direction.
New opportunity.
They took a step in the right direction with the Xbox One X. Like that was them saying like, okay, we fucked up in the beginning. We're trying. We fucked up in the beginning, but we're trying now. We're really trying now.
You don't know what they're not trying? To name these things properly, bro. Like, imagine being like a mom trying to go buy the proper Xbox system for your fucking Timmy Note in fucking Target or Walmart.
Oh my god!
You're gonna say Xbox,
hey.
And there's gonna be like 7 different models.
You walk into the store and you go, I want the new PlayStation, and they go, cool. So it's called the PlayStation 5, and we have the low model, the medium model, and the high model. Which one do you want?
All right, so can I came for the new Xbox?
He wants an Xbox instead. All right, so hold on. Before I explain to you how many Xboxes there are, you need to understand what an Xbox is. Like, hold on.
Do you want the Xbox One, the Xbox 2, the
Xbox Series X, Y, Z?
The Xbox 27 Alpha, that you might want that one. That one might.
I don't know who is cracked in the Microsoft home office making these names. They even get him.
Microsoft is too much of a computer company.
Straight C,
and they went
C#
down the
rhetoric, bro.
With all the hardware and the naming.
It's straight C# rhetoric, bro.
That weren't a problem yet.
Yeah, they're solving things that don't.
Xbox One in the future would be a good idea, but now the average guy doesn't care about that. The average gamer person, chick, they don't care about that stuff.
Listen,
you don't want
listen. Super maximum strong gamers are gonna buy the highest version of your console and or PC hardware, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you put out that low version of the thing, you know who you're marketing that for.
Exactly.
Don't try to do all the extra stuff in that version. Like the extra stuff in that version is nonsense. Don't do that. You're wasting your time.
And they're not gonna know what it is. Use it anyway.
I want my low latency controllers, like flawless frame rate.
Disc
and when you say that, it makes sense. Like when you get the first gen PlayStation 3 to PlayStation 4, it was the big hulker with all the extra USB slots and all the bells and whistles. And the one right after that, it's like, stripping all that out.
Yeah, we took the two slots away. It doesn't backwards compat anymore. We had to strip some of that stuff away.
And another thing about the Xbox,
had those came out parallel and they just had been 2 different models of the same system, it would have been great. Because you kind of get to choose. Like, do I want all the extra bells and whistles? Nah, not really. I don't need them.
Yeah, I think we have to remember that. Don't forget. Oh my god, go ahead, Graham.
I was saying that's like to jump on what Ken was saying. Like, like the extra bells and whistles. Like the fucking Xbox, the original Xbox was a fucking obelisk. Like, was a slab.
Massive. That big black box with
the big black box. Like
with the green X across the top. Oh.
My Xbox has left Brooklyn once. My PlayStation was in my backpacks, and then she was like carrying a textbook.
Everywhere.
It was like carrying a textbook. Like it was just so convenient.
My PlayStation 3 was kind of fat. I had the original Fat Boy PS3, so that was.
Cass had the Fat Boy PS3 and still managed to bring it to my house several times for us to beat Resistance and other games.
You're right.
Resistance. Resistance is a good game.
We had a pricing crisis and that's why we eventually did get the Slim, where I think they were not losing money, but it wasn't cost effective to continue pumping out the extra USB slots, backwards compatibility. Yep. Remember, that's to lower the price. So they're already kind of taking a hit. From the jump. So we knew that the Slim was coming. Like, people knew that they're gonna have to find somebody to cut back. They can't.
Yeah, they're gonna put out the second model and strip away all the things that they realized.
To make it affordable. So so that also was like,
how many people use all 4 slots? Oh, you could take the extra 2 away. Fuck that.
Yeah,
how many people use that?
The casual gamer doesn't care for the extra 2 slots. The casual gamer doesn't care for old games. I'm trying to play new games. I'm trying to play stuff now.
Yeah.
I'm trying to buy that fresh new game. I ripped out the plastic.
Right.
I'll play that.
Well, I think they should have did, and I know they did it eventually, was we're gonna take it away, but here's this add-on for $50 or $25 where you could get back your slots or whatever. And I think they should have did that from the jump. And I'm pretty sure there's other reason why they didn't, but yeah.
So people like us have now fixed this problem because this USB switch that I have now,
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Fuck your
Yeah,
extra.
but remember,
I have
people
all the
like
slots
us
I need
are
now.
not the majority, so
You're right.
we're kind of like
We're not the
yeah.
pop. We're the
And you know what?
We're not
You
the
know
popular
what?
people.
We're just gonna
son.
figure it out, right? We're gonna
Right,
make
we're
it.
gonna-
Count a couple blessings for that, because if we were the majority and they saw us doing scheme adjacent things like that, they probably be
might block
honest.
it or
With, nah,
something,
bro, you can't.
Yeah, we can't let you do
Around in
that.
here like that.
Yeah, we can't let you do
Nah,
that. Nah. We gotta shut that
Only
shit
works with
down.
proprietary
No,
USB
bro.
hardware.
Call tech and development. Like we need to get on this
Nah.
ASAP.
They got nothing else to do all day but this. Ain't
Right.
no Timmy's calling all day. Like my Xbox doesn't work. How do I turn it on? Like, nah, they're not here, son.
Oh my god. All right, so
Yeah.
Here we go.
here we go. All right, so
I'm ready to talk about wiggling the Ethernet. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh. All right, so moving past next gen, let's talk about some things going on this summer. Being like things that have been canceled this summer, things that we usually look forward to as people like as us being like people like of the FGC, fellow compatriots of the fighting game community. So before it started out as a disaster, but now it's kind of like a disaster averted. And I'm gonna tell you why, because like a couple of tweets have surfaced in the last couple of days. But Evo 2020 announced that it was canceled. Like we were like, we're not taking people, but we're gonna have online tournaments.
And Capcom Cup.
My heart dropped. I was like, how are we gonna do this? But come to find out, Ken. Come to find out.
Go.
Come to find out that none of the major games made it onto the list. Street Fighter is out. Tekken is out. Smash is out.
Smash is out.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Can I start with Smash?
Yes, please.
Start with Smash.
Please.
Smash is one of those games, especially because Nintendo and
Don't even get me started about Cyberpunk.
Because I have bad experiences with Nintendo internet services, but man, is that game hard to play online if someone has the slightest thing wrong with their connection.
Boy.
Holy shit, does Smash become a fuckfest if your connection is just the slightest thing wrong. It becomes a nightmare.
I was thinking about worst case scenarios, dog. Like how many times we have to reset the match, like
I was gonna say to you, I was ready to win Evo wiggling my Ethernet cord. Honestly, I was ready to win Evo this year. I was winning Street Fighter Evo this year, wiggling my Ethernet every match.
Your big toe.
Oh man, wiggle your big toe.
On the little plastic tab, son.
Nah, Ken. You know what I was gonna do? I was gonna play on PC, and when my match starts to open mad YouTube tabs.
Wow.
As soon as you win that first round, so opening everything. Open 7-hour YouTube video. Please play 4K, 1080, everything, right? And I'm gonna play like Zangief or something. And we're gonna play this lag, bro.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play like Ryu, and we're gonna block these laggy fireballs. Yeah.
Bro, I was prepared for the worst case scenario. I was gonna have my popcorn ready, son. Like just all this on the Twitch. Like, yeah, give me all the bullshit.
It's weird. In terms of Street Fighter, though, I can say Street Fighter's netcode is actually pretty good, though. That's one of those games that I played online, and I haven't had many issues. I will say I spend most of my time playing with people I know.
Exactly.
And I know the internet.
Yeah.
When you could go to Street Fighter right now and put connection on any and accept all matches, and then come back and you'll see.
Yeah, come back and see like if you feel the same way.
But then that's kind of unfair, right? We can't account for every little Timmy playing on his McDonald's internet next door.
And we can't deny him from entering Evo, right? Because he paid his money like everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of
Who
unfair.
cares even one bar, right? Like, what are you gonna do? Start,
See, is it unfair if Evo has a connection requirement?
It's gonna be that one FGC player playing on like the NYC Wi-Fi. Like,
do you want to tread in those waters? Like, you have to have this much power, have this quality of connection to play.
Like, I mean, like we get in the lobby, like boom, you get in the lobby, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you look at the connections, and it's like 5 bar. Cool. This match is good.
Mm-hmm.
So you get in that next match, son, and everybody got 5 bars. This guy got the 1 bar. Like, I'm sorry, son, that 1 bar like is not cutting it. So we're not going to play this.
All right. So scenario, right? You're in your pools, you win. I'm in my pools, we win, right? Me and you end up fighting, right? I'm from Europe, you're from East Coast, US.
God.
I have 1 bar connection, right? Because we're
on a US server, right? Or something.
Yeah, exactly. So I get disqualified. I go to Twitter. Sorry, I couldn't live in the good old USA. Thanks. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see it?
It gets destructive, really.
Yeah, you know,
it
like,
definitely gets destructive.
It's hard. And the devil's advocate question I really have to ask is this better than nothing? Would you guys rather not have anything at all?
It's 100% better than nothing.
Okay.
It's 100% better than
It's
nothing.
the same thing with wrestling happening in an empty arena with no fans, right? It's better than just having nothing at all.
This is the most non-ideal version of things ever. It's gonna feel like a shell of its former self. It's gonna feel like Evo has corona. Like Evo came out to do his performance, but he has the flu, and it kind of sucks because it's plainly obvious that Evo has the flu. And
dude, I watched a WrestleMania without a single fan in the crowd to cheer for someone. I understand what you mean. Like that's how it felt. It felt like, damn, this thing is sick. Like
Capcom is also doing their thing online, right? And their solution is we're just gonna have regional tournaments for qualifiers. And here's the complaint about that is if I'm in Australia where we don't have a lot of good Australian players,
if you're in a shitty region,
I'm gonna make it. Yeah, I'm gonna make it to the grand tournament or the finals because I have no competition. Versus if I'm in East Coast or Europe and I'm playing as killers to get, you know.
I'm playing a Shoto online and I'm taking this shit.
So girl, before I go on, did Dragon Ball Fighters make it?
Nope.
No. None of the big heavy hitters made it.
That was one of the ones I expected, right? Because when the netcode in that game is great, like if I play cast right now and we're playing on 1 or 2 frames, it's fantastic. But then we've all also experienced that guy on 15 frames of lag, and the game is completely unplayable.
Completely, son.
Completely unplayable.
I think most fighters are,
bro. Like,
and I guess that's why in those games
every
now have that filter option.
I mean,
where it's like, now only give me good connection.
It is the antithesis of everything fighting games are, right? Mm-hmm. Playing tournaments online.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm not totally disappointed in this whole thing is that online tournaments might be the future. You know, I don't see it outpacing regular live tournaments anytime soon. But I really feel
it's
like
a nice thing to have. I don't think it's
a thing to have, right?
Why do you think online? As the grand finale, as the big event, you think that's going to be?
No. Because now
he just thinks in general, like, and I agree. Like, I feel like in general, online tournaments will become more popular.
Online things are going to become more and more thing, right? We just gotta have to wait for the technology to like.
Oh, Dragon Ball's already on top of it, by the way. They're putting a
get itself together.
I mean, game battles has always been a thing. They give online tournaments every week. You get an online tournament.
No. But that's no.
Yeah, like Sony is doing it. Sony is doing it.
Okay. Once again, game battles is something that the 5,000 people in the population know, but the other 5 million have no idea what that is, right? And your shit is only gonna be successful if at least some of that other 5 million have some sort of peripheral knowledge of what's going on, right?
And to jump on that point, Cass, is like, yeah, there are people that don't know, but it's like what Sony is doing, you know, they have like with the events tabs and what we got like 3-4 years ago is like
they're finally putting it to use.
Yeah, like you know, ESL, I guess like they have like a partnership with ESL, so like they're doing like the tournaments for like MK and Soul Calibur and like some Call of Duty stuff. It's not very the online tournament niche isn't very explored right now, but I feel there's a lot of space for it to grow, and especially with Evo kind of being forced to be like, hey, bad things can happen, but we're still going to play our tournaments. If you don't have good online, you're going to die. Right.
And for all the big games to get snubbed by the biggest tournament because their netcode just it's just not up to par for like even DBZ Fighters with something that's respectable.
Yeah, the netcode is definitely respectable.
Couldn't get in. Like, that really says, I feel like
it says a lot.
There's a lot to take away from right here, and I feel like that's good. It kind of puts like people like Capcom on blast. Like,
I was gonna ask that question. That was my next question. Like, does it make those developers feel like shit? Now our netcode has to
be. Now we have to do something about this.
Especially if Capcom Cup doesn't go over well, like with the regional problems you're telling me about. Like, if Capcom Club isn't like somehow a success, what you measure success is up to you, but it has to be like better than I expected to be a success. Like I went in there with like lazy eye, half asleep, and I walked out with full glance, 100 liters like of adrenaline pumping. Like I don't have blood anymore. It's just fire and hype. Like
it's just fire and hype.
Like if that's what you're gonna have to do. You have to blow me up the park. You have to Captain America Winter Soldier me, right? That is what you're gonna have to do, right? It has to be that good. Or else I'm gonna be like, this just proves that
I have an on-topic, off-topic question after this.
This just proves that you have to. I would think it would prove that you need to have your netcore up to par. Like that's the standard now, and I feel that's a good thing. It sucks that Evo has to.
You gotta speak to the shareholders, man. Like,
slice off these different parts of itself for this to be like a thing, but I feel like it's a good precedent.
The publishers and the shareholders are the problem. If they don't think it's feasible or profitable, we just keep pumping and we're still gonna sell because Street Fighter is this and blah blah blah.
Yeah. I get it. Listen. I understand the problems as they are, right? But I'm still gonna fight, bro. Like,
I mean, yeah, we have to, right? If we don't fight, then it kind of just.
Like, I understand the mountain is nigh insurmountable, but I'm still gonna fight, bro. But yeah, it could be a good thing. This could be a blessing and a curse, you know. Like,
I mean, we're definitely gonna see a lot of changes after this. Because, like, you know...
Yeah, but shouts to all the games that weren't really popular, they're getting the Evo spotlight by accident. Like,
by accident.
Skullgirls.
Yo,
shout out to Skullgirls.
Yo, like, a lot of those anime games, godlike netcode.
Cleanest online ever, bro.
I wonder what they're doing right.
Ridiculous netcode.
Like, wait, why are we not sharing this tech? Like...
Shout out to fucking Skullgirls, bro.
Different values, different cultures.
I'm about to play right now, so I can go X and 2 and say I played an Evo. Like, I'm about to download the games.
It's really sad. It shows like how the difference between the West Coast and the East Coast and how we value and support games from the love of games, valued in the profitability of games.
All right,
it shows.
All right, so like, with the Titans gone, what does that mean for Evo's viewership?
Oh, with Smash gone, cut it in half.
Yeah, Smash is a big one.
Yeah, Smash is big.
That's a whole. Because even if we don't call them FGC, because we tend not to call them FGC, they're a whole big ass community by themselves. You just lose.
Yeah, even if we shun them for no reason, even like scumbags, I don't know why people shun Smash players or whatever. They're like a huge
part of the community that's just
Smash players just haven't found hygiene and manners or age much.
I feel like that's only like a chunk of the Smash community because why you're saying is true, unfortunately, like that is the truth.
Sometimes the loudest part of that community. So it's kind of
loud is an understatement. Loud is an understatement, dog.
I kind of feel like that's just a stigma, right? You don't really see that too much. Like, I get it. Like Smash.
It's probably not the same nowadays.
If all the
it's not because they make people bathe before they come to the venue.
Oh, they do. Yeah, that's what they're doing now.
Yeah.
Like if FGC were people, right? Like the Street Fighter and the Street Fighter and the MK players, like the hood guys, and the Smash players are kind of like the nerds and little kids, and the Tekken players and the anime players are their own group. The anime kids are anime kids, no matter where you are, right? And everyone else is just who they are, and everyone kind of like picks on Smash Brothers. Because they're seen as kind of like the nerdy, kind of like little kid. Yeah, whatever. You play Smash, okay.
Well, yeah, because it goes back to Ken was saying about paint, right? Smash has that paint where off the rip, forget what you know about the game, mechanics, fight styles, it's gonna attract,
kids,
a wider variety of little kids, including little kids, but a wider variety of audience versus Mortal Kombat. Or Tekken, or Street Fighter. You know what I'm saying? Like,
think about
Mario.
What
Mario.
Would be,
you know what I'm saying?
If that game looked super serious, like.
But the general audience is not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about
no. I'm saying because of that. Now, like you said, Smash is not just those little kids, but because they are part of it, and people can point them out.
You know what I'm saying? Think about it. When you see a little kid.
Yeah, I get it. Oh yeah. I get it. I get it.
In Marvel that year, and he was like, he made it far.
Noah, the Noah kid.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God, Noah, Marvel. You see a little kid in a Smash tournament, and no one blinks an eye. It's normal, like that brat. You know what I'm saying?
That brat.
You know what I'm saying? But
yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it's kind of normal to see that kid there.
They were streaming his school matches like he was a pro. They when all his matches were on stream when he made the top. He made the top 64, something like that, or 32. You know, and it shows me, you know, and we know you still have Zeros and Mewtwo King, whatever, and these guys who are much older, but you still also have those younger audience who act X way. I'm not gonna say it's bad.
The people who love child prodigies. That's just always been.
Yeah, but I don't know.
And that's why you pick on. That's why we end up picking on the Smash community. You know.
I don't know. I kind of feel Smash just has a bad rap for that. Like it's just like.
And Smash is a hard game, and people don't want to admit it. Smash is a hard game.
Smash is a hard game, but like I'm gonna say this, like and it only counts for a select few, but a majority of the competitive Smash player base, those motherfuckers need counseling, dog.
Well, I mean, they're young. It happens. They're still growing
up.
Nah.
These are grown ass men.
Nothing's worse than getting smashed up by a 9-year-old because he's better than you, and you actually, I'm gonna go home and practice. Like, damn, this game is kind of hard. There's so many elements.
Nah, man. I've seen.
I think that statement right there is part of the thing, right? Like your examples that a 9-year-old cracked you up, like. Well, Smash players are little kids. All Smash players are really not little kids.
These are grown-ass men, son, chucking their controllers across venues.
Again, I said you have the older players. Mewtwo King, whatever, blah.
No, it's more than Mewtwo King. Like, no.
I still have younger players.
Yes, there are younger players in the community, but I feel like it's not as young as you think, bro. It's really not that young.
It's not.
You don't have like when you look at stream, it's not just a bunch of like 12-year-olds and like.
Nah, these are like teenagers, like 18 to like 27.
Of these tournaments, right? And I'm pretty sure Street Fighter, you're gonna see the classic older, 20 and up, whatever. I'm pretty sure in Smash you see some teens.
Yeah, you get that, but these kids are like 17, 18, like.
Yeah, so like.
17, 18. I think you give too much credit. These kids are still wet behind the ears.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
In terms of behavior and how they act.
Yes.
I feel like behavior and how they act.
I kind of feel like you don't watch like the Smash community enough to like to know to say things like that.
Like there's
so obviously this is gonna be subjective, right? In terms of like how we think and how it's appropriate to act, right? What I'm saying is that if you look at the maturity as a whole, right, as Street Fighter, Tekken,
there is no maturity.
Like, and that's what it's subjective because what you might count as mature and is different.
Yeah,
but
like
when you're saying that, you're saying that it's the same as the Smash community. The maturity is the same. So Smash is being ostracized for no reason. It's random.
I feel like they do what for no reason.
Smash is being ostracized for no reason is random.
Oh no, I'm not saying they get ostracized for no reason it's random. I'm saying they get ostracized because they kind of have this stigma of being this little kid game, right?
Yeah. And why does that happen though?
Sure, there are a few like bad offenders, but this is like one of those like one black person is bad, all black people are bad, kind of like, like it's a really crass generalization that really isn't true. Like a lot of the people who play Smash, a lot of people who are like top players, they're not little kids. They're like 17, 18, 19, like
Mango.
Maybe somebody's 14. Like Mango's a fucking grown ass man. Hungry Box is a grown ass man.
Yeah.
Like.
Are they much older than that? Mango?
Logic is a grown man.
Mewtwo King is a grown ass man, son. I mean,
yeah, but you don't acknowledge like players that you don't know. Like how old is Zero? Like
Zero's not in his teens. Zero's in his 20s, right?
Yeah, they're not little kids who play this game. So how old is MK Leo?
MK Leo's young. He might be like early 20s or probably late teens.
Yeah, I kind of think he might be like 18 or 19.
He might be late teens.
Yeah. These are not little kids. Like the best players are not little kids. Like people you see on stream are not little kids. Like you don't go to big Smash tournaments and see a bunch of people with their dad, little Timmys with their dad.
So then let's do the comparison. Like Street Fighter, right? How old is Takeda?
I don't know. I
Daigo.
was thinking like 30.
Yeah, a lot of these dudes are mid
Like
20s.
30s?
I feel like Taquito might be in his 30s or just like found a Lazarus
Like
pit
30 or
somewhere.
something?
Yeah, like a lot.
He's not 30.
a lot of these dudes.
Yeah,
are
but we
mid-30s.
don't have a lot of new fucking Street Fighter players that like make it big like that. Like
That's true.
I feel like
34.
there are a lot
Yeah,
more
yeah, look,
Smash
they're
players
Yep.
who get like since Smash has like I feel like Smash has like a bigger population than Street Fighter
Huge.
from people playing and versus watching. Like they have a lot more people who get like
Smash brackets are always loaded for each and every single
yes,
title.
Smash brackets are always loaded.
Always
right?
loaded.
As
And
it's well deserved.
And I kind of feel like Smash is right now where Street Fighter was back in Street Fighter 4 era, where there were a bunch of regional pockets of strength, and then there were a lot of them, right? So every locals and every majors was like a little different. So Smash is like that, the way Street Fighter kind of used to be like that. I feel like Street Fighter is kind of like more flatline, like it's East Coast, West Coast, and then a couple spots in Middle America. Yeah,
Europe,
and
Europe
Asia.
too.
But Smash is kind of like everywhere, like.
Yeah, Smash is global, dog.
Smash is in all those places and more places.
Yo,
Yeah.
Smash is in the weird places. Some of the top
Yup.
places
Yeah,
are like Welsh and shit. I'm like, yo,
Yeah, so
I didn't even know
kinda
y'all really
feel
like played Smash.
there are
like
more.
Right.
There's more opportunity in the Smash community for there to be new players getting face and being known than there is for Street Fighter. 'Cause Street Fighter is like, it's a more. The longer you've been playing this game, the better you are at this game, no matter what the Street Fighter number says.
Here's a good example. Fucking Leffen
Right?
is Swedish.
Sweden.
Yeah,
He's
that nigga's Swedish.
Sweden.
And yeah, his top game is Marvel. What was that?
How old is Leffen?
25.
25.
Yeah, he born
Yeah.
a year after me. Right around.
But no,
same age.
but
He's right around our age.
I think
Solo. I
we're
think this.
going to the same point.
Solo. I think the stickers that you're talking about is like when people say like Smash Kids is like the grown children that get on stream.
But not even that though.
Yeah, that Smash has.
You gotta
kids,
think
know what
about
I'm
it.
saying?
How long
Yeah,
have we been in
you're right.
FGC as well? Some of these
Right.
guys have been playing for 10 years.
Smash does
Yeah.
have a couple
It's
kids, and
It's a product of being too great. If Smash was that good of a game, it probably would be
Yeah,
like
you're
a
right.
little niche. You know what I'm saying? So I think
You're right.
I'm not
You're right.
bashing it or anything.
Mm.
I'm saying the reason why is because it opens to everyone. It's gonna
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like,
it's
that was my point.
Whatever
Like,
you want to call it.
it has that stigma of being for little kids, even though, like, if you paid
Yeah, so it's not random.
any real attention to it, it's not really for little kids. It's just like
That's the point I was saying earlier. Yeah, that's the point I was saying earlier. That
It's
yeah,
definitely
Yeah.
the Magic / Yu-Gi-Oh argument.
It's
Like,
super
Not made for
untrue.
kids.
Yeah, it's a super untrue stereotype. Like it's just
You know, the
Sure
god,
thing.
Smash has a crazy nice lore, just like Street Fighter. We have like the gods of melee, and you know, like
Mhm.
if you really get into it. But I'm saying like because you have that, and it's like the few ruin it for the majority type of thing. That's where like that comes from. But it's not snapping Smash numbers. Like Smash is king, and people they don't want to acknowledge it. you
Yo,
know,
they're
it's not
gonna
gonna
pretend
win.
it's not real. Yeah.
Yeah, because I like Street Fighter more than Smash. I'm not gonna sit there and ignore Smash numbers. You know, like I have two younger brothers who play Smash. Like they play Smash religiously.
I
The question is who in this room hasn't played Smash? Like that's the real question.
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah, I watch Leffen and Zero streams all the time, even though I
Zero
don't play
people.
Smash like that all the time.
Mhm.
I
But
don't
yeah,
play Smash
son,
that much.
Like Smash at
Uh,
some point has been introduced into your life. Like you know, if you had
as
N64,
the thing with the
GameCube.
biggest numbers,
Or even if
yeah.
you played it as a party game, like
Exactly.
something
the
that
thing
you
with the
played
biggest
something.
numbers and it not being streamable because it's online is like hell on earth. Is that's a thing. Like,
And that's
and
I
you know
feel
it's,
like that's
and you
gonna
know
hurt.
it sucks hard because Nintendo doesn't support the tournament scene.
I'm about to say that.
Mhm.
Isn't there something about Nintendo? Like there's a whole thing that Nintendo has to give permission or something like that. Or I'm not correct.
No, they don't have to.
They don't necessarily have to give permission. It's
Nintendo's just not that really big on like competitive.
yeah, like they try to do it on their own. Like they try to like
They don't care too much.
Yeah, I'm not here for yeah.
yeah, their tournaments have
Honestly-
items and shit.
I respect Nintendo for that. Nintendo's like, no, we're not sitting here for Smash to be competitive. We know what we're shipping the product. We know what it's for, and I respect that. And the community makes it competitive. You know what I'm saying? I don't like the developers that like kind of throw you like, yeah, we're both. Like you can have casual competitive because we can't because balance is an issue.
You can't do both.
You can't balance a game and have it do both things.
I respect Smash for that. So I'm not mad when if somebody wants to go play items and they don't understand how the balance or whatever. That's fine. That's what the game's intended for. I'll be wrong going and telling them this is how you should play. Like no, the developer didn't even intend for you to play like that.
No, the Smash community was built by the Smash community, and that's what is so unique about it. Like they took the game and they dissected it down to its bones. It's like this is what this could be.
Their rules and push the game to as competitive as they could make.
Yeah,
it. Like this is how we're playing. This is it.
Like this is it. Like this is what Smash is to us.
Melee was just a happy accident where everything just
came together. Like it's just like
who would have thunk it? Like what a gem!
If you were willing to break your fingers, you could do amazing
there was
things.
So much tech to be discovered. Like I'm not even just the sacrifice or training you put into accomplish it. The fact there was just so much stuff buried in a game that they had no intention of it being competitive, but we found all the tools, all the staples,
all the little bugs in the code,
and the timing. The timing was perfect. It came on the birth of like when the internet started to like explode, like things like Halo and stuff like that. Like I remember the first time like playing with my cousins and thinking I'm good, and seeing like wave dashing for the first time, and I was like, "What's this guy doing, man?" Like this mind explode. Like I thought I was playing the game, but I wasn't. Like
the first time I played Street Fighter,
iceberg, like it's deeper than that. It was the timing was crisp and perfect.
Do you remember the first time you saw somebody do like a long combo?
Yeah,
you had that moment of wait, you could do all of that? Holy shit! Like I had no idea.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, watching Marlon Pie do like
edge guarding and stuff like that,
like super long combos.
No, son, I saw Marth grab a character 2 character lengths away from him. I was like, oh!
Like tip of the sword and stuff like that.
I was like, hey, whoa,
what?
So
we're talking about we're talking about Smash, but like how it's how now since now that it's not included in Evo this year, like how is this gonna hurt Evo's numbers as a whole?
Viewership is over, so and like
it's a big part of the community.
Ouch, big ouch. And
it's just weird.
It's still worth for them to do it now because now production cost is super low. I don't know if they're cutting back on how much the cost of entry is, but I don't have to rent a venue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like,
but at the same time, it's like you lose money like this year. Like you lose a lot of money.
We agree on that. It's better than them doing nothing.
Yeah, that's exactly why we have online tournaments. Because like we got to do something. Like
Cass said, it's giving these like second tier in the objective eyes, I guess, and numbers and popularity. Tiers game a chance, and that's always good for community because we need competition is good.
And
competition.
You know what's crazy? How many people, if they saw some of those games on the main stage, would be like, "Holy shit, that game looks cool! I want to play that."
No.
Like, how many people, if they had just seen Skullgirls once on the main stage, would have gone, "Wow, that's a cool looking game."
So when I tell people that anime fighters are hard, or really, you think blocking in Street Fighter is hard? Go try blocking in Blaze Blue or any.
Try blocking in under night.
My season 1 Dragon Ball was ridiculous because it played like an anime game. And
I can't follow those games. As someone who watches frame data, I see those games and I just can't keep up. I'm like, what is that safe? Is that not safe? Like, what is he doing?
Yeah. Like I still don't understand when it's my turn in Dragon Ball. So, like...
and Dragon Ball's not even full like maximum strength anime. It's kind of like
anime
the way there, but anime.
Come from Marvel, you find
there, but not quite. Yeah.
No, it's definitely an anime game doing Marvel stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, would you do you guys think it's harder to block in fighters or Marvel?
So I'm gonna give you a good example, right? If I put you in the corner with Piccolo and I do Hellzone Grenade, right? For however many frames that thing is hitting you, you have to block whatever I decide to do, and you can't see any of it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would say if it's blocking is harder in either one, because you kind of play it differently.
Yeah,
you gotta remember, like Marvel is like if you got hit, bro, you got hit.
Yeah,
because like
harder is an
okay. All right. In Marvel, you are blocking less on average in Marvel than in DBZ Fighters. In DBZ Fighters, blocking is a big part of the fucking game.
Yeah.
Because block strings are a big part of the fucking game.
Because you block more often. In Marvel, you kind of like you get opened up and you just lose.
You lose a character.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like it's either you blocked it and you advance guarded them, or you dash back, or you got
it's like
exactly.
And another thing about Marvel is
are tighter in DBZ. They're not as like free as an advanced guard. Get off of me. Like if you want to reflect me, you better know the timing for my buttons. You better know exactly where the gap is. You better know that the gap is big enough to throw your reflect. Everything, like it has to be clean.
But Ken, advanced guard is one of those mechanics that if you knew someone abused it, you can use movement to get around it. Like, oh, you gotta put yourself in this lock state. Okay, come get
reflecting is the same thing, right? Like I could put this weird gap in my string, and you throw a reflect, and now I punish you.
This what I'm glad to say isn't accurate, but I kind of feel like in Marvel it was more of a race to hit first.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Ready Player One.
DBZ Fighters, it's not really like that. Like you don't really need to get hit because you can just block it, right? You don't really at higher level you don't just get opened up. Usually you get through like at least 1 or 2 repetitions of the block starting with the assist before they do something janky and you get hit or you get your turn back. Right?
Yeah, so, it's like DBZ eliminated like the jank that came from like Marvel.
Marvel doesn't really feel like that. Marvel kind of feels like Marvel kind of feels like you're blocking and then Zero or Nova or somebody's jumping off the screen so you can't see yourself and then beams are falling and you're getting hit by a fist but you still can't see yourself.
Exactly, like that's like.
And then they come back to the ground and they catch your back foot.
And, like cause
Dragon
and then
Ball
you zoop and then just
and then you get hit with a fucking unblockable.
Exactly.
Yeah, so DBZ eliminated all the jank.
Feels more like
Marvel
solid blocking.
Yeah, the nature of the game is a little different.
It feels more like you have to be solid about how you're blocking. I'm going high, I'm going low. I'm going high, I'm going low. Are you blocking? Are you paying attention? Cool.
Like a character died. Alright, next character incoming. We're resetting the neutral. Everybody's on the same page. Marvel incoming. Oh, you gotta block this. If you don't block this,
it was insane versus.
And for what you're saying, Grim, that's why snapbacks became so big in DBZ because you wanted the incoming mix-ups.
Exactly.
It was insane versus Cole, I believe. What was it? I forgot what name went by. But they were doing a first to 10, and the set started. Insane got the grab, and he immediately just pressed start and went back to character select. Like he didn't get the combo.
That happened with. Yo, I remember that.
If you remember, he immediately goes back to character select because that's what Marvel is.
If you remember, fucking Steve's team with the Nova Spencer.
Yes, it's like. Once you got hit, son, it was it.
That incoming. You did not block that incoming because when he did the incoming with the grapple hook with Nova dashing and the ball,
and the toe tap with the dance,
the toe tap. It was
the dolphin kick.
Somehow blocked all of the layers. You were fucking godlike. I watched him.
Spencer is the best character in Marvel, son.
Your cast is like
so much fucking utility.
When the guy looks at him like, well, where do I even block? He's like, I don't even know. I don't even know where to block.
Like, yeah, I can't even tell you.
Marvel was just jank, son. It was just how much shit can I put? Like, how much can I mix up your brain? Like, how
much? Gonna put colors on the screen? Are you? Still
I'm gonna put so much shit on the screen, son. It's like if you block it, congratulations. Here's another layer. Like.
So, back to the Evo.
But wait,
there's
more.
There's more. Yeah, but like Evo, it's gonna be a rough. This is a rough year for Evo. Like
I'm still gonna watch and enjoy it. I mean,
I'm gonna support it. I'm gonna support Evo for what it is.
Skullgirls, like
I'm gonna find a game that I want to watch, like Skullgirls.
Skullgirls is gonna be the hypest thing at Evo this year.
Are they playing Killer Instinct? Is that game in? Did it make it?
I'm not sure.
I'll watch Killer Instinct just for the ultra combo.
Like,
man. No, Killer's got so much potential, and Xbox One killed it.
So here's
a side note.
It's funny too. Here's what killed Killer Instinct. It was Xbox exclusive. That's
exactly. It's Xbox killed because that was like in classic Halo double kill. Like that doesn't get old. Like that's iconic to the game.
Think about all the time you would have been hyped at the end of a match because I did the super extra.
So where franchise goes to die, bro.
You said where franchises go to die.
But we need this back.
Did that game never come out for PC either?
I don't think so.
Did we never get Killer Instinct for PC?
I think Microsoft did the whole some games are for PC. I don't know if it's one of those. But we need this competition. So like this year, we need Xbox to do well because competition. We win when this back and forth happens and it forces these developers and publishers to do better.
Work a little harder.
Yeah, man. There needs to be winners and there needs to be losers, son. There needs to be.
We need Xbox to do well this year. People need to support it. Don't just automatically hop on the PlayStation wagon real quick. Like,
Grim said he doesn't want any participation trophy games this
man.
I don't want Sony getting lazy. Like, if they beat the new Xbox, you know they're gonna get lazy.
They're gonna get lazy. Yeah,
mad lazy, bro.
PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, they don't get lazy. They're gonna try to charge you 10 racks for the next new system. What about? It's like they're sitting there. What else you gonna buy, huh? You gotta buy a 10K system. Xbox what? Xbox is dead. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't need that. You don't need this whole thing to be monopolized.
I mean, listen, if it's a fucking headset nerve gear thing that doesn't invade my brain, I could just play my games in 3D. Then hell yeah, you know what I might.
Fucking, I'm in there.
10K for the
I might.
So
I might.
Okay, so Sony coming out with nerve gear. Oh shoot, there's been a hack. Oh, welcome to Sword Art Online. Somebody hacks the
welcome
game.
to Sword Art Online.
You know what I'm saying? Like Anonymous does whatever. Like New World Order.
You're not stuck in a game forever. If you disconnect, you're dead.
I don't know what Sony leading that ship. Can we get somebody? I'll take Nintendo. As complicated as their decisions are and hit or miss as they can be, I'll take Nintendo.
No. As someone who has hacked every Nintendo device that he owns, I will not take Nintendo.
But how about hacking Nintendo servers though? That's what I'm worried about. Like,
listen,
like Sony had too much. Yeah, your information might have been at risk. I come to you again, Q Bernie Sanders meme. You know, like I had too many of these moments for Sony. Like one thing, I don't know how many leaks has Xbox had. Has it happened to Xbox?
Just as many.
Just as many? Oh, so Nintendo.
Listen.
Exactly, DK.
It happens on Xbox, and they try to be quiet about it. Like, let's just don't say nothing. Maybe no one will notice. Like,
okay,
we know this, motherfuckers. We know this. We saw it.
So Nintendo's the one we can rely. If they're gonna lead it, I need them to go. Please, whatever you've been doing over the years in terms of, your software side, like
breaking their software and hardware.
I'm telling you, the Nintendo ninjas are not to be trifled with.
Not man. Just don't get caught and get hit with that Nintendo lawsuit.
Disappear, son. You gonna wake up one day.
Nintendo's not play that. You seen the
with the NDA,
there's this thing called
somebody
and the YouTube strikes. You'd be mad as hell.
Somebody remade, I think it was Mario 64 as a Steam game, like like on the Unreal 3 engine, or whatever. And Nintendo was not playing that. Like,
nope.
We don't care. We don't care if you're not charging people for it. We don't want it. We didn't make it. You know,
we
like
didn't make it, son.
You know the whole beef with Project M for like.
So once Reggie found out about the emulators, bro, it was a wrap. It was
all
a wrap.
Those free Pokemon fan games.
Pokemon Showdown still exists. Pokemon Showdown still exists. I'm surprised Pokemon Showdown still exists.
What would
Resistance though?
What would SAO Pokemon be like?
Oh my god!
You just get thrown into the Pokemon world. You're now a 10-year-old Pokemon trainer. Good luck.
Right,
bro.
I'm hitting people with Pokeballs of a general principle. Like I'm just gonna toss these at you.
I know. There's a whole bunch of things they can figure out, like PTSD and all type of whatever. But when they capitalize that system and we get that Netgear, gaming as an entertainment form, it's already number one. It's going to blow movies unless 4D becomes better. It's going to blow everything out of the water. Like that's when we're gonna see people losing their jobs, ignoring their kids and family.
Never logging out. Yeah.
Right. So.
I don't know if you guys remember World of Warcraft.
I can't wait.
When you get that,
I can't wait.
And I remember it was so bad.
I think you're renaming it. I think William did get shit canned.
Do you guys remember games like Heavy Rain, where it was just like such a good movie to play?
Yep.
Like I feel like we'll eventually reach the point where it's like movies. No, I'm gonna go play that.
People are still trying to remake Heavy Rain as other games.
It's going to be
and it's great. Butterfly Effect games are great.
Yeah.
And I like them
until
eventually
until dawn, bro.
So side note on those games, one of the biggest things right now is machine learning, and eventually we'll be able to integrate machine learning into those games.
Skynet.
And stick it on and just it's not really Skynet, right? Because it's only going to be able to do a set number of things. But what you can do with that is see what decisions people make online and change the way the game reacts based on those decisions.
Studying my behavior once again.
Yeah. See, that would be
so tell me what I want on Amazon. Is that enough?
No. See,
that's machine learning at work, by the way. Right? That's what that is.
Except what they're really going to use it for is to show you in the fucking transaction store that you're really gonna like using machine learning and AI. Just like, oh, you had trouble clearing this boss?
Here's this thing you can buy that makes it easier.
You can buy in the store to help you out, bro.
No, it's super convenient that this is on the front page of the store and it
Right.
help
Yeah,
you.
as soon as I log in.
The recommended item for your skill level.
Yeah, and you know what?
Yeah.
I handle with it. We see it all the time. Facebook ads is when they actually give you something you want. That's what scares me. Like most of I ignore it. Like, yeah, I know it's similar to what I was buying, but that's not it. But they actually recommend something that's good. And it's like, wow, you guys are getting better.
No.
Like, it's kind of scary. I kind of don't want you guys to master this thing.
Secret Lab, whoever is the marketing team or agency who does like the Secret Labs chairs, they are the most aggressive motherfuckers.
They got you? That's how they got you?
That's how they got you, bro.
I'm 6 retargeting, yo. I will type in the Titan chair one time, and I will see it for the next 6 months.
What are cash files? What are cash files? Yep.
So they just have their cash file and location that says
Facebook,
override all.
You're in your Gmail.
We're in your Gmail, son. We're in the Yahoo account that you don't use anymore. Like we're
you know
everywhere.
Windows being free. Windows gonna be free, but when you boot ads, when you every now and then ads, your Windows shutting down ads.
Yeah,
when you shut
don't
down,
say things like that.
They gonna make it free.
Once the game starts making me want things, that's a problem.
So that chair you were googling earlier, huh? Like
I agree, DK.
Listen, the chair thing is scary because it's still coming up on my feed because Cass sent me the link and I clicked it.
Damn.
Once I click those links for those chairs, I've been seeing chairs for the past week.
Now you're gonna see it on Instagram, Twitter, everywhere,
and the only thing
dog.
that's been changing that, honestly, is because we've been looking at so much audio equipment, and that's the only reason it's been like starting to overshadow the chairs. Now I'm starting to see microphones and headphones and stuff.
I'm gonna see everything that we were talking about. Like after this stream is over, son. Like it's just over. Like adware has activated.
It's scary when they show you something you want. That's what's scary. Like, yo, I kind of want this, but because the way I found out about it, I'm not gonna buy it. Call me ignorant. I'm not gonna.
I don't want to know more.
He said, I don't want to know more about it.
Yeah, I don't want no more. I don't need it. SpongeBob meme. I don't need it. I'm alright.
Oh man.
Stay over there with that.
All right. Speaking of like the FGC, there's like another controversial thing that happened this week. I'm not sure if you Peepcast or Kevin, or if you've been keeping up with NRS stuff. But Sonic Fox kind of like.
Wait, is that the thing where he says everybody sucks?
Yup.
Okay.
He called everybody trash.
Hold on. So let me start by saying, as Sonic Fox, the man who has bodied everyone in every NRS game for the last.
Well, he's not he's not binary, so we have to respect that. So
go ahead. The person. Let me fix my face. As the person who has bodied everybody in NRS games for several years, he's kind of earned the right to call everybody trash.
Absolutely,
he kind of earned it. Like I bodied everybody for years.
Yeah, but I don't know if he's saying
first and second
in the kind
are
of like I don't think he's saying like to brag. Like, yeah, everyone's trash. I'm the best. He's kind of saying like, are people even trying to get better anymore? Like, I don't understand. I think that's what it was.
Yeah,
unless
you're right.
I'm wrong.
It can Sonic's trying to be that where he's trying to motivate everyone to like, yo, guys, let's pick it up. Like, let's start getting better again.
Yes.
Sonic is like, yo, I'm tired. Sonic is like, bro, guy, I'm tired of winning. Like, if you want to do something about it, then do it. Stop complaining.
Yeah, he might just be tired of everyone being complacent with, all right, I'm at 90%, and that last 10%, I don't feel like chasing it.
The thing about Ninja, I'm a firm believer in this. We need more of this, but a lot of people feel this way because they're scared of their image for rightful reasons. If it's lucrative, whatever. I'm not trying to knock that, but I'm glad that he's saying it because it is the unpopular opinion, and people are gonna go, "It's just a game." Whatever, no.
Listen, I want to be strong, and I need you guys to be strong so I can make myself strong too.
That's the thing I love about Sonic. Like, as a player,
be strong so that we can be strong.
Exactly. That's the thing I love about Sonic. As a player, like trying to push the community, like trying to get them out of like this rut. Like, yo, like you guys want everything to be nerfed. You want everything to be bad. You want everything to be like patched up. It's like, yo, there's a training room. You can train for these situations the way I train for these situations.
Do you remember MK9?
Oh boy.
We were a couple months into that game, and it had already been patched like 27 times, and it was disgusting. Literally every character I liked in that game was literally nerfed 2 weeks after I learned how to play them. And it got to the point where I just couldn't play anymore. I played Scorpion when the game came out. He got nerfed.
The shit out of Scorpion.
Then I started playing Smoke.
I wasn't
even using the Infinite on Smoke. He got nerfed. Then I started playing Cabal. He also got nerfed, and I just quit the game. I was like, cool. You're just gonna nerf everyone.
Like, yeah, they just worked their way down the ladder. Like we got the sector. Like we just started nerfing everything.
So their voices are so loud, and they're drowning us out. Like people are saying, "Hey, can we give it time? Can we learn?" No, nerf. No,
like, come on, let it breathe.
Nerf. So at one point, you want everybody playing the same character, right, with the same moves, so no one can complain. Is that what you just one character?
Yeah, that's balance, bro. That's everyone's balance. Yeah,
balance.
What we want? You know.
5,000 skins.
You know what people want? Nah. You know what people want? Do you guys know what people want? Remember dive kick?
Dive kick.
Yeah.
Even dive kick has a tier list because some of the characters had teleports and other weird.
Yeah, eventually they added it.
I remember the dive kick only had 2 characters, and you.
Yeah, vanilla dive kick is pure footsies balance. It's 2 people with a dive kick.
He said nerf. Somebody in the chat, DK said nerf GC Goku.
I'm sorry, DK, but GC Goku was already nerfed.
He was already nerfed, bro.
Super broken version.
Yeah,
so
right.
You're gonna have to deal with
get good, kid.
He's like, get good, kid.
Like Sonic Fox told you.
We have the same tools. If you want to sit there and play proper character, that's on you. We have this. It's not like I got GT Goku and you can't get GT Goku. We have this. We have access to the same thing. Play him and beat me. Like simple as that. Like no more of this.
My strongest team is built to put you in the corner and never let you press anything. And that's just how that works. Like, you could also do that if you played something similar to that team. It's 100%.
I mean,
possible.
for like every fighting game that I've ever played, I'm just naturally drawn to like broken characters. Like Soul Calibur, I played Nightmare. Like,
I'm completely the opposite. It's weird. Somehow, and you can ask Cass, he'll tell you. Somehow in every game, no matter who I like, they suck.
You said the joke, Cass, chill.
They're somehow like the worst characters in the game.
So wait, what would I do?
DK, you're hurting my soul.
Wait, what I do? Wait, I'm not looking at the stream. Wait, what did you say?
He said it was a joke, bro. Chill.
Get him.
Oh shit. But not.
Oh
shit. But yeah, man, we practice. Like the danger room exists.
Yeah, practice is the key, honestly.
Like it's not like Marvel. It's not like Marvel 3 Sentinel. That was busted.
Stop. Vanilla Marvel
set was busted. Like that was a problem.
I wish
Jay was good, bro.
I would have used that character OD if I knew about him.
That was fine. Good. I mean, I played in vanilla, and the nerf, like at first, because obviously we didn't know. We're still doing like launch, knockdown, team hyper combo. That was the meta, and we didn't understand can't foresee the future. I complained when they nerfed his health. I was like, oh, he's such a big body character. Take his health away, blah, 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 third. But in hindsight, the nerf wasn't that bad. It was needed. It was balanced. And...
Okay, wait. But pause. Do you think that Sentinel would fare better in current... I guess I'll just have to call it current meta Marvel? When we figured out all the stuff, climbing the tree, all the fuzzies. Like, does he still need to be nerfed in that version?
Oh, he's not touching the ground.
He doesn't. Because... Marvel, because we admit, outside of being an assist character, Sentinel's ass.
Yeah,
Sentinel's
I feel like in later version of Marvel, when people figured out the game, I don't think that Sentinel's that strong anymore. I feel like he's
especially with characters like
more health is not what he needed though. Because remember,
we had X Factor Virgil happening. Like, come on, let's be real.
And we had Zero.
Zero.
Well, you're not touching the ground. Like, I have meter.
Health was irrelevant in
X Factor.
I have meter?
No problem.
Yeah,
1.3, no problem. Like,
health was 100% irrelevant in Marvel.
Nerf the health. Yeah, the nerf didn't matter.
That was definitely a one-touch game.
Yeah. Marvel was the game was like, yo, bro, like I'm gonna need you to block.
Games like, hey, do you know the combo to kill characters? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, then you're good. You're fine.
All right,
then you're good.
I'm good.
Exactly. That was the Marvin. true.
I played Mega Man X4. I love Zero, and he just happened to be busted. It worked out so great for me. Like,
and that was it. Like all the cool characters, they were smart. All the cool characters, Virgil, Zero, Doom,
Strider,
Wesker, Magneto, Strider.
Everybody, you went to a balance. I don't know if it was by mistake, right? But almost everybody, especially like till like this day, we're still figuring out new stuff. That is like quote unquote balance because you only had one or two characters were unplayable. I want to say Hisinko and I think Shuma got better. Jill was kind of like Jill. The learning curve was crazy.
Yeah,
everybody
those
else
were definitely the two characters
potential.
that were like hurt.
When Hulk went evil as a B tier character, it showed that it had potential because you could make dirty stuff. So it was like the glass cannon games. Like whoever got their dirty stuff out first, like
yeah,
Hulk got command grab up. I don't care if you're playing Zero because Zero's dead. You know what I'm saying?
He doesn't get to survive this combo.
Yeah, you can't come in with swords and stuff on stream. You gotta come in through my BS. So like that worked. Like you can really make a team like Shuma, Grab, Super Scroll. Like you had like characters doing crazy.
Dude, Apology Man, Super Scroll.
Yes.
Every once in a while, I'll just go to YouTube and watch some of those compilation videos. Just to get that Marvel 3 hype, and just watching him body people, just whole teams just evaporated by Infernos.
If you guys get the sign, look at how Marvel's tier list changed drastically. How characters move up and down, like going from Zero May Cry to freaking Morgan stuff to the freaking Dante, and like you see how how crazy it was.
And then once we learn infinites, like the list changes again. Like, all right, if you don't have an infinite, you're not.
We needed to nerf it. At that point, there was no development.
If there's one thing like I can deal with is Doom Infinites because that is the sexiest thing to watch. I'm sorry. Marlon Pie, Doom Infinites, bro.
Look.
Yeah, if you want to see hype fighting game footage, anyone who's
Marvel
is
the epitome of hype.
Marvel 3, Marlon Pie, Doom combos.
The most hype.
Everyone want to see
just put that in your YouTube. Like
Justin Wong come back with Akuma.
What?
Yeah, Justin Wong and Akuma come back. That's
you
another
want to see bread and butter, straightforward, just nice, clean play comebacks. We had that in Marvel. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just people shooting.
Even more impressive than Akuma comeback. Justin Wong Storm comeback. Or Wolverine. Those are even more impressive because Akuma had stuff that hurt. Those two characters are just ridiculous when he comes back with them.
But
level 3 X Factor Wolverine with Berserker Barrage. Can you keep track of me because I'm on both sides now? You're dead.
But Marvel just kind of like it's one of those mistakes. Like they didn't. I don't think they planned it this way. The community made it that way, and it just kind of worked out. Like.
It kind of just happened.
Yeah, it kind of worked out, but the community still was so small because like you could have spectators, but how many people do you actually have playing? You know what I'm saying? And like I think that kind of kills a lot of competition for games.
Yeah, you had all the people who just enjoyed watching how hyped the game was, but it was like, I don't want to do all those things with my fingers. My hands don't do that.
And Marvel is very intimidating game. Like,
and versus games are successful because you have a chance to pull everyone like Smash Bros got it down packed. Like if you haven't played Smash Bros, you played one of the games of the characters in Smash Bros. You played a Metroid game, you played a Donkey Kong game, you played Mario, you played Pokemon. Like these versus games have room and have growth to be successful. It's pulling you in.
It's funny you say that. It's why I like games like Cross Tekken. That's funny. I was gonna say that. It's why I love games like Cross Tekken. It's like if I didn't like Street Fighter characters. Play Tekken characters.
They bushed it with the gem system and their version of X Factor.
I think
that game would have been
better. What was it called? The X Factor.
Pandora mode.
Dear God! Didn't it last for like? Didn't it last for literally like 60 seconds?
Kill you when it's over,
And you killed your second character for it.
Yep, I hate every.
You killed the person in time. But whatever, we're gonna go down. We have a whole episode about that.
It was such a good version of the Street Fighter engine. And then they put a bunch of CJ.
Arguing with CJ about Street Fighter vs Tekken, and we finally got the game to go. You know what? I'm gonna sit here with my Street Fighter team. I can be it. The foundation was so solid, had so much potential, and
they dropped the ball.
I don't know if they gamble or whatever. I just feel like I understand like developers trying to do something new, but they don't bounce back well. It's kind of like they just give up. Like, oh, you guys don't like it? We try to have some half-ass change.
I guess that's it. You don't like it. We're not gonna fix it or anything.
All right.
That's so much potential. And then that game killed Tekken versus Street Fighter because you remember that.
We were gonna get both games.
We were supposed to get. And they kind of like, you know what?
I mean, we kind of did get it. We kind of did get it a little bit.
I see where you're going, Grim.
Yeah.
So I was gonna talk about that. I feel like that Akuma that you're about to talk about, Grim, was like, hey, we already developed the character. We were midway through like building this game, and this character kind of exists already. So we should just do something with him. So it's not a waste.
Copy pasta.
Yeah, we'll copy pasta him
fucking
because
spirit of vengeance.
And he breaks the game.
Yup,
Exactly. For everyone who wanted the Street Fighter X Tekken other than spirit of fucking vengeance, destroying the entire game and everything you knew about how it worked.
And I was preaching it. I was like, yeah, Tekken, you guys are sitting there with your 1-2 dash, whatever, and they put Street Fighter mechanics in Tekken. It's like, oh yeah, this is just too strong. Like, what is this?
I'm gonna sit here with my arcade stick and I'm gonna hit you with these motions, boy.
Like, why is he linking stuff?
You giving me juggles as a Street Fighter character? I couldn't ask for anything more.
Cancel normal into a special move? Blows my son. Like, I loved it. Like, I loved it. And then
wait, focus canceling. Alright, cool. Let's get it.
I just wish that Street Fighter X vs. Tekken was successful, man. Like, I think games like and
it's,
you know,
it's
eventually
so weird.
We'll
it's my favorite version of the Street Fighter engine. It's so crazy.
Because Street Fighter 4 like kind of not improved, but like they took what's right from Street Fighter 4 and kept it going. Like the art style, the you know they made it more arcade, I guess. You know.
Yeah, they made it. Yeah, it's funny. We're gonna go back to earlier topic with this. It was Street Fighter 4 more accessible, but not Street Fighter 5 jank.
Yeah. Like we didn't cross the line yet. We
didn't cross the line. Well, when you play without gems and stuff,
hand in your face. I'm not touching you.
We were like right on the edge of the line of this is crazy. If you don't play with like Pandora or gems turned on and stuff like that. Like,
Pandora would just made absolutely no sense.
Perfect. Yeah. It was great. It was my favorite. It's probably one of my favorite Street Fighter engines. Street Fighter 5 is the fun engine. That's what I tend to call it. It's the fun Street Fighter engine. I feel like they built that game so you could just go in there and press buttons.
Yeah, because they realized we want everyone because they like I think Grim said it earlier. Like if you weren't there, vanilla Street Fighter 4, good luck coming on an Ultra because you had a whole entire hills, mountains.
Oh shit!
Summit to climb.
We lost the cast.
We lost cast. But
unless he was setting up his PC stuff, maybe he got it working.
Maybe.
We'll see.
Oh, he finally got the jank working.
We'll see.
I highly doubt that.
Woo!
What you have the whole summit to climn for gate of entry, and I know me and Grim would admit that is a problem. Like that sucks that if you weren't here for the first wave, you can't come back. And I don't know how you fix that in competitive games. How you kind of know that? Cass said it earlier. If you're playing the first Street Fighter, you have an advantage in the new Street Fighter, which this is true because you play Street Fighter 4,
you went
1.
Yep.
Yeah, like
you went to Super Street Fighter.
It's weird. Like, the newer games kind of got a better handle on it.
Yeah.
Because like with Dragon Ball, whatever you were doing in season 1, if you try to do it now in this season, someone who came in this season will beat you. Because there is stuff in this season that didn't work back then, and they will beat you with it now. For sure. There's a bunch of stuff from like season 1 that doesn't work anymore. It's not real.
I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. Like every time we change seasons in any game,
yeah. But do you remember back then the games didn't have that before? We didn't have seasons. We had whatever the game was for 2 or 3 years, and then we'd get the next.
That's just because of the nature of patching nowadays and how frequent and easy.
Which is what I'm saying. Like the newer games have a much better handle on it, where it's like, we can reshuffle the game enough for a new player to come in, learn the current version, that's in the base design within mind. Like they kind of have that mindset from the beginning. I don't.
But I understand.
Street Fighter 4, we're thinking about that. Ease of entry.
I mean, I would even say it like that because I feel like if DBZ was out for the length that Street Fighter 5 has been out and went through as many changes as Street Fighter 5, like come on, like it doesn't matter what it is. There's always going to be
The
like the
basics are the
longer you take to
basics.
get into something. Yeah, it's going to be the basics of basics.
The basics of the basics. Yep.
And then all the things you have to learn to know, how to
100%.
like really play the game.
Yeah, 100%.
How much that gap is really depending on the game. Like
DK still in the chat, right?
things could
Yeah, I
change and
think
things
so.
could not change. Like
Every once in a while, like DK and I, like we'll me, him, midgets, we'll do this thing where it's like we'll pick each other's teams or something, and
I mean, even going
it's
beyond
just,
that, like
it's for the fun of playing a bunch of different characters. But
for
because
somebody
my
who
basics
doesn't
are just
like
good.
like for somebody who takes a break, right, and comes back and they
Mhm.
feel intimidated, like you kind of have to like swallow that and deal with it, right?
Wait, but in DBZ 5, I don't like now. I'm coming back into it now. I don't feel like the stack is that high
No,
versus the game like Marvel.
Things haven't changed that deeply on a basic level.
Yeah, exactly.
In DBZ Fighters, like things change in like a more superficial level, like the way certain interactions happen. And,
yeah, like we changed this interaction. It was kind of
how long you get. But
like adjustments, character adjustments. Yeah,
core mechanics haven't.
No, even the core mechanics have been completely revised from the original game.
Core adjacent mechanics haven't changed so far, but Street Fighter has that. Like Street Fighter got new content more than, and not just like new characters, like new V triggers and new stuff.
Yeah,
but even outside that, the game evolved. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's just the nature of the thing. Like anything that lives long enough is gonna evolve.
Yeah, it's like Marvel. Like Marvel, people are still finding Marvel shit till this day.
Exactly. But I'm saying with DBZ Fighters now, like when you look back at like I look at season 1 combo, season 3, a lot of the bar of entries, like, oh, this character can't do that because of the adjustment. But when you look at like entry of difficulty, like you look at vanilla Marvel, where we're just doing this, it's like, oh yeah, you come back now, yeah, you gotta learn TAC, you gotta learn this, you gotta learn advanced, like it's a lot more on the stack is much higher.
But Marvel, because I understand that completely, but the reason that is simply because Marvel's had such a long lifespan to accumulate all that tech and for it to feel like that. Like
how long is DBZ Fighters?
2 years.
It's only on like 3 seasons, 2 years.
Yeah.
And it doesn't get patched that often.
Yeah, but like Ken said, I think they kind of figured it out.
Patching strategy is actually one of my favorites. They
go
with here's the season, and if something's not so broken that it's ridiculous, we're not gonna change it. Deal with it for the season. Learn how to beat it. Next season we'll rebalance everything, and something else will be broken.
Super has had 5 seasons, and you get 1 to 2 patches.
Not 5.
Yeah, 5 has been out for a long time.
Yeah. No,
5 was out when we were in college. Do you not remember?
Yeah, we're talking about the example of like entry, like
barrier of entry, like into
game. But Ken made a point. I think like DBZ Fighters is designed with that in mind. Like newer games do it better because I think part of the development strategy, like we don't want touch of the combos in our game, So if today, if we figure out Kid Buu has a touch of the combo, I'm pretty sure next major patch it's gone. Like we're nerfing.
No,
we're not gonna.
So Dragon Ball characters have touch of death, but you got to burn all your resources for it.
Exactly. Yeah.
And they're fine with that, right? It's not the Marvel touch of death where I'm not burning anything.
I made back 3. Yeah, I made back 3 bars of meter in while killing 6 of your characters.
First of all, Zero can build that meter while he's killing you. Like,
while he's killing like, if you got 7 meters, you earn that touch of death. Not that you started with 0 meters, you built 7 meters in a combo and then killed said person.
So like, I legitimately have a 0 combo that.
You have some of them that are start from 0 meters, but now you got to burn your sparking. You have the hardest version of your combo.
There are a lot of
perfect situations. All the stars have to align. Venus and Saturn has to be in sync. Like how
Like I'll have a legitimate 0 combo that will build me 2 bars, son. Just
bruh, Grim. This is me playing Zero May Cry, the most basic version of the team possible. I can do the basic version of that combo where I build a free bar doing the combo to lightning loop you at least once, which kills most people in the game.
And you gotta block on incoming, like.
And then you gotta block the next character has to block incoming.
You gotta guess, like.
I'll top that with Hulk. I only use meter to put you in the corner or to make certain things safe. Because if I hit you, I'm gonna kill you with no meter anyway, right? My combos are doing 1.4, and nobody has more than 1.25. And all of who had that much health, they had big bodies, so it was free, easy.
It was easy. Yeah. Tron.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, Tron had a weird hitbox, and I had to ult combos for her. She got meter. She was one of the exceptions. Tron had like that floaty hitbox for some reason, and I don't understand how.
Oh yeah. I was a Wolverine player. I know the struggle.
Exactly.
Wolverine
like
did not combo Tron. It was just a horrible experience.
But Marvel, but the meter in Marvel's like what meter? Like start with 0 meter. I don't care. Like I'm gonna build this meter.
When I got 2 assists and a character that builds meter for free. Like, what are you saying to me right now?
Like, I'm gonna get this hit and I'm gonna get this kill and I'm gonna have meter at the end.
Just watching Hope just press H over and over. Like, am I gonna die? Am I gonna die? Wesker comes and shoots you, picks you up. Oh my god! All right, it's over after this.
Over after this. Like,
hammer charge up and down. All right, it's over after this.
I'm gonna hit the rock at the exact perfect distance to bounce you a second time to relaunch you without help. Yep. Like what?
Without.
And you just sitting there like, did you just kill me without using any meter? Yes. I'm just saying meter for like unsafe gamma charges so I can TAC out. You know, like.
Oh my god.
You know, and I think DBZ they fixed that. I think they can deny it. I think they saw that in Marvel. We're not gonna make that mistake. We're not gonna if you if you get all the stars to line 7 meters, then you earned it. You were that better than that other person, or you guessed right that many times. You earned that touch of death on whichever.
And that's why I appreciated Marvel.
It's the reason why when you kill a character in Dragon Ball, it resets neutral and that little thing. Like they learned, like, okay, the flow of the game is terribly unfair if you just keep all of your advantage from killing a character. Like it's not fair. So they were just like, yeah, we're not doing that.
That's why I appreciated like Marvel as like a versus game because you couldn't continue its lifespan with the day one shit. Like you couldn't do like the day 1 0 buster. It's like it's like if you're gonna play 0, then you gotta know lightning loops. So it's either you learn these or you just don't.
And it gets even worse than that, right? There's that first bit of lightning loops that you learn from vanilla Marvel, and you get Ultimate Marvel. Those loops aren't good anymore. You gotta learn the new.
You gotta learn the loops.
And then someone discovers the better loops that builds more meter, gets an extra buster shot in the middle and everything. Now
Exactly.
You gotta learn that version, or you're not being optimal. Like you can get a whole
exactly
extra
like
in that combo.
Marvel was like
keep going. Like,
it was all about optimal. Like you played the characters and you played the kill. Like how can I touch you and make sure that you don't play this game?
Yeah. If I touch that character, he has to die. Like,
back to when Marlon Pie first did the Doom, Marlon Pie wasn't the best at the game. He wasn't crazy nice, but we're still discovering stuff. Like he's still showing us new stuff. Like people minds explode, and then we saw Sentinel doing it. You know what I'm saying? And then like Dormammu doing it. Like Hope has a TSC Infinite.
You know what's funny about
we were working our way down the list, and then we finally got to Morgan, and it's like, yeah, Marvel is done. This is it.
Morgan has one.
Yeah, this is it.
Casinko has one. Like
Sentinel was my favorite one.
Everybody has one. With the
Sentinel's definitely my favorite one. With the stomp reset.
Yeah.
That stomp reset is so good.
Yo,
and you get the lights in your head for medium heavy. Yo,
it's like he would really kick you in the head and bash you with the frying pan and then pick you back.
I remember when Tiger Knee came with things, son. Like people started we brought back old tech, and people started like, yeah, you got a Tiger Knee stuff now because you get the super disc.
I was confuzzled when people said Tiger Knee. I'm like, what the fuck was that?
You gotta do the super at 2 pixels off the ground.
Exactly.
How the hell you do that? You gotta Tiger Knee it.
You gotta Tiger Knee it, bro. What?
Grab, you could kill up grabs, but then someone figured out, nah, you kill up grabs. You gotta work for it. You gotta wave dash. Wave dash. Oh, new thing. Like
where is it?
Like the game just kept evolving.
Yeah, like plank. Oh, wait, we went from wave dashing to plank dashing. We was like plank dashing.
So I was watching Vanilla Marvel, like day 1 stuff, like the early tournaments where people were playing it like it was Marvel 2, and it's so funny watching Doom like getting a back throw and doing like a super. And I'm like, man,
we just didn't know.
We didn't
know.
Like,
what's the script now?
Different.
We just need to super everything.
The issue with that design is, see, we know about it. We're there from day 1. You take someone like Cass now, comes in late. He has to jump. Like he didn't have the training wheels. It was like, yeah, go on your unicycle, do tricks, ride the tightrope. You know what I'm saying? Like he didn't have like, training wheels, take off training wheels. You know, and that's an issue. And I don't have the answer. I don't know how we get these two things to coexist, you know, but if DBZ Fighters has the answer, like it's still early, give it a couple years.
And they're
if
still
we're
patching
playing the same meta, if we don't discover, a string of like mechanics evolving, and maybe we found the answer.
I'm glad you said that about Dragon Ball, because here's a good example about what they did, right? I was talking about how when you kill a character, it resets to neutral, right? It brings you back to neutral. You guys did the whole clashing animation thing. When you snap a character in, the timing used to be standard, and people had a ton of setups for that. So it started looking like Marvel, right? Get your character down to like, a 16th of their bar or something.
Snap them out and do it to everybody else.
Snap them out and then do it to the next character. Now, when your characters come in, I don't care if we reset to neutral. Any touch is gonna kill that character, right? What did they do? They made it so that if you snap a character in, I get to choose what timing my character comes in now. So I can come in fast, I can come in with normal timing, or I can come in as late as I want. I can come in the late timing. So now it's 3 different timings, and there's no setup to cover all 3. It's impossible.
Maybe this would be broken. What if I can pick what side of the screen I'm coming on?
Nah, that might be a little broken.
Like, what if I just drop from the sky? Forget coming from left to right. What if I just drop from the sky? mid screen.
Like, let's like. What if the power? Yeah, like come on.
Well, yeah,
you said come on.
You just never snap. All right, just better to kill.
That's just one of those things. Like, yeah, they saw the thing in the game that was like leaning too heavy towards someone just bodying you and you're just not fighting back. All right, cool. We're gonna slow down whatever that.
Yeah, they just ironed out the really obnoxious parts.
Yeah, they ironed them out instead of just like killing it completely. You can still do those mixes, but now if your opponent does the late timing and you do the mix and you're sitting there with your dick in your hand, like, oh, I did this move that has 28 frames of recovery and then he jumps in. Like, now you're kind of screwed, right?
So like just to shift it a little bit, how you think like I know because we primarily play games like Marvel and Street Fighter, but like for the most part, how do you guys feel like? You use Dragon Ball?
I'm a Dragon Ball player.
All right, so like I know for a fact that most of us don't play Mortal Kombat like that. Because Mortal Kombat was a game, but it wasn't really my game. Like I've had them, but like
I don't like NRS games. They feel too stiff.
I don't mind Mortal Kombat because I want Mortal Kombat to be successful.
I don't mind Mortal Kombat. I like that game. The problem is I can't find enough people who also want to play that game.
Agreed.
For me to get really good at it, I need people who are also going to get that good. I can't find those people.
I have
Stretch plays Mortal Kombat.
Scorpion and
like religiously.
I support that game because I want the games to be successful, and I'm in the same boat. Like I don't know enough people who play it.
It's also Mortal Kombat's honestly my first fighting game was Mortal Kombat. I had Mortal Kombat 4 on a crappy old PC back in the day, and then I got a PlayStation 1 and played Mortal Kombat 2 and 3 on that, and then got a PlayStation 2. That's where we got Mortal Kombat Deception, and then Shaolin Monks. I think we got those games on Mortal Kombat's always been. I even played the bad one, Mortal Kombat versus DC. I even played.
God.
I played
so much fan service.
Yeah, it was bad, but would you guys? I think we delete that from history. Is that one of the games you want to delete from history?
No, not really. I feel like
it's bad, but I don't think I think deleting from history is a little too much.
Here's the thing, right? Because we've now had Injustice, right? Mm-hmm. If we redid that game, it'd be significantly better. Because we would build it on the Injustice engine. The Mortal Kombat characters would easily port in, no problem.
Table for another time. I'm kind of upset that Injustice is dead. And I think the fighting game that would blow all fighting games out of the water right now will be Marvel vs. DC. I don't know what mechanic would use, what engine would use. That game would be the game with the hype that Marvel is at, and the fact that
good luck selling that to Disney.
No, so not even Disney, right? So we've always had the Marvel games on a Capcom engine, and we've always had DC on an NRS engine. Can we not use either person's engine?
I mean,
this is a pipe dream. It's not real.
I mean, yeah, big pipe dream. Like you can pick any engine.
Yeah, super maximum pipe dream.
Whatever you want. Yeah.
I feel like the only fair way to build this game now.
Who cares?
The problems are what they are, and the problems are Disney.
Amazing. That would sell well.
That game would super sell because all of the Marvel's better, DC's better. All those kids would
see me on the sticks, bro.
See me on the sticks, yeah.
But like we were saying, some pipe
dream
dream.
Better than Hawkeye. Bet.
Try to catch the Moon Knight?
Because like Cass said, some pipe dream because we would deal with the same problems that we dealt with Infinite.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh
Street
man.
Fighter X second style. Yeah, I would take that, DK. I mean, those characters are a little
They're not gonna
too
do it again though, sadly.
crazy for that
Yeah,
engine.
that dream is dead.
I would
so.
take that cross.
Like, I wasn't not never, but like not anytime soon. Like,
I'm
things come
confident
in
that dream is pretty dead.
Hmm.
Like
What do you- I don't think anything-
Akuma is in Tekken,
Is
and
in
I think
Tekken,
that's
that-
as good as it's gonna get.
That's as good as it's gonna
They
get.
They got the little taste they wanted.
now.
Wait.
30
Has he
years from now,
officially?
someone might open the box again.
Is he the only Street Fighter character who's transfers
Yes.
games like this?
Yeah.
Because
I mean, Akuma goes to whatever game he wants to go, so who cares?
The Street Fighter, of course, and then
I say
we've had
10 years-
Marvel
10 years from
versus
now-
Capcom, but then
10 years from now, somebody's gonna open that box.
SNK,
Not 10 years, I mean like 20 years from
even
now, somebody's gonna
Tekken.
open that box.
You can dream.
Everything's just like, I mean, we seen that happen before, so like it happens. Like, Marvel versus Capcom 3 and 2 has a nice healthy time in between.
Okay.
Like, I think like it's the fans have a good amount of pull in it. Like if there's a void or a cash grab to be filled, I don't see why it wouldn't happen. In the example like Marvel and DC, like you said, Disney just has too much money where it's just not needed. Like think about it, the only reason we got Marvel Infinite is because whatever Disney was doing at the time failed, right? That what was that like the scrubber knots? What was it that you bought the action figure, you put it on your face?
Disney Infinity.
Disney Infinity, and somebody, I think PlayStation had somebody doing it better already.
Yeah,
And
they had Skylanders was doing it way better.
Skylanders, exactly. And the only reason why we got that is because it failed, right? So perfect storms like that can happen again. Like a company doesn't guess right every single time.
Mhm.
So I'm not gonna write it off and say it's dead. Something a void or something might come along like, hey, we might want to revisit this Street Fighter versus Tekken thing again, or so on and so forth, because it's happened in the past, and we step forward.
All right, man. Last topic of the night. Now we had a full, like a damn near full chat today. That was nice. But so like back to like coronavirus. So like we as we know, like there's like games that we were supposed to get. Some games got pushed back even before like the whole pandemic and things started. But there just seems to be like the thing is like at this point in time, since everybody has to deal with the virus, our devs gonna get a pass for dropping half-ass games.
No, a game is not made in the span of 2 months while coronavirus is out, right? Maybe the support might be kind of shitty because you can't get in the office and do the normal shit that you could have possibly done.
Mm-hmm.
But a game isn't made. How long has we been quarantined?
Like 6
weeks,
months.
8 weeks?
Going on like 3 months, right?
3 months.
max.
Yeah,
3 months
like
max.
3 months before me.
Depending
Yeah, a
on where
game
you
isn't
are,
made
yeah,
in 3
yeah.
months. Like 3
Mhm.
months before a game release is them finding enough CDs to print the shit on. Like,
Mm-hmm.
making sure all the keys go on,
Yeah.
or everyone's, or people,
At this
make
point
sure
in
people aren't
development, 3
posting the
months
fucking thing
left.
early. Like, yeah, trying to keep all the secrets under wraps until it's time to go. Like,
Now,
so
so
a shitty game is gonna drop shitty. Like,
The reason I bring that up is because like Solo and me being like the Halo players in the room, like Halo 2 had a really shitty drop this week for some players because the classic port for the game, it runs really bad on PC, which essentially like most people saw coming. But like in a sense, like it's still like Halo being the staple as it is, it hurts the game more than it
hold on. I have a super deep question about that.
oh, here we go. I'm ready to know what to say.
Because as far as I remember, Halo's a PC fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
How the hell does it run bad on PC?
Exactly.
Wait. Halo 2?
Halo 2, like people had
Oh,
this.
okay, I don't know if you guys remember.
Was Halo 2 not built for PC?
Oh,
I'm pretty sure most of those games,
hold on.
especially the
Hold on,
early
hold on.
first ones, were built for PC because I
Hold on,
played them
hold
all
on.
on PC.
Yeah, hold on. Remember that from that time, Halo 2, COD, Call of Duty, and all that stuff.
they're originally being built on console, and they're getting like a direct port over to PC. And not only that, as consoles were getting heavy like support after, PC was getting little to nothing. You know, like that was a big thing, like a big issue back in the day. That's why, you know, if you look at it now, we're kind of like shocked that, oh, look at Modern Warfare doing so well on PC now. You know why? It's receiving the same support that console's getting.
Yeah, because
kind of
Black Ops 4 started the whole real PC support for Call of Duty.
So if you think, even though you're right, it did have its own PC version, it wasn't heavily supported because the fan base was little or nothing. Like, you know, kind of like Cash was saying earlier, when you have the millions of people here to service versus the couple thousand, who are you gonna, you know, dish out more money to? You know, like, you guys already got the game. You're glad you get that kind of mentality. You know, like, so we do have to keep that in mind.
Because I played those games. When I played Halo 1 and 2, I played them on PC because I had a crappy PC that could barely run them.
Exactly.
And
that
I couldn't really play multiplayer on Halo 2 because it was just so bad for me to try. But I did what I could, right? Like,
and a lot of people have that same exact experience you have, even with better PCs. Because like the online was
like Halo 2 or Windows XP.
Windows XP Media
doing
Edition.
The damn thing.
Media Center Edition.
Okay, you know it's bad. Halo 1 was still popular. Halo 1 with Magnums only was still popular. That's to this day, you still find a lobby in a server.
Let's not talk about the fact that Halo Trial is still running. Halo 1 Trial is still running with Blood Gulch only. Okay.
Yeah.
Because that thing is.
I should download Halo Trial, see what it runs like on my machine. just for shits and giggles.
Just shits and giggles, right?
So when I first built my machine, I did do it.
About to do that.
And when I finally was able to get myself into a lobby, it's ridiculous. Like completely outpowering the game. It's not even fair.
Wow.
Like the game can't even like handle your machine. That's how weird it is.
Yeah, but it's like the problem. Like I guess like 343 is like having this record of just like botching releases, because I don't like the initial release for our Master Chief Collection was terrible. It was got terrible. You guys were there for that. I remember
those complaints.
Yeah,
I remember that.
You guys were there for that. Like the game was damn near unplayable. Like I was so excited.
I remember you being so excited for that game, and then coming back the next day like, yeah, so guys. And the moment you said it, I was like, wow, okay, depressed.
We can't play. Like
something went wrong.
Like
we look back and Bungie was right. Like Bungie was right. You know, like they know what they were doing when Halo 3 came around. They understood where the state of the game was and the need to, I guess, change, or like we're running out of ideas for this platform, right? We can't make it any better. Like Halo 3 arguably is worse than Halo 2. Like some debates, right? I mean, I like Halo 3 better, but it's still, I can respect the argument, right? And I'm sure that Bungie was kind of having that conversation among us, like, holy shit, we kind of dodged a bullet with Halo 3. We almost messed up. You know, let's start thinking.
My most Halo fun is definitely Halo 2, fucking SMG pulse rifle, like melting shields and then spraying people down. Like that is definitely my most Halo fun.
I was talking about the plasmas. You dual wield. You
dual wield.
Dual wielding red plasma rifles was absolutely.
And as soon as the shield breaks, you just spray them with the SMGs.
Nah, I take that back. Dual wielding needlers.
Oh yeah.
Boy. Listen, those were the worst people. We just didn't do that.
Yo.
That was the somebody talk shit to you in the lobby thing where you're just like, okay, all right, now
I'm gonna body you. Now I'm gonna fuck you up. Like block this. Let's literally walk up, block this. Like, yeah, you're not blocking this. I literally put needles into you, then turn my back and walk away.
Yeah,
hit it with the German stance.
It was the pink mist. Yeah.
Oh, pink mist.
I will excuse you for little to delayed game support. But like Kat said, like games are not made in 3 months. Games are made over years. You know,
years.
Games. I'm not excusing you for like.
Listen,
you know,
even bottom basic software that work.
Botch launches
takes 3 months.
I'm an old head. I'm a fossil. I'm used to botch launches. All right, like that's I understand that when they say a game comes out this day. Oh, you mean like at like 12 o'clock or noon this day? Heard, got you. Like I'm from that school, so. I don't think that's any excuse. Like if
you're from the school of I know a day one patch is coming.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't expect anything to work on launch. Like when things work on launch, I'm shocked. Like
to this day,
He said,
Call
"I'm
of Duty,
shocked."
I don't know what Call of Duty did, what they sold to.
They
Like,
sold
Modern Warfare being as smooth as it was, like it's crazy. Like
they took that's one of the examples.
Warzone, crazy. Like wow,
They
okay,
took
I'm shocked.
full advantage. They took full advantage of their alpha and beta stages because the game came out and it was smooth. And Warzone definitely took full advantage of ground war being a thing with that many people on the map. They really pushed it to see like, yo, can
I tip my hats off to them because I'm most people like, yo, yeah, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be lag everywhere.
Most releases like that would have been.
Did have our hiccups, but like I don't expect like it was within reason. Like I still had fun. I enjoyed, the game. Like I still like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm not giving. I don't think we're giving anyone a pass for that. Yeah, things are hard and stuff like that, but botch releases, yes, I understand that could be rough. You don't have the manpower to manage servers, but botch overall quality of game, no, you have no excuse. If it wasn't ready, you shouldn't have released it.
Yeah, Halo 2, like the Halo 2 Classic. I mean, Halo 2, like the Anniversary Edition was flawless, but like it was mostly for the people that just like bought the game for Classic specifically. And like it makes sense that they would spend more time on Anniversary since like they're really trying to push competitive Halo this year because competitive Halo has just been in the shits since Halo 5.
Because we're getting a new Halo at the end of the year.
Yeah.
So they're trying to like start whispering.
Do you remember when Halo was like the epitome of competitive?
Halo was the king of competitive FPS.
I mean,
Final boss, straight ripping. Yes.
Halo revolutionized FPSs. It is like
the beginning of real competitive FPS games.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We were spoiled because we got Halo and it opened our eyes. And then Call of Duty came again and opened your we didn't know FPS was that great. I don't know if you guys remember Medal of Honor.
I remember.
I remember Medal of Honor, bro.
Those games, I'm not trying to share those games. I had fun playing those games. When I played Halo,
I had an old 360.
I can't even find
Medal of Honor was all I had for it with Call of Duty 3 and something else. And I played Medal of Honor and I was so sad. And then I played Call of Duty 3.
I remember refusing to play a Call of Duty game because I hated World War II and anything that supported it. And then I was standing in Ken's bedroom when the trailer for Modern Warfare 4, like Modern Warfare
Call of Duty 4 came out, yeah.
And I looked at it, I was like, that's the game I'm gonna play, Ken. I'm standing by the door. The bed is by the door. I'm standing by the door. I remember.
I love it,
like,
man.
that's
Never forget that. Like, I'm playing
Modern
that.
War game. That's the one.
Modern Warfare. Alright,
I
cool.
love it, bro.
And I remember thinking in that moment, shit, I need a PS3. Because I didn't have one. I was like, damn, I need a PS3. And then thankfully my brother got one and I was able to play Call of Duty on that. Because,
golden time, bro. I still remember Halo 1, Halo 3, and it's like, yo, golden freaking times. Like, nothing beats that. Like I said, they revolutionized.
Halo 1, man.
Yep.
Halo 1 got me into playing FPS.
Combat Evolved. Yeah,
Combat Evolved, that was it.
Listen, I had a shitty PC. Combat Evolved was kind of free if you knew where to get it.
Mm-hmm.
And
if you knew where to get it.
That was the first game that the first FPS game where I got the game.
And shout out to
I played through the whole story and I actually played multiplayer and I enjoyed the game.
Shout out to OGs like Quake and Unreal Tournament. I'm not like those games had its run. It was a lot of fun.
See,
but
it's funny you say that because now I'll play like Quake Champions and I'll enjoy the game knowing that this is the reason why some of the games I play today exist.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I can go back and enjoy that game.
But we were spoiled because
Quake does have some mechanical shit in it. Like if you're shit at the game, you're shit at the game. Like that mechanical, you have to be good.
And then Call of Duty 1 came out, right? It's like, oh, this is great. They can't do it again. Modern Warfare 2. Oh my god!
Modern
like
Warfare
if you
2
could
was
crack in a box and give it to kids that's not sugar, that was it. Like
Modern Warfare 2 and having Modern Warfare 2 and Halo 3 and like that was just like the for me, the golden era of modern shooters. Like I had so much fun during that time period, fam.
Come home from high school, throw butt back into corner of the room, game till like 5 o'clock in the morning, crunch up.
Yeah.
I have so many memories from Modern Warfare 2 alone.
And I'm sitting there scribbling my homework together because I was playing Call of Duty.
When we get home, it's so much fun. You know the game is more than a game when you start inventing things to do in the game.
Whoa.
Right? The game stops being a game. It's a platform. Yeah. now you're doing things in the game.
Everybody's gonna be on at 5 o'clock, all right?
Staying up to the crack of dawn, son. Just
like when Black Ops 1 came out after like Modern Warfare.
Oh my god! Last Chris Call of Duty, not good.
Everyone, I remember everyone coming home after school. We would play Pub Stomp from like 5 to like 9, and when we hit 9 o'clock, we do Tomahawks only.
Xbox Live.
Where we would run around, kill people, try to get as many Tomahawk kills, and then after games, review the footage and check scores. And keep score for the rest of the night. Only play Tomahawk kills. Like Tomahawk Clan assembled.
Yo, you just brought me back.
Like, it would just be a bunch of dudes with Toma in the name, with empty classes and Tomahawks. Just Marathon Pro and
Marathon Pro. With the AK-74U, which are Tomahawks. Like, let's
Tomahawk. Speeding through the maps, and you're just chucking these batarangs at everyone.
If you're
like
out of
Bruce
Tomahawks.
fucking Wayne.
It was great.
Great.
It was great.
We're playing
the game was more than a game.
And if somebody tomahawked you, you had to switch classes and tomahawk them back. Requirement.
But like those days now are just like.
Yeah, it's a different culture.
Yeah, different culture now.
So like I said, and they were doing it back then with less technology, and I'm pretty sure a smaller budget. You know,
Black Ops 1 was the game that on release they gave us double experience. I remember this because the game came out on Tuesday.
We were out on all night.
Joey and them stayed up till midnight to get the midnight release of the game.
Yep.
And over the weekend of that week, I came back to school on Monday. And they were like, yo, I've been playing Black Ops all weekend. It was so good. And I'm like, yeah, so how far did you guys get? And they're like, yeah, I'm Prestige 1, I'm Prestige 2. And I'm looking at them like, I'm Prestige 4.
Yikes.
Like, what are you guys been doing?
Yeah, Kevin was an animal, son. Like, you wouldn't see him for a day or two. I was like, wait, what's Prestige? Oh, you know, I maxed that shit out. I maxed that shit out, bro. Shit done. Like, done.
I'm pretty sure I ran at the kid in the lobby and tipped my glass to kids. I'm like, trying to be great. Like, we didn't play no fun. We're like animals on this game, man. Like
straight savages, bro.
I remember being in class, freaking theorizing classes and setup, like
talking hella shit.
Theory crafting in Black Ops.
I'm supposed to be sitting there in freaking math beat. I'm trying to wonder if the AK-74U with rapid fire grip was better. Like, yo, I gotta squeeze out every ounce.
Time to read the real questions in life, son.
I was like, yo, I'm gonna build a class with it, die, and come in with the perks I want, and have that gun. I'm gonna monster. I'm like, figure shit out, like. Games don't give you that anymore, bro. Like for a bit, you might get that, but like, I don't know what it is.
Nah, it's because I think it's not a game thing. So I think games have changed. I think we've changed. You know, we're getting to the point where we've seen it enough times to be like, yeah, that's not enough. Like, you can't just wow me with create a class, bro. You can't just wow me with wall running. Like, I gotta like.
I need something else.
Lasers from my eyes, and
he said, "Shoot lasers from my eyes."
Yeah, like, it's gotta be more than that. So I can't think we're just a little spoiled with how full of good stuff our upbringing has been. You know, like
right.
And on top of that, there's no excuse for you to come out with a shitty game. Like no, like there's
zero
excuse.
No excuse.
I'm looking at Anthem.
You know what? I was pissed me off talking about it earlier. Like it was a bad game. Move on. All right, like
that game is not even.
Sold too, but I kind of
smelled. It came out in an era where it had no excuse to make as many mistakes as it did.
Listen, exactly. This is suffering some success. Like Anthem is really like the kid in school who really thought he had it, didn't study, didn't care. Was like, I got this, bro. Don't worry about it. So then when it was time to do the shit, useless,
straight useless, bro.
Failure. He looked so good on the outside. You sit
Anthem
down
was
and have a conversation about it.
Damn, homie.
Wasn't happening.
Anthem was the kid.
Man, homie.
Anthem was the kid, son. Like, you know, the textbooks that give you the answer keys at the end. Like, you had an open book test and you still fucked up.
You never tried. So it was so easy to get the job done.
Because you were entering a field where there's no competition. How many mech suit successful games are there right now? Like
none.
Warframe. Done.
Warframe.
Conversation end.
Just Warframe. Is Warframe a AAA game?
And it's not even
it's not even a AAA game, but it still survives till this day.
And the only game close to being in that genre.
You're not even
that template and just pump money into it.
Hold on. You're not even really competing with Warframe because Warframe is like a free-to-play game, and
and you're not even competing.
That kind of market is a little different than what you're aiming for.
But it's the closest thing I could compare it to.
And you start pumping money into it. The last good there was a game for PlayStation 2, and I can't remember the name. I want to say Armada, but it wasn't Armada. You were these mechs, and the demo had 2 stages. You were in one in the jungle, and one of you on this base. I'll look it up and I'll send it to you guys later. But the point is, I don't remember there being that many great. I'm pretty sure there are, but that many great mech
don't exist.
You don't have much competition.
Don't exist.
No.
The only other one would be Titanfall. Doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. It's more half mech, more FPS type.
Yeah.
So.
Was Armored Core more third person?
Was it?
Yeah, it could have been. It's probably Armored Core that you're talking about, because that's the only. That's what I was thinking.
You remember that? Yeah, I think you remember Armored Core for PlayStation 2.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
it's
so
probably
much fun
Armored Core.
in that
That's
game, man.
pretty much the only thing.
Oh my god! I mean, Armored Core 1. I'm looking at
Yeah,
PS1.
so the only thing. Yeah, it's the only thing.
PS1. Wow, the nostalgia. But yeah, you had 0 competition. 0. That literally means you can give us half-ass, but we see what you're trying to do, and we can work with you. Because now in the
no, you can't. You couldn't, because the problem with Anthem. no, the problem with Anthem was threefold. I can't believe we're back on this fucking topic. Oh my god. So.
I was trying to brush over it, but go ahead.
Yeah, the problem was that it's EA,
Wow.
so no trust. It made a whole bunch of mistakes that it just didn't need to make. It was kind of like a pretty girl who has no brain. It's super on the outside. It looked good, right? You have the nice armor. You look good. You fly around. Everything was kind of good.
You're ready, DK. We're gonna get you in here.
There was nothing to do in
discussion,
it.
Bro. I got you.
No.
But the idea, the point I'm trying to make is the idea and stuff had a lot of potential. You know what I'm saying?
I agree. And it was a missed opportunity for greatness.
Yeah, exactly. So,
the concept was so good.
It is a missed opportunity for greatness. In paper, take my 6531. Take it. It sounds great. Even the demo was great, but we've been down this road already.
It was very unfortunate.
What's left on the list?
I played the demo and it was fun, and then got to the full game and it was just the demo. And it was like, oh, okay. I guess that was the whole game I played when I played the demo.
Yeah. It was left.
Yeah. What do we have next on the docket?
I think that was the last one.
That was the last one, man. We had a very eventful stream.
Oh, shit.
Probably been here for 6 hours.
Yeah, man. 3 hours, maybe?